Deep in the neon-lit chaos of Qing City's underground black market, a hooded young man weaved through the crowd, eyes darting left and right, making sure no one was watching before slipping into a small, dimly lit shop. Inside, he quietly told the owner he was selling a kidney and a cornea, putting the total at 27,500 yuan. The shop owner paused mid-mark, raising an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" he asked, his tone skeptical. After all, in just the past 6 months, this same young man had already sold a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a portion of his liver, a third of his liver, and parts of his intestines. Another kidney now? He wouldn't survive more than 2 days. Lying on the stretcher, the young man simply nodded. It didn't matter. Saving his sister justified any sacrifice, or so he claimed. The owner gave up trying to argue. He hefted a massive butcher's knife, raised it, and without hesitation, performed the procedure. The young man's scream echoed through the cramped shop. Once it was over, he walked home, using a stick to guide himself like a man already half dead. His eyes were wrapped in thick bandages. He peeled them off, scanning the street. Satisfied that no one was tailing him, a faint smile crossed his face. Then he activated his regenerative ability, letting his body do the work. In moments, every wound vanished. Not a scratch remained. Perfectly healed, like nothing had ever happened. He pulled out the cash from selling his kidney and cornea, counting it silently. Along with what he had saved, it was more than enough for the class transfer ritual fee. Walking through the streets, he laughed to himself. All those sob stories about a sick sister? Total nonsense. And yet, someone actually bought it. His name was Yi Lin, a transmigrator, an orphan in every sense. And there was no sick sister waiting for him. To give context, the world he had arrived in overflowed with spiritual energy. Demons and beasts roamed freely, and dungeon realms popped up everywhere. Life as an orphan was brutal until he discovered his unique gift, regeneration. No injury was too severe. Limbs, organs, even missing parts could grow back. Using this, he sold his own organs to scrape together 100,000 yuan. Just to afford the pricey class transfer fee. Because only by completing the class transfer ritual and unlocking his power could he survive. Only then could he stand firm in this dangerous world. And maybe protect someone he cared about, if that was even possible. And today was the day. When he arrived, 3 people approached, questioning why he was there. They knew him as a poor student. There was no way they could imagine how he could afford the ritual. Yi Lin took Miss Wang's hand and spoke with feigned desperation. "Miss Wang, I had to take a loan just to attend the ritual." Of course, it was a lie. He didn't want anyone probing too closely. Miss Wang looked shocked. The others feared he'd be trapped working his whole life if the loan paid off only to leave him with a useless class. Thankfully, Miss Wang let him participate and wished him to give it his all. She told him to step inside before the ritual began. Minutes later, all the participating students were called, one by one. First up was Gao Dayu from Class 5. Whispers ran through the crowd. Even he wasn't from a wealthy family. On stage, the principal instructed him. "Place your hand on the golden orb and relax your whole body." A minute later, it was done. Gao Dayu received a support class designation. A rank poultry breeder. Murmurs spread. He'd be a poultry breeder for life. Don't be discouraged. There's no such thing as a useless class, only useless people, the principal added calmly, trying to reassure him. Next, a stunning girl with a sharp figure and red dress walked up. Juganini. Everyone admired her. The principal wished her luck. She thanked him and placed her hand on the golden orb without hesitation. A phoenix erupted in brilliant flames. The principal blinked. An SSS rank fire mage. Finally, Arching City Academy could hold its head high. The students were stunned, Yi Lin included. He knew an SSS-level fire mage could stand against an entire army. Afterwards, the principal told Juganini they'd discuss her training plan later. Her class rank was a big deal for the academy. Then she stepped down, and Yi Lin's name was called. As he walked, he heard whispers about his loan just to attend the ritual. Yi Lin glanced at Juganini and reminded himself. He wasn't anyone's side character. He positioned himself, hands on the golden orb, waiting. This was the moment that would decide whether he'd keep struggling or finally rewrite his fate. Excitement surged through him. He was ready for his new class. Suddenly, a massive azure dragon materialized. Yi Lin froze, staring as a brilliant blue light wrapped around him, encasing him in a radiant glow. Students couldn't believe it. A student on a loan got such a powerful class. Juganini's eyes widened. Another SSS rank? Even the principal smiled, seeing an anomaly unfold. Yi Lin asked the principal about his class. The answer: SSS level combat class. Forbidden Curse Master. The principal beamed, proud to honor Qingcheng Academy. But then he realized Yi Lin's profession was a forbidden curse master. Shock struck him. He couldn't believe the poor student's rotten luck. The other students burst out laughing. No forbidden curse master had ever lived past 25. The profession literally consumed the user's life to cast skills. Anyone who chose it was doomed to die young. Yi Lin's triumph was seen as a tragedy, a cruel waste of a loan for a class everyone thought useless. Zhuge shook her head and walked off, clearly disappointed by the class Yi Lin had received. Yi Lin, ever the trickster, pretended to slump in defeat. His act was so convincing that the principal felt a pang of sympathy. He patted Yi Lin on the shoulder and wished him luck, muttering that it was unfortunate such a good kid ended up as a curse master. Yi Lin asked cautiously, "Do all curse masters really die at 25? The principal smiled wryly and said, "Better to burn bright than to live a meaningless life. Don't dwell on it." "Thank you," Yi Lin said, bowing slightly. "I want to shine like the sun and bring honor to the school." The principal nodded, adding that he'd set up a special training plan for Yi Lin alongside Zhuge. Yi Lin grinned knowingly. The idea of dying young because of a double-edged profession was almost comical. Of course, without his cheat ability, the whole curse master death thing wouldn't matter. Immortality had him covered. After the class transfer, everyone began heading home. Yi Lin planned to go straight home, exhausted and ready for a solid night's sleep. But as he walked, someone called his name. It was Zhuge. She suggested teaming up, warning that the more a curse master fights, the faster they burn out. "I'm not being harsh," she added. "I just want to help, since we're classmates." Yi Lin shook his head, declining her offer. Zhuge didn't push. She walked away, muttering that Yi Lin was a stubborn idiot walking straight toward his own demise. Yi Lin ignored her and kept moving. Suddenly, a group of students blocked his path. "Think you're someone now just because you became a curse master?" They sneered. They were his classmates, angry that Zhuge had tried to ally with him first. Yi Lin felt a twinge of annoyance. Women really complicated things. Because of 2 words from Zhuge, these guys were looking for a fight. He said calmly that he was on his way home. The leader scoffed, mocking him. "Home? You mean that 10-square-meter shack? Now that you're SSS rank, why don't you call me Daddy and I'll get you a security job at G Corporation?" The others laughed, claiming being a G-Corp guard was a real honor. He even ordered Yi Lin to kneel to their young master. They teased him further, saying maybe he could buy incense for his dead orphanage family once he earned money, and reminding him he was just an orphan, unworthy of a real family. Yi Lin's patience snapped. His eyes flared with a swirling blue and red aura as he activated his curse magic. "I didn't make this choice." "You did," he said coldly. The 3 stared, stunned. They realized he might actually use forbidden magic, aware that it would shorten his lifespan. "Why wouldn't I?" Yi Lin asked, voice steady. "You just insulted my dead family." He let out a tiny spark of lightning, just enough to scare them. Terrified, the 3 pleaded for him not to use a forbidden curse. Yi Lin simply extended his hand, daring them to come closer if they had the guts. But they bolted instead, fear overtaking their arrogance. Yi Lin deactivated his magic, muttering, "What a bunch of trash." They ran off after a single move. As he walked on, he felt a faint burn in his duodenum, a reminder of the cost of using his power. He didn't notice Zhuge had watched the entire scene. She frowned, annoyed that he let himself get provoked by a few insults, risking his life. In her eyes, someone like Yi Lin wasn't worthy of standing beside her. Night fell, and Yi Lin finally arrived home. He set his bag on the couch and checked his system interface. Apparently sacrificing part of his duodenum summoned a regular lightning bolt. A bladder sacrifice summoned yin thunder from burial waters, and a heart sacrifice could call destruction purple lightning. Using the ultimate chaos god thunder, he'd probably die. He lay back, head spinning slightly, aware that it was just the side effect of regeneration. Meanwhile, Ling Yu went to his father, asking for someone to take Yi Lin out. His father warned him that killing an SSS rank curse master was risky and offered no real gain. He noted that anyone willing to use forbidden spells over minor insults was clearly unstable. Snuffing out his cigarette, he reminded Ling Yu to focus on targeting weaknesses rather than brute force. Yi Lin's poor background was his advantage. The next morning, Yi Lin headed to Qingcheng Academy, sleep-deprived. He yawned constantly. Students whispered about yesterday's events when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder with a bottle. It was Ling Yu. Inside the bottle was milk, a peace offering. He had also brought breakfast. Yi Lin didn't know why, but accepted it anyway. At first, Yi Lin suspected poison, assuming Ling Yu couldn't beat him. But the boy insisted it was genuine thanks. Thanks? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. Ling Yu forced a smile and explained that the lightning strike yesterday had been a wake-up call. It made him realize he'd been wasting his life. Yi Lin called him out and told him to speak plainly. Ling Yu dropped to one knee. "I want to call you Big Brother," he admitted. Yi Lin blinked. "Did you hit your head or something?" But Ling Yu insisted he was serious. The beating had made him reflect. He wanted to become a better person, but he needed a great role model. Yi Lin agreed to be that model, but tuition was required. Surprisingly, Ling Yu didn't hesitate and asked for his account number immediately. Yi Lin headed to the field, giving his account number and instructing Ling Yu to transfer 2 million as the first-term payment. Ling Yu assured him it wasn't too much and would notify his father immediately. At that moment, a novice secret realm appeared on the field as a test for the students. The principal hoped every academy's candidates would perform well. Of course, everyone wanted to come out on top. Ye Lin and Zhuge were at the front. The old men beside the principal assumed these students were from Qingqing High and had earned the SSS class professions this year. They looked extraordinary, but the principal was irritated. He had told Ye Lin and Zhuge to stay low-key, yet here they were, both with SSS class professions, 2 in 1 year. It was maddening, absolutely maddening. He laughed, then turned to the crowd. "Why so quiet? Were you all born mute or something?" The 3 old men wandered off, grumbling about having other things to handle. Turns out they were still annoyed at the principal for being so full of himself and rubbing it in their faces. Anyway, the moment the order came to enter the novice secret realm, the students surged forward, spilling into the entrance like a wave. Before Yi Lin stepped in, Zhuge called out again, asking him to team up. He shook his head, refusing once more, which only made her see him as arrogant. Since he was so eager to tempt death, she decided not to stop him. Yi Lin ignored her and stepped straight into the secret realm. When he landed, he realized he was completely alone. No one else in sight. He assumed it was just a random teleport. A level 1 leopard cat appeared, roaring loudly. Yi Lin didn't flinch. Instead, he felt a thrill. Perfect, he thought. Just the right opponent to test his forbidden spell. He struck, and the leopard cat died instantly. 10 experience points flashed across the screen. Too little, he thought, unimpressed, walking away. He muttered that it didn't even cover the cost of his kidneys. He'd have to kill 100 of these just to hit level 2. Time to rethink his approach. Later, Yi Lin let a horde of 100 monsters chase him. He grinned as he ran, confident this would net him enough experience. Some of the monsters even had human-like upper bodies. He stopped, turned, and declared he wanted to test his newly learned forbidden curse. Then he unleashed destructive surge. The curse was terrifying, doubling his strength, speed, and spirit. With burning reincarnation activated, he figured even a level 10 monster wouldn't survive a full-powered world-ending thunderstrike. He charged at the monsters, slashing without hesitation. But in just 5 minutes he felt himself aging. He decided to limit burning reincarnation to 1 minute at most to avoid revealing his immortal body. He switched tactics, activating vitality preservation instead. Sacrificing his left arm, he slammed it into the ground and triggered world-ending fury. A level 3 gray wolf fell instantly, granting 30 experience points. Then a level 5 two-headed snake went down, adding 50 points. He took out a level 6 armored scorpion, gaining 60 points as well as the 6 centaur. Finally, he killed a level 2 bee and earned 20 more points. With that, he hit level 3. Pleased, he marveled at his progress and learned a new forbidden curse. Hellfire scorches the sky. An hour later, Zhuge arrived in the area where Yi Lin had decimated all those monsters. She froze, staring at the ash-covered battlefield, unable to believe what she was seeing. Then her eyes caught a flicker of hellfire. Puzzled, she investigated. No one else in Qingqing wielded fire element like her. Yet here was a wave of energy far stronger than hers. Something about the scene hinted. It had to be a human behind this chaos. Looks like Qingqing is full of hidden dragons. I, Zhuge will find out who you are, she vowed. Meanwhile, nearby Yi Lin was casually roasting some meat. He was enjoying a 3-eyed demon pig. After the earlier battles, he realized he was hungrier than usual. Once he finished eating, he decided to move to a farther area to grind some more monsters. Just as he was about to leave, Zhuge suddenly appeared, calling out to him. "Yi Lin, what are you doing here?" she asked. He felt annoyed running into her was a hassle. He didn't want anyone discovering his secret. Smiling, he said he was just roasting some food casually. Zhuge warned him again, A curse master wasn't meant for solo grinding. Yi Lin frowned as she walked off, muttering that it was too late for regrets and that following her wouldn't help. She assumed he was tagging along but had no time for him now. Yi Lin thought she might be missing a few brain cells. Zhuge, looking back, asked if he'd seen anyone else in the area, describing them as extremely skilled with fire manipulation, likely a Hellfire master. Hellfire? Yeah, I saw him, very handsome, went that way. Yi Lin replied calmly. He knew he couldn't let her stick to him, so he decided not to use Hellfire anymore. As she continued, she scolded Yi Lin for wasting her time. Otherwise, she would have tracked the Hellfire user by now. A shadow loomed above her. She looked up, startled. A level 8 dragon blood behemoth hovered overhead. She dodged as it lunged, puzzled why a monster this powerful was here. Glancing behind her, she guessed Yi Lin had probably fled far away by now. She launched a fireball storm at the monster, but it barely scratched the beast, far from enough to take it down. The monster glared at her, eyes burning with rage. In a blur, it charged, smashing into her and sending her flying across the ground. She retaliated with a burst of flames, but the beast roared louder. The fiery attack was deflected straight back at her. Zhuge eyes widened as the flames engulfed her. The smoke cleared, and the monster stood unscathed. When the haze lifted, Zhuge lay on the ground, her clothes torn and her body trembling in pain. She admitted silently that she had been far too arrogant, believing she could take down a level 8 dragon blood behemoth alone. Fear crept in as she realized a death at the monster's hands would be humiliating and absolute. Just then, someone intervened, hurling a forbidden curse, Hellfire, at the beast. The monster was incinerated instantly, reduced to nothing but ash. Zhuge froze. She knew immediately that this Hellfire user was the one she had been searching for. Turning to face her savior, she offered her thanks and asked for his name. The masked figure perched on a tree branch revealed himself. Yi Lin! Calmly, he told her to call him Ling Yi. Ling for early dawn, Yi for night. Placing a finger to her lips, Zhuge tilted her head, curiosity mixed with gratitude. She wanted to know which school Ling Yi hailed from. Even as she thanked him, she couldn't resist uncovering the identity behind the mask. To hide her curiosity, she said she merely wanted to thank Yi Lin properly after leaving the dungeon. Yi Lin just stared at her like she was being ridiculous. He didn't need thanks. No need. It's nothing, he said. But as he prepared to leave, Zhuge called after him, pleading for him to wait. She tried to get up, but Yi Lin warned her not to follow. There are stronger monsters ahead. This isn't a place for someone like you. Also, maybe fix your clothes first, he added. Zhuge eyes flicked downward, realizing her state of undress. Blushing furiously, she collapsed back to cover herself, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. When she looked up again, Ling Yi was gone. She shouted his name, vowing to catch up one day and stand proudly by his side. Yi Lin leapt effortlessly from branch to branch, putting distance between himself and Zhuge. He smiled to himself, confident this would keep her from clinging to him. Time wasted on her could be better spent leveling up. Opening his status window, Yi Lin saw he had unlocked a new forbidden curse, Undying. It required sacrificing 2.5 years of his lifespan to survive a single fatal injury. Seriously, Yi Lin thought, the forbidden spellcaster's class really was all about a short lifespan. But this was basically a bonus. Negate one fatal blow and keep going. Even if someone stabbed him in the heart, he could survive. And now, even forbidden curses demanding a heart or head sacrifice could be used once. Too good to pass up. Now he could grind levels without holding back. Nothing could stop his progress. 3 days later, the final day of the test, the old men gathered at the entrance of the novice secret realm. The principal of Qingqing Academy greeted them with his usual haughty demeanor. Principal Su, the short-haired man among them, asked what all the showing off was about. So what if there were 2 SSS-rank job changers? Another agreed. Sometimes level mattered more than class rank. The red-haired principal noted that the highest record in Qingqing's secret realm test was level 11, a record still standing. He glanced at Principal Su, mentioning that, if he remembered correctly, the student came from Su's Yuzhai Academy. Principal Su nodded, agreeing, and wondered if this year's student would break the record. The Qingqing principal just smiled. He was sure his student would surprise everyone. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared, greeting the principals. It was Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge father. He asked if he could join them. Principal Su was surprised, noting it had been a long time, while the Qingqing principal welcomed him warmly. Zhuge Qianqing was, after all, the school's astrologer. Once greetings were done, He asked about his daughter, concerned she hadn't caused trouble. Seeing how protective he was, the principal reassured him. Zhuge was the pride of Qingqing Academy. Then they noticed someone exiting the dungeon before time was officially up. The principal guessed the person must be injured. It was Zhuge herself, greeting the principals and surprised to see her father. Her father asked why she came out early, while the principal asked her level. Calmly, she replied, "Level 12. Every principal present froze in shock. The record had been shattered. Her principal beamed with pride. His student was truly a fire mage. Zhuge Qianqing scolded her for being willful. Had she stayed and grinded a bit longer, she might have hit level 13. Zhuge shrugged. The dungeon had become boring. Monsters around level 10 were scarce, and the experience reward was pitifully small. The real reason, though, was to find Ling Yi. Coming out first meant she could spot anyone else emerging afterward. Meanwhile, back inside the secret realm, Ye Lin sneezed violently, as if he had caught a cold. Strange, he wasn't in a cold area. Was someone cursing him? With all the level 10 monsters gone, maybe he had overdone his grind. Time to expand the search. Ye Lin raised his hand, preparing to test another newly learned forbidden curse. Instantaneous range. This spell sacrifices an organ based on its importance. Ye Lin could also boost his agility up to 10 times normal, for an hour at a time. Without wasting a second, he activated the curse, sacrificing his kidney. The rush of speed was exhilarating. Not even a level 50 assassin could match his new velocity. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, a sonic boom tearing through the air, obliterating everything in his path. By the time a three-headed storm mantis sensed him, it was already too late, sacrificing his bladder. Ye Lin summoned a lightning strike that incinerated the monster into ash. This forbidden spell was known as Ancient Fierce Thunder. At the entrance of the novice secret realm, students poured out of the dungeon, some thrilled, some terrified, just happy to be alive. Meanwhile, Zhuge had been patiently waiting, her eyes scanning for Ling Yi. Minutes ticked by, and still he hadn't appeared. Something felt off. Only 5 minutes remained, and all the candidates who had finished were being asked to return to their schools. With the test ending soon, it looked like the highest score would go to Zhuge. Qingqing Academy had not only scored 2 SS rank students at once, but also a new record. But the other SSS student, he hadn't emerged yet, right? The countdown hit 3 minutes. Zhuge wondered anxiously if she'd somehow missed her target. After a moment's thought, she shook her head. Impossible. She had been watching the dungeon entrance the whole time. Then the entrance shimmered with golden light, signaling someone emerging. Zhuge braced herself. Sure, it was Ling Yi, only to see her classmate Ye Lin stepping out. Shock registered on her face. Why Ye Lin?" she asked. He blinked, puzzled. Time's up. Of course he had to exit. Was that a problem? Zhuge shook off her surprise, started walking, and told Ye Lin he was a coward who should keep his distance. Ye Lin gritted his teeth. Seriously? What's wrong with her? Psycho much? At that moment the principal approached, curious about Ye Lin's level. He wasn't expecting much, just wanted to know how his second SSS student had fared. Ye Lin calmly replied, "Level 16." The crowd froze. Leveling from 1 to 16 meant 120,000 experience points. The highest level monsters in the novice realm were level 10, granting 100 XP each. That meant Ye Lin had defeated 1,200 level 10 monsters. How was that even possible? The principal started praising him like crazy, declaring him the pride of Qingqing Academy. Zhuge Qianqing, impressed by the young man's talent, also offered congratulations. This made Zhuge annoyed. Level 16, big deal. He's a forbidden curse master. Reckless use of forbidden curses levels you up fast. The other principals nodded. Her reasoning made sense. The crowd also realized just how insane Ye Lin was, frantically casting forbidden curses to level up in the beginner realm. Other curse masters didn't live past 25. By this rate, he wouldn't see 20. Trading his life for empty fame, or maybe just envy, was reckless, but at least let him have a few days of glory. The long-haired principal approached. "Student Ye Lin, why? Did Principal Gao trick you? It seems he's risking your life for the school's honor." Irritated, Principal Gao shot back. "Nonsense. He was a man of integrity. He wouldn't joke with students' lives." Ye Lin put on a pitiful act, then said, "No one forced me. I chose this. I grew up poor, always looked down on. Now I have a chance to go all out. I won't be a coward. Even if I wither at my peak, I don't care. I want everyone to see what I can do." Zhuge Qianqing clapped calmly. Well said, this young man had real ambition. He was without a doubt the highest-level student in the beginner's secret realm test. Undeniable. Zhuge Qianqing introduced himself as Zhuge Nini's father and offered Yelin support if he ever needed it. Zhuge Nini was furious. Father, why do you think he's number one? Ling Yi hasn't even come out yet, her father replied smoothly. Oh, who is this talented Ling Yi? The principals wondered if they had a student by that name, but no one had heard of him. Zhuge Nini, however, spoke confidently. Ling Yi was truly a prodigy. When he comes out of the dungeon, everything will be clear. Meanwhile, Yilin quietly muttered insults under his breath, thinking Zhuge Nini couldn't keep her mouth shut. Fed up with the spectacle, Yilin said his goodbyes to Principal Gao and Zhuge Qianqing and left, ready to go home and rest. Shortly after the novice secret realm test ended, Zhuge Nini, still puzzled, wondered where Ling Yi had gone. Had he slipped away while she was talking to Yilin? Cursing under her breath, she blamed Yilin. Her father placed a hand on her shoulder, asking if she truly believed in Ling Yi's genius. He realized her early exit from the dungeon was simply to find him. But something didn't add up. Could Yilin actually be the mysterious Ling Yi? Zhuge Nini vehemently denied it. That coward? The one who ran from the dragon blood behemoth? Ling Yi's mastery of fire was unmatched. Yilin could never match that. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Yilin sneezed violently, jolting himself awake. He wondered who was talking behind his back. Obviously that stupid woman, Zhuge Nini. A knock at the door drew his attention. Who is it? He asked. When he opened it, a stout businessman stood there. He introduced himself as Mr. Wang, manager of Qingqing Brain King Oral Liquid Limited Company. He had been looking for Yilin and had finally found him. Yilin led Mr. Wang inside, asking his purpose. Mr. Wang smiled. He had good news. He'd heard Yilin changed professions successfully and had broken the highest-level record in the beginner's secret realm. The company wanted Yilin to endorse their product, and the pay would be substantial, Yilin asked. How substantial? Mr. Wang held up 3 fingers, 3 million, and handed him a small bottle. It was Brain King Oral Liquid, meant to nourish the brain, enhance intelligence, and boost cell regeneration. 1 bottle made you feel years younger, and the company offered a 10-fold refund if it didn't work. Yilin twisted the cap. Knowing 3 million was worth several kidneys, fame really does pay. He drank it. It tasted slightly sweet. Then dizziness hit him. Yilin collapsed immediately. Lying on his couch, Mr. Wang called someone. Yilin drank the bottle. Backup plans were ready but unnecessary. Seems the kid was simple enough. Mr. Wang was ordered to bring Yilin over. Deep into the night, in an abandoned warehouse, he had succeeded. Though he didn't understand why his boss went to such lengths for a student, he knew better than to ask questions. His boss, the very owner of the black market shop where Yilin used to sell his organs, barked orders at Mr. Wang to leave. No one was allowed inside without his say-so. Anyone who disobeyed? Dead. Wang nodded and left quietly. Meanwhile, the greedy shop owner crouched down beside Yilin, recalling every organ the boy had sold him. Liver, coronary arteries, gallbladder, corneas, kidneys, spleen, large intestine, small intestine, and somehow they'd all grown back. Every single one. He could barely believe it. With Yilin, he thought he could finally uncover the secret of organ regeneration. Drunk on his own delusions, someone added that soon the old man would have unmatched power and wealth. Even the strongest would kneel. Hearing this, Ji Ujin grinned, nodding eagerly. That's right, exactly. But then, reality hit him. He spun around, only to find Yilin casually perched on a chair, arms and legs crossed, like nothing had happened. Ji Ujin's mind raced. How was Yilin awake so early? His sleeping drug should have knocked out even an elephant for 6 hours. Yilin didn't even flinch at the sleeping potion. Instead, his eyes were sharp, curious about how Ji Ujin had managed to track him down. Recovering from his shock, Ji Ujin leveled his blade at Yilin. Since my cash cow's awake, I won't be polite anymore. Surrender now and I'll make sure you don't lose any limbs. At that moment, Ji Ujin's profession leveled up to a level 20 phantom blade. Yilin realized Ji Ujin had a job change that put him above Yilin's own level. No other option, he had to get serious, but fire would burn the place down too easily. Best not to make a scene. Instead, Yilin unleashed his eternal freezing gaze, a forbidden curse that would freeze everything in sight at the cost of his own eyes, leaving him blind. Ji Ujin froze mid-step, the lower half of his body encased in ice. Yilin held the curse steady, watching the frost creep up. Ji Ujin struggled, trying to stab through the ice with his blade. It wouldn't budge. He was baffled. What kind of spell was this? His eyes widened in terror as the ice climbed, covering his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. He muttered over and over. It's impossible. Yi Lin's only level 16. He's level 20. Even with a forbidden curse, he shouldn't be able to do this in one strike. What kind of monster? With Ji Yujin trapped, Yi Lin finally had a moment to talk. He asked who else knew about his organ regeneration. Ji Yujin admitted, besides him, no one knew. Why would he share such a discovery? Yi Lin decided to take him at his word and make his death quick, painless. With a single punch, he shattered the old man into a pile of icy shards. Having used up all the sleeping drug in his system, Yi Lin opted to sacrifice his stomach first. Using the storm of lightning it unleashed, he rained havoc on the guards outside. One he left alive, though, for questioning. The poor guy was terrified, stammering that he couldn't reveal his boss or he'd die. But when lightning crackled around Yi Lin, he snapped, spilling the truth immediately. Their boss, Kensen, king of Qingqing's underground market, lightning struck him the moment he finished talking. Yi Lin grabbed his chin and walked off, trying to place the name. Kensen, it rang a bell. Of course, he was one of Qingqing City's top 10 philanthropists. Things were getting complicated. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Qingqing's underground black market, a middle-aged man with a thick cigar lounged in a leather chair as one of his men delivered urgent news. This was Kensen. His brow furrowed as he processed the report. All contact with his agent Jihu had gone silent. The bald man explained. They hadn't reached Jihu for half an hour. They checked his farmhouse only to find it burned to ashes. Judging by the destruction, it was the work of a job holder. Kensen slammed his fist on the table, sending papers flying. Furious, he ordered his men to track down the culprit immediately. No delays. The next day, Yi Lin arrived at the Ji family's grand residence. He was greeted warmly by Ling Yu, now a loyal follower. As soon as he heard Yi Lin was coming, he'd sent someone to fetch him. Ling Yu awkwardly brought up the 2 million yuan Yi Lin had requested earlier, noting he'd already spoken with his father. Yi Lin cut him off, questioning if Ling Yu was trying to be disrespectful by bringing up money now. Since he had accepted Ling Yu as a subordinate, money was trivial. Hearing that, Ling Yu draped an arm around Yi Lin's shoulders and welcomed him wholeheartedly. From now on, he said, consider this home yours too. Ling Yu thought to himself that his father was right. Yi Lin might seem simple-minded, but his pride was easily exploited. That was key to achieving his goals. Yi Lin, on the other hand, had planned this meeting to use the Ji family as a shield against Kensen and his men. He knew Kensen wouldn't dare strike inside the Ji estate. Yi Lin stepped inside and was surprised to see a line of maids waiting. They greeted him politely, their respect making him pause for a moment. He looked at them and thought to himself just how different life was when wealth came into play. Ling Yu offered to assign one maid as Yi Lin's personal attendant, and Yi Lin agreed. Soon he laughed, embarrassed, and refused. He was just joking. Ling Yu insisted, saying Yi Lin should at least change clothes for something important. Yi Lin, curious, asked what the important matter was. Ling Yu just told him to wait until they reached their destination. Finally, they arrived at the annual Qingqing auction. Ling Yu explained that this was the grand event Yi Lin had never seen before. At the auction, Ling Yu promised to introduce Yi Lin to some of the city's top figures. Yi Lin, however, was more interested in food. He told Ling Yu to handle his business and not worry about him. Inwardly, Ling Yu smirked at Yi Lin's simplicity and naivety, noting that his rough upbringing still showed. As Yi Lin dug in, especially after sacrificing his stomach earlier, he heard someone ask beside him why he was here. Turning, he saw Zhuge Nini and her friend Lu Yanwei standing there. Lu Yanwei asked Zhuge Nini who Yi Lin was. Yi Lin rolled his eyes, annoyed. Why did this woman always pop up in front of him? Zhuge Nini scowled at her friend. She called Yi Lin the coward who ran from the monster in the novice secret realm, clearly frustrated at seeing him again. To her, he was bad luck. Yi Lin smirked inwardly, imagining how Zhuge Nini would react if she ever realized he was actually Ling Yi, the very person she admired deeply. At that moment, Ling Yu arrived with a group of friends, proudly introducing them to Yi Lin as his superior. The group blinked in surprise, some mocking, saying Ling Yu should be the one in charge. But Ji Ling Yu didn't hesitate for a second. He made it clear that Yi Lin was far from ordinary, and his level had already climbed incredibly high. Everyone froze when they heard Yi Lin had reached level 16 in the novice secret realm. The gap between his level and theirs felt massive. Yet Yi Lin just smiled, telling them not to be too shocked, and offered to help them level up along the way. If they could just get out of the city, he explained. They'd all have a real shot at doing well in the upcoming major exam. The idea made everyone light up with excitement. But Ji Lingyu frowned, worried. They weren't supposed to leave the city before the exam. Rules were strict to stop students from leaning on stronger outsiders. Yi Lin gave a sly little smile and hinted that the journey itself could be the perfect chance to gain experience. He did admit, though, that they might run into problems without proper equipment. Ji Lingyu shook his head, reassuring him immediately. Equipment wouldn't be an issue. He promised Yi Lin that anything he needed from the current auction would be provided. Yi Lin blinked in surprise, but Ji Lingyu quickly added that his father wouldn't hesitate to spend whatever it took if it meant improving Yi Lin's exam performance. The auction kicked off with the appearance of a striking hostess. She smiled warmly at the crowd and introduced herself as Ching Ching from the auction house. Wishing everyone luck in getting what they wanted, she drew a ripple of polite applause across the room. Without missing a beat, Ching Ching unveiled the first item, an epic fire-type skill scroll for mages, starting at 500,000 yuan. Bids shot up almost instantly, racing higher and higher until someone suddenly jumped to 3 million yuan. And the one behind that huge bid? None other than Zhuge Qianqing, father of Zhuge Nini. Yi Lin leaned back slightly, a calm smile on his face. He knew Zhuge Qianqing was sparing no expense to get skills for his daughter, but deep down he felt quietly satisfied. After all, as a master of forbidden curses, he didn't even need those scrolls. His own abilities were more than enough. He leaned toward Ji Lingyu and whispered, "You're an A-rank Shadow Blade, right? If anything pops up that fits your class, bid immediately. The right skill might save your life later." The auctioneer's voice rang out crisp and clear. "Next, we have a rare item, the Royal Dragon Wish Ring. It boosts spirit by 30% and grants the passive skill, Dragon's Aura. Starting bid, 2 million yuan. Minimum raise, 100,000. Place your bids, ladies and gentlemen." The crowd erupted. The first bid jumped to 2.5 million, then 3, then 3.1. Bids kept flying in fast. Yi Lin's eyes glinted. A 30% spirit boost? That's huge. Any awakened fighter would jump at this. He nudged Ling Yu, urging him to go for it. Ling Yu leaned toward his father and quietly said he wanted the ring. His father didn't hesitate for a second. 8 million, he said to him. Spending that much to secure his son's success in the national exam and a top university was worth every penny. As for Yi Lin, a forbidden caster, he wouldn't last forever. Any gear bought for him would eventually circle back to the Ji family. The auctioneer's voice rose, checking if anyone would top that. For a moment, it seemed like 8 million would stand. Then, bam, a 10 million bid rang out from behind. Silence fell as Kenson's tall, imposing figure appeared. He called out to President Ji, asking how he was doing. Clearly, these two knew each other very well. Gasps spread through the room. Everyone was wondering why the underground king would show up at an event like this. Yi Lin instinctively slipped back into the crowd, careful to stay unnoticed, even though he had just seen Kenson up close. He couldn't afford to be seen. President Ji was curious, asking what could have provoked Kenson. The underground king smirked darkly, pointing a finger at Ji. "You had my men killed," he said, "and now I expect you to be polite about it." President Ji stayed composed. "I don't know what you mean," he said, "but if you want to fight, our Ji group isn't easy to push around." Then he bid 12 million. Kenson's lips twisted into a smile. Message received. Let's see who lasts until the very end. As he walked out, he muttered to his assistant, asking if the car from the warehouse had been checked. The assistant nodded. No doubt it's from the Ji group. That evening, they tracked it straight to the Ji family villa. Kenson's face darkened. He said coldly, "President Ji shouldn't blame me for what's coming next." Moments later, the Royal Dragon Wish Ring sold for 12 million. President Ji handed the ring to Yi Lin. "Do you like it?" he asked. Yi Lin nodded, grateful. Ling Yu leaned over, asking who Kenson was. Ji Ling Yu's father explained. Kenson was the underworld king, trying to go legitimate, but now his eyes were on their family empire. Kenson didn't seem like the type to bluff. Yi Lin leaned close and whispered to President Ji that while the Ji group was powerful and always drew attention, it wouldn't hurt to stay cautious. President Ji agreed. The Emperor Dragon Rui Ring boosted spirit by 30% and blessed the wearer with dragon energy, raising luck by 10. Yi Lin slipped it on and felt a surge of power course through him. His spirit shot up 30%, and luck increased by 10. Grinning, he told President Ji not to worry. Even if he had to push his son a little, he'd make sure Ling Yu got into a top academy. President Ji laughed. "We're family now. No need for formalities. You and my son are practically brothers. Whatever gear you want, just ask." The rest of the night turned into a bidding frenzy. By the time it ended, Ling Yu was exhausted, and it looked like President Ji had cleared out the auction. Anything that caught Yilin's eye, they bought, stacking up several rare items. There was the Azure Thunder Ring, boosting spirit by 15% and increasing the power of all lightning skills by 20%. The Molten Moon Necklace added 200 spirit for mental-based casters, while the Twin Inyong Bracelet gave 40 spirit and unlocked the Cycle of Duality, plus a passive healing effect that mended injuries over time. Yilin's eyes sparkled. Now, even if someone caught him regenerating, he had a solid excuse. Finally, he picked up the knight's ultimate prize, the Falling Star Warblade. Strength plus 300, and under starlight, its power stacked an extra 100. Yilin nearly shivered with excitement. With this blade, he could finally unleash the forbidden technique he unlocked at level 10. Then there was the Lifespan Blade Arts. Each swing cost him a year of life, but each strike hit twice as hard as the last, stacking up to 99 times. With this sword, Yilin could dominate the upcoming major exams. Meanwhile, across town, Zhuge Nini sank into her private bath, clearly annoyed. She still couldn't understand why the Ji family doted on that cowardly Yilin so much. They were spending fortunes on him. She suspected the Ji family must be hiding some secret plan. Otherwise, why treat Yilin like a prized jewel? Just then, a female housekeeper came in to tell her that Lu Yanwei had arrived. He brought someone with news about the person she had been searching for. Zhuge Nini's eyes lit up. The person she'd been hunting was clearly Ling Ye. She told the housekeeper to have them wait in the lounge. She'd be down shortly. She hurried downstairs, eager for any new information on Ling Ye. Lu Yanwei gestured to the man beside him. "This is Officer Huang," he said. "He's from the Investigation Bureau and has news about Ling Yu." Officer Huang nodded politely, confirming what he knew. But his expression was tight, hinting that it wasn't good news. Zhuge Nini's heart skipped a beat and she asked sharply what he meant. With a serious look, Officer Huang pulled out his phone and showed her the image. A farmhouse on the outskirts of Qingqing had been burned, and there were several casualties. Traces of hellfire were found at the scene. Based on her previous description, they suspected the mysterious Ling Ye might be involved. The Bureau requested her help in the investigation. Zhuge Nini jumped to Ling Ye's defense immediately. "He's not a killer," she shouted. "He saved my life." No one could convince her that Ling Ye was a murderer without solid proof. Besides, why would a murderer risk everything to save her back then? Lu Yanwei stepped forward quickly, trying to calm her, while Officer Huang stayed composed. He explained that he understood her reaction, but according to her statement, Ling Ye had supposedly used hellfire to obliterate an 8th-tier beast in a single strike. Yet during their investigation, no one by that name could be found. Still, one individual had caught their attention. Officer Huang's voice dropped slightly. Based on what they'd gathered, this person could very well be the mysterious Ling Ye she'd described. He added that their investigation suggested a high possibility that Yilin might actually be Ling Ye. Zhuge Nini's eyes widened, but she shook her head immediately. "Yilin? That coward? No way!" He always ran at the first sign of danger. And on top of that, Yilin wasn't capable of wielding hellfire. Activating his lie detection skill, Officer Huang's pupils glimmered faintly blue. He asked Zhuge Nini if she was absolutely certain. Without a second's hesitation, Zhuge Nini said she was sure. She was the only one who had ever seen Ling Ye in person, and there was no way that coward could be him. Officer Huang had never been wrong with his lie detection. It seemed Zhuge Nini was telling the truth. Yilin might not be the person they were looking for after all. He nodded politely and thanked her for her cooperation, adding that she should inform him immediately if anything else came up. Meanwhile, Yilin had other priorities. It was time to put his new gear to the test. Ji Ling Yu led him to the Awakened Association Center, the main training facility in Qingqing. A receptionist greeted them, asking if they wanted to schedule a training session that evening. Ji Ling Yu confirmed, adding that his friend wanted to test his new equipment. The receptionist then turned to Yilin, asking his level. Yilin replied confidently, level 16. The receptionist explained that the facility offered a standard training room for up to 20 awakeners, priced at 100,000 yuan per hour, including basic force analysis and mana calibration. Yilin requested a training room suitable for level 40 or below. The receptionist froze for a moment, then nodded. Ji Ling Yu waited outside as the receptionist led Yilin in. The room was massive, as big as a basketball court with a row of training dummies down the center. According to the receptionist, the room was built from special materials by an SS-level craftsman capable of withstanding the full-strength attacks of job changers below level 40. The dummies themselves were reinforced too. For anyone under level 40, leaving a mark on them was nearly impossible. Once the door clicked shut, Ye Lin walked around, inspecting the room carefully. After confirming there were no hidden cameras, he visibly relaxed and drew the falling star warblade. He lunged forward, preparing to test the Yangshuo sword technique, a move that cost him a year of his life with every strike. Ye Lin leaped high, gripping the warblade tightly, entering a strange, focused state. The first swing made his eyes harden with determination. The sword struck with a deafening crash, tearing through the air like it had shredded something invisible. A bright light glimmered along the blade, his life burning with every strike. Each successive slash was sharper, more violent than the last. The third, fourth, fifth, each cut carved through the room, leaving waves of invisible sword energy in its wake. His speed climbed steadily, each swing packing more force than the one before. By the 99th strike, the entire room trembled. Energy surged, and the falling star warblade erupted in a blinding light, illuminating every corner. An invisible wave of blade energy shot from the sword, obliterating the dummies before him. After stacking 99 layers of the Yangshuo sword technique, each strike was devastating beyond belief. At this moment, Ye Lin seemed like a true god of war. Hundreds of strikes later, the reinforced dummies, which were supposed to withstand level 40 attacks, lay in ruins. Even the outer walls felt a slight tremor as he continued testing his equipment and forbidden spells. Jiling Yu explained to the receptionist that the major exams were coming up, so Ye Lin liked to push himself to extremes during training. They were interrupted as Ye Lin finally walked out, satisfied. With his 2 forbidden spells, Burning Reincarnation and the Longevity Sword technique, combined with the Warblade and his other gear, he had a clear sense of his current strength. Jiling Yu was curious why Ye Lin had finished so quickly. Ye Lin explained that he was exhausted and needed to rest. He also asked if he'd have to pay for breaking anything in the training room. The receptionist initially thought he was joking. After all, the room was meant for job changers below level 40. If a level 16 could destroy it, the materials clearly weren't up to standard. There was no way she could charge him. Feeling relieved, Ye Lin quickly led Jiling Yu out as she went back to inspect the destruction. When she saw the room, her hand flew to her mouth in shock. The dummies were slashed, charred, and utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, back at the Ji family residence, the 2 guards at the entrance were suddenly attacked by an unknown assailant. One guard screamed as a thin, poison-coated needle pierced his neck. He clutched his throat in pain, and the other guard rushed over, alarmed. But before he could react, shadowy hands emerged from behind, snapping his neck in a single, horrifying motion. Screams filled the air. The camera pans to President Ji in his study, who froze at the commotion outside. He wondered aloud what was happening. Just then, the old housekeeper, bloodied and bruised, burst in, shouting for him to run. He opened his mouth to respond, but a knife suddenly pierced his lower back. He screamed as his vitality drained fast. The source of the massacre stepped into view. It was Kenson. "We meet again." Kenson sneered, mocking President Ji. Furious, President Ji pulled his gun. But before he could fire, a long knife, glowing cold, flashed past like lightning. His hands shot up instinctively. Kenson smirked disdainfully. "A gun against a job changer? Foolish," he said. Guns might work on freshly leveled job changers, but at level 30 and above, they were just toys. He raised his sword, ready to strike, when one of his men rushed in, reporting that the 2 boys weren't at the villa. Annoyed, Kenson decided to spare President Ji for now. Killing him outright would just remove Jiling Yu's weak spot. His plan was to use President Ji to lure the 2 boys out and eliminate them together. In less than 30 minutes, everyone in the Ji family villa, except Jiling Yu's father, lay dead. When Jiling Yu and Ye Lin returned, something felt off immediately. The guards were gone. The villa was eerily silent, lights off as if there had been a blackout. Ye Lin sniffed the air and immediately caught the sharp, metallic scent of blood. A sense of dread surged, and he bolted inside. "Brace yourself," he told Jiling Yu, as he flipped the lights on. Jiling Yu froze. The bodies of the Ji family's hired job changers and servants were scattered everywhere. Limbs broken and mangled. Horrified expressions were frozen on their faces, as if they had seen the most terrifying spirit before death claimed them. Jiling Yu stepped back, pale and shaking, trying to deny the reality. "This can't be. This isn't my home." Yi Lin warned him to stay alert as he dashed toward his father's study, panic in every step. Nearby, a piece of paper caught his eye on the table. He picked it up and called Ji Ling-yu over. Ji Ling-yu rushed forward, fury written all over his face. The letter spelled it out. If Ji Ling-yu wanted to save his father, he had to bring Yi Lin to the underground black market, and every 6 hours a piece of his father's flesh would be cut off. Ji Ling-yu's anger reached its peak. He ripped the letter in half, eyes blazing with fury, vowing to take Kensen down with his own hands. Ji Ling-yu started to charge off, ready to confront Kensen head-on. But Yi Lin grabbed his shoulder firmly. "This is on me," he said. "I'll go save your father. You find somewhere safe," Ji Ling-yu protested. But Yi Lin moved with precision, knocking him out smoothly. He murmured an apology and promised that he'd bring Ji Ling-yu's father back unharmed. Carefully, Yi Lin laid the unconscious Ji Ling-yu on the sofa, then slipped out of the villa. In his mind, he vowed silently, Kensen was about to find out just how terrifying a cursed master who didn't care about his own life could be. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of Chingchung's underground black market, Kensen's men were spread out, armed and on high alert. A shadow crossed the night sky like a ghost, landing silently without alerting any of the guards. Yi Lin was dressed entirely in black, from head to toe, his face wrapped in a dark cloth. He melted into the darkness seamlessly. With so many guards, a quiet approach might let him catch Kensen off guard and maybe even kill him cleanly. But just as he was calculating his move, one guard abruptly turned, locking eyes with him. Yi Lin froze in shock. He had hidden perfectly. How had he been spotted so easily? The lead guard raised his gun arrogantly, pointing upward to a hidden camera above Yi Lin's head. He even mocked him, asking what era he thought he was from, hiding in the shadows like that. Apparently, the entire area was monitored by infrared night vision cameras. Yi Lin had been a bit careless, but it didn't matter. As long as he could take out all the guards, it wouldn't count. The guard also warned that Kensen had been waiting for him. 3 guards moved in, but Yi Lin, seeing no advantage in sneaking further, decided to rush in head-on. Since Ling Yi had already taken the blame for a lot, Yi Lin wasn't afraid of being blamed for assassinating Kensen too. But this only worked if no one escaped alive from the underground black market tonight. Otherwise, his immortality could be exposed. Now that he'd been discovered, there was no need for disguises. Yi Lin removed the mask from his face and began forming intricate hand signs with his left hand, keeping them hidden from view. Then suddenly he unleashed a forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation. With the support of 5 mental power-boosting artifacts and his own incredible 1,088 mental points, Yi Lin's power surged to 2,176 after activating the cycle. The guards, clueless about the monster they were facing, saw blazing fire pour from Yi Lin's palms. The purple-red flames roared with such intensity it seemed they could incinerate everything in sight. Seeing this, the 3 guards, already wary of Yi Lin's dangerous reputation, immediately opened fire. But the bullets were useless, and Yi Lin dodged them effortlessly. He activated another forbidden spell, Fire of Karma, burning the sky. This time he sacrificed his left kidney. His right had just regenerated. Empowered by his massive mental energy, the karmic flames lit up the night sky. The fire spread instantly, engulfing the guards in a blazing inferno. All their screams and cries were swallowed by the flames, leaving only the roar of burning fire. 2 guards tried to flank him, but before they could react, Yi Lin, using the fleeting dance technique, reached them in an instant. He grabbed them by the faces, fire gushing from his palms, and in moments their bodies were consumed by the flames. After a few tortured screams, they fell, charred beyond recognition. Yi Lin stepped back from the blaze, leaving it behind without a glance, silently promising Kensen that his master had arrived. As he neared the main building, the doors exploded outward, and 2 razor-sharp wind blades shot through the night, heading straight for him. Thanks to his agility, Yi Lin dodged effortlessly. He immediately recognized the attack came from a wind-type awakener, obviously a job changer above level 30. At the entrance, 2 job changers were waiting. The swordsman sneered, calling Yi Lin a fool for coming alone. The spearman laughed, reminding him that their boss wanted Yi Lin alive. The swordsman added that he had no plans to kill him, just wanted a bit of fun first. Yi Lin drew his falling star warblade, voice cold. "Your luck's run out. You're about to face me." Unsheathing his sword triggered the life sword curse. "Come at me," he said. "Let's see how many times I can cut you down." The spearman activated wind magic with his dragon pistol, lunging at Yi Lin, promising to wipe that arrogant smile off his face. Yi Lin blocked and countered with a swift strike. Suddenly, the swordsman appeared behind him with a powerful wind blade. Yi Lin's fleeting dance was faster. He dodged and struck back with a second slash. His strikes were fast but weak, barely scratching the two. They mocked him, calling his skills mediocre. But Yi Lin knew the 99-stack effect of the Yangshuo sword technique. Be patient, he thought. Soon they'd see what his sword could really do. The third slash was blocked by the spearman, the fourth by both. But already they sensed something was off. Yi Lin's attacks had grown stronger, sharper, and harder to defend against. The fifth strike hit with a deafening clunk, followed quickly by the sixth and seventh. The eighth strike shattered the swordsman's weapon and slammed him several feet away. The spearman panicked, calling to his brother. Even facing only the 8th level of Yangshuo, neither of them could withstand the force. Yi Lin felt the power of the strike in his chest, wincing, but pressed forward with a killing intent. The spearman, stunned, asked what sword technique could grow stronger with every strike. Yi Lin's expression turned ice cold. You don't need to know, he said. A sharp slice cut through the air. Blood sprayed like a fountain as Yi Lin killed him with a casual swing. His brother screamed in rage, calling Yi Lin a devil. Not human. You'll die in pain, he roared. His fury exploded like a storm. Eyes bloodshot, lunging blindly at Yi Lin. A surge of raw power tore through the air, shaking the alley. Yi Lin's gaze was cold. He activated the burning reincarnation curse spell, incinerating the attacker in an instant, leaving nothing but charred remains as the flames devoured him. Yi Lin walked away with an air of absolute confidence, his words cutting through the night. No one in that place would leave alive. He entered the massive building and wasted no time, sweeping through each floor and eliminating every guard in his path. Even when facing job changers above level 30, they were powerless against a forbidden spellmaster, whose curse spells lit up the sky with every strike. His life-for-life combat style made it brutally efficient against level 30 opponents. Of course, Yi Lin paid a heavy price. His body was riddled with deadly wounds, pierced by countless weapons, scorched by fire, and frozen by ice. Yet in that moment, he was like Ashura risen from the underworld, relentless and unstoppable. He fought his way forward, demanding to know where Kensen was, until he ran into real trouble, Zhai Shuqi, a level 42 job changer, blocking his path. The man was a mountain of muscle, towering and imposing, his eyes flashing with both amusement and lethal intent. In his hands was a massive battle axe, and his presence alone radiated a bone-chilling aura. Zhai Shuqi called Yi Lin a brave kid. As a well-known enforcer in the underground black market, it had been years since anyone dared show up alone and stir trouble. Looking at Yi Lin, battered with knives, bullets, swords, and halberds, Zhai Shuqi couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't this kid dead yet? What was his secret? Yi Lin's senses sharpened immediately. He knew this was a formidable opponent, and that axe alone looked like it weighed hundreds of kilos. My secret, he said calmly. You'll see if you put down that axe. Zhai Shuqi scoffed. If you won't talk, I'll just have to kill you and figure it out myself. He charged, axe raised. The strike shook the entire building, sending debris flying in all directions. Yi Lin gritted his teeth, dodging with burning reincarnation and fleeting dance. He didn't underestimate Zhai Shuqi for a second. After casting 2 forbidden spells in quick succession, Yi Lin's body was operating at peak performance. Zhai Shuqi laughed, questioning how long Yi Lin could last burning his vitality for combat power. Suddenly, Zhai Shuqi slammed his battle axe down with devastating force, hurling Yi Lin back the moment he raised his sword to block. Blood spurted from Yi Lin's mouth, and before he could recover, Zhai Shuqi's knee smashed into his abdomen. Still, Yi Lin surged forward as if nothing had happened, swinging his sword to stack his attacks. But a terrifying force burst from Zhai Shuqi's axe, blocking Yi Lin's assault. Zhai Shuqi's axe struck again, knocking the falling star warblade from Yi Lin's hands. Yi Lin's expression darkened. A level 42 job changer was truly extraordinary, even with 99 layers of Yangshuo sword technique, plus his forbidden spells. He couldn't overpower Zhai Shuqi. His advantage? Burning immortality? Using his momentum, Zhai Shuqi smashed into Yi Lin's shoulder, the crack of bone echoing through the room. Yi Lin spat blood as his shoulder and clavicle shattered, and his body slammed across the room like a cannonball, hitting the wall hard. Zhai Shuqi approached the battered figure, mildly disappointed. This was only a warm-up, and yet Yi Lin was already down. Yi Lin silently agreed. In close combat, his sword skills were lacking. Still, he had a trump card. And Jai Shuchi should remember who forced this hand. As Ye Lin slowly rose, his shoulder and all internal injuries healed in moments. What came next would be jaw-dropping, almost excessive. Ye Lin unleashed everything he had, sacrificing every organ: liver, left lung, stomach, right kidney, gallbladder, duodenum, pancreas, spleen, intestines, just to summon the legendary world-destroying thunder. Forbidden spells weren't omnipotent. No matter how strong, the caster needed real power behind it. Ye Lin was only level 16. Normally, a thunder spell would hardly harm someone like Jai Shuchi. But the cost of summoning this world-destroying thunder was enormous and its power unfathomable. As the chaos thunder crashed down, Jai Shuchi's eyes widened in sheer terror. Even a genius could see he was done for. His divine physique could resist a fraction of the attack. But it was nowhere near enough. The thunder smashed into his body, wreaking total havoc. In less than a second, the upper half of his body vaporized into dust, leaving only a hand clinging to the axe. And then that, too, was gone. Ye Lin's swordsmanship alone wasn't enough, but his chaos thunder? That was a different level entirely. If Jai Shuchi wanted answers, he could go ask the King of Hell. Groaning from the effort, Ye Lin climbed to the next floor, slightly dizzy. Sacrificing so many organs at once took its toll. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite above, Kenshin lounged unbothered, enjoying himself with one of his women, despite being informed of an intruder. He figured Jai Shuchi, his mini-boss, was more than enough to handle any fool daring to enter his domain, especially after all the men in the building were already taken care of. For Kenshin, the real question was whether his plaything wanted a taste of the little surprise he had prepared. Miss Kian caught on instantly, grinning, but before they could get too carried away, Ye Lin burst in like a raging bull. Like a human wrecking ball, he demanded to know where President Ji was. Kenshin, furious but slightly amused, got up, baffled that this kid had made it all the way to him. He asked where Jai Shuchi was, but Ye Lin had no time for talk. Sword in hand, Ye Lin leaped high and swung down, declaring that his beloved little pet was dead and that Kenshin would be next. Kenshin just laughed at the audacity, casually catching the sword with his bare hands. After all, he wasn't Qing Qing's underground king for show, and many had tried to kill him, but Ye Lin? Not even close to worthy. Kenshin grabbed Ye Lin by the neck, asserting dominance without hesitation. "You'll learn never to mess with me again," he said, activating the heavy skill breaking gasp, crushing Ye Lin's throat effortlessly. He tossed Ye Lin's lifeless body to the floor, not bothering to look back, annoyed at wasting time on such a trivial inconvenience. But to his shock, the kid wasn't dead. In fact, he had the energy to stand again. Even more astonishing, all his injuries seemed fully healed. Kenshin stared in disbelief. How was this possible? Ye Lin had been dead. He had made absolutely sure of it. On the other side, Ye Lin just let out a quiet chuckle at Kenshin's little meltdown. Seriously, why would he be dead when he hadn't even had a taste of real fun? Without hesitation, Ye Lin sacrificed his left eye and activated the Eyes of External Freeze, a powerful curse spell. Instantly, Kenshin's legs were trapped inside a block of ice, completely immobilized. The so-called underground king of Qing Qing went pale, his mind racing, trying to figure out what kind of curse could render him helpless like this. Ye Lin didn't even acknowledge Kenshin's panic. Instead, he calmly asked a question of his own. Where was President Ji? Kenshin snarled and refused to answer. That cost him dearly. With his burning reincarnation activated, Ye Lin set Kenshin's arms ablaze, flames licking across his skin. Kenshin screamed high and sharp, like a woman in labor, as fire devoured his arms. But amidst all the chaos, a dull thud echoed behind Ye Lin, the sound of knees hitting the floor. Miss Chen had appeared, gun aimed squarely at the back of the bound President Ji. "Let him go," she demanded, "or I swear, I'll kill him." Ye Lin tilted his head, casually commenting on Miss Chen's sudden sense of heroism. He extinguished the flames and suggested they swap hostages instead. The moment Ye Lin started inching forward, Miss Qian leveled her gun at him. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot," she warned. Ye Lin asked if she wasn't interested in a hostage exchange. Arrogant as ever, Kenshin insisted he didn't need a woman to save him. Still, wanting to protect her, Ye Lin told her to get out of the way, but she ignored him. Without hesitation, she fired 3 shots, striking Ye Lin squarely in the stomach, chest, and left shoulder. He crumpled to the ground as Chen rushed to Kenshin's side. Kenshin, still struggling, spat out a scolding, calling her a fool for not leaving like he said. The kid she just shot wasn't even dead. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had already risen and was moving toward President Ji. Calmly, he cast the eyes of external freeze again, freezing both of Miss Chen's hands along with her gun. Her shock was instant. The one thing giving her courage had just been neutralized in a heartbeat. Kenshin begged her, demanding Yi Lin leave her alone. Yi Lin's blade flashed with a cold starlight. Kenshin's pleas cut off abruptly as his head was cleanly severed from his body. The underground king of Qingqing died with his eyes wide open. Miss Qian froze, staring in disbelief, unable to process what she had just witnessed. Tears streaked down her face as she screamed. But Yi Lin didn't flinch, expressionless. He moved straight to President Ji's side. Defeated, Miss Qian asked if Yi Lin planned to kill her too. Yi Lin sighed, hoisting the unconscious President Ji onto his shoulder, and walked off without answering. He told her not to worry, explaining he doesn't kill women. And if her lover hadn't kidnapped President Ji, there'd be no enemy between them. Then he told her to leave the building. Miss Qian was left speechless. Whether she obeyed or not was unclear. Moments later, Yi Lin incinerated the building with hellfire, leaving nothing behind to trace back to him. The black market was swallowed by flames, a roaring sea of fire. With that, the once largest hub of sin in Qingqing was no more. The next day, at the Ji family estate, President Ji finally woke up after treatment, wrapped head to toe in bandages like a mummy. He was lucky his severed hands had been reattached and healed. Ling Yu burst into tears at the sight of his father alive. He thought he'd never see him again. President Ji comforted him, assuring that as long as he was alive, the Ji family would be fine. Then his gaze fell on Yi Lin, filled with doubt and curiosity. He'd been unconscious during the ordeal and didn't know how he had been rescued. President Ji wanted answers. Yi Lin scratched the back of his neck nervously. He admitted he wasn't sure about the details either. The rescue had been handled entirely by his friend Ling Ye, who had defeated Kenshin and burned down the black market. President Ji's relief mixed with confusion. Who was this mysterious Ling Ye? And why had he never heard of him before? Yi Lin shrugged. He didn't know either, and doubted Ling Ye would ever reveal himself. Taking the hint, President Ji didn't push further. The more pressing concern was the college entrance exams. Yi Lin and Ling Yu couldn't afford delays. They reassured him there was still 27 hours left to prepare, and they wouldn't disappoint him. But then, 3 men in dark suits and sunglasses arrived at the villa. Invited inside, they introduced themselves as the Investigation Bureau. Officer Huang presented an arrest warrant to Yi Lin, claiming he was suspected of involvement in a major city murder case. He needed to accompany them for questioning. A bead of sweat rolled down Yi Lin's cheek. The bureau had come fast, too fast. Open resistance would be dangerous, so he decided to go along, planning his next move later. As they led him away, Ling Yu asked why his boss was being arrested. The officers stayed silent. Yi Lin casually reminded them to pick him up later at the bureau. President Ji reassured him, promising to find the best lawyer who could get him out. Meanwhile, at the Zhuge family villa, Zhuge Qingqing knocked on her daughter's door with news about Ling Ye, the man Nini was obsessed with. Nini practically jumped with excitement, as if hearing the best news of her life. Her father had to remind her to change first before heading downstairs, where Officer Huang from the Investigation Bureau waited. Sighing, he left her room as she headed to her closet. He closed the door and coughed violently. Pulling a key from his pocket, Zhuge Chengsheng gave a knowing look. He hadn't expected Yi Lin to take down Kenshin alone, but time was running out, and he wondered when Yi Lin would finally come to him for help. Apparently his secret wasn't as airtight as he thought. Meanwhile, the Qingqing Investigation Bureau loomed tall and imposing, built to intimidate anyone who entered. Inside a high-security cell, designed to be escape-proof, Yi Lin sat on the only chair as the iron door creaked open, revealing a man shrouded in shadow. Yi Lin stayed calm. He'd decided not to speak until his lawyer arrived, knowing President Ji's connections probably wouldn't matter with so many deaths involved. The man, clearly annoyed, stepped in, cutting him off mid-thought. Before Yi Lin could speak, the man grabbed him by the jacket and hoisted him into the air. Demanding the location of that thing, Yi Lin, panting, played dumb. He didn't know what he was talking about. That only enraged the man further, who threatened to gouge his eyes out if he kept up the act. With little effort, the man slammed Yi Lin against the wall. He felt like he'd been hit by a truck. Coldly, the man explained that since Kenshin was dead by Yi Lin's hand, the key must be with him. Yi Lin had taken nothing from the black market to avoid leaving any trace. Even if there was a key, he burned it. But he had to act normal, or this guy would make sure Yi Lin either lost his sight or had his immortality exposed, since the man didn't want the truth. Yi Lin played along. He told the man the key was both with him and not with him. If the man kept pushing, he'd never get it. Yi Lin had planned to stay at the bureau until the exams, but now the place he thought was safe felt more like a dragon's den. He hadn't realized the deputy director was connected to Kenshin. Realizing this, Yi Lin still had the audacity to demand to be taken out first. The man grabbed his hair and punched him squarely in the left cheek. Blood spattered as Yi Lin silently accepted that this officer had neither ethics nor martial restraint. Coldly, the man warned Yi Lin that leaving now would make him a wanted criminal and prevent him from taking the college entrance exams. Yi Lin pursed his lips. This really looked like a dead end. The tall, thin man in front of him was even more terrifying than Kenshin. Fighting or fleeing wasn't an option. Raising his hand in surrender, he signaled he needed to make a call. The officer handed him a phone, scolding that if he'd been cooperative from the start, none of this would have happened. Yi Lin took the phone, dialing carefully, silently vowing to settle this score later. 10 minutes later, someone entered the cell. It was Zhuge Nini's father, Zhuge Changsheng. The moment he stepped in, he shut down the officer's bluster and held up the very key the man had been desperate to find. He didn't waste a word as he handed over the key. On the way out, the officer shot him a curious glance, asking why he was helping the kid. Zhuge Changsheng just shrugged, saying it wasn't any of his business. The key had been handed over, the deal was done. With that, the officer muttered an apology and left. Yi Lin felt a rush of relief that the interrogation was finally over, but a nagging question lingered. How did Kenshin's key end up in Zhuge Changsheng's hands out of nowhere? Was he caught up in some bigger scheme? He masked his curiosity with an innocent smile and thanked Zhuge Changsheng. Without his help, things could have gone much worse. But Zhuge Changsheng wasn't buying it. He told Yi Lin bluntly that his help was selfish, not out of kindness. If Yi Lin's immortality got exposed, every powerful figure across Daxia and probably even overseas would come hunting him. The words hit Yi Lin like a punch to the face. Zhuge Changsheng knew his secret. Panic flickered in his mind. Should he strike first? He could unleash the chaos thunder at full strength and seriously injure or even kill him. But then what next? What would happen after taking Zhuge Changsheng out? Yi Lin tried to feign confusion, but Zhuge Changsheng wasn't fooled. A flicker of killing intent had passed through Yi Lin's eyes just moments ago. Zhuge Changsheng had seen it, and now he knew the truth. Yi Lin was immortal. As Yi Lin hesitated, Zhuge Changsheng continued calmly, "Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth." So yes, Yi Lin's body was immortal, yet he looked weak. The legends were true. Yi Lin asked what Zhuge Changsheng wanted from him. Zhuge Changsheng's response was a question of his own. Would Yi Lin be willing to become his disciple? Yi Lin blinked, genuinely puzzled. What did being a disciple even mean, and how could it benefit Zhuge Changsheng? The older man gave a small cough and explained that time was short. He wanted a disciple he could trust to handle some matters before he took his final rest. Curiosity piqued. Yi Lin asked what could be so important. Zhuge Changsheng pulled out a key, identical to the one he had just given to the officer, and handed it to Yi Lin. Yi Lin froze. 2 keys? Seeing his confusion, Zhuge Changsheng smiled and explained. He had given the officer a fake key, painstakingly crafted by an old blacksmith friend. This key, though, was the real ancient key of the apocalypse. Yi Lin turned the key over in his hand. Bronze weathered with rust, yet radiating a strange, ancient power. He realized this was no ordinary artifact. This was a relic from a time before monsters or job changers existed, until the gate of apocalypse fell, releasing 7 ancient artifacts of origin, each with unique powers. The first 7 to claim them became forbidden existences of incredible strength. The gate's opening reshaped the world. Humans gained job-changing abilities. Monsters and powerful clones appeared, and brutal wars erupted. Even the artifacts of origin were eventually shattered. Now the artifacts exist only in legend, and this key of apocalypse, it unlocks the gate itself. Zhuge Qianqing asked once more if Yi Lin would become his disciple and help him. With his secret exposed, Yi Lin had little choice. He accepted, though uncertain if he could complete the tasks his new master assigned. Zhuge Qianqing laughed, resting a hand on Yi Lin's shoulder. When did this boy become so humble? With his strength, entering the Supreme Academy could unlock limitless potential. But first, there was one more responsibility he wanted to entrust. Yi Lin's eyes brightened with curiosity. Zhuge Qianqing smiled awkwardly and asked Yi Lin to protect Zhuge Nini after his death, to make sure no one bullied her. Yi Lin paused, slightly taken aback. He wondered if anyone could really intimidate this cunning, fierce daughter of Zhuge Qianqing. Scratching the back of his head nervously, Yi Lin promised his new mentor that he would live a long life. Maybe even past 100 years. Zhuge Qianqing laughed at the reassurance and left the cell. Yi Lin following. Though Yi Lin seemed young, he was older than he appeared, an advantage he wasn't fully aware of. Still, strength could be cultivated slowly. For now, the college entrance exams took priority, for both him and Nini. Later, back at the Zhuge family villa, Zhuge Nini froze, spotting the person she hated most inside her home. To make matters worse, she learned her father had accepted Yi Lin as his disciple. Impossible! Furious, she demanded he leave immediately. To her, he was a coward, a liar, and unworthy of being a disciple. Yi Lin just folded his arms, too lazy to argue with the spoiled princess. If her father wanted him there, he would stay. Otherwise, she could take it up with her dad. Zhuge Qianqing came downstairs, wondering why his daughter was throwing a fit. Seeing him, Nini gave a helpless glare. Why was Yi Lin in their home? He's a coward, full of lies. She insisted he be kicked out immediately. Zhuge Qianqing calmly confirmed that Yi Lin was indeed his disciple. Her classmate had told the truth. Before he could explain further, Nini cut him off. Was he crazy, losing his mind? Why would he want such a person as his apprentice? What about his talent? Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, fated to die before 25. What could her father teach him in such a short time? Zhuge Qianqing told her to tone it down, but added that Yi Lin was powerful, the very Ling Yi she had been searching for. Hadn't she realized Yi Lin and Ling Yi were the same person? But Nini sneered, cold eyes fixed on Yi Lin. Her classmate was not just cowardly and dishonest, but a fraud. He had even fooled her father. She remembered clearly how he had run away when she needed help. If Ling Yi hadn't intervened, she might have died. How could these two people be the same? They were nothing alike. For someone like Nini, once she fixates on something, nothing can shake her belief. As she walked away, she vowed to find the real Ling Yi and unmask Yi Lin's lies. Yi Lin approached Zhuge Qianqing, asking if he should follow her to keep her safe. Zhuge Qianqing smiled wryly and shook his head. No one in Qingqing would dare touch her. Also, Yi Lin shouldn't take her words personally. She was paranoid, not cruel. The father apologized for spoiling her so much. With the exams only hours away, Zhuge Qianqing handed Yi Lin a wooden box. Inside was a mask, thin as a cicada's wing. Yi Lin's scalp tingled. This was no ordinary mask. It was a lifelike human face. Zhuge Qianqing explained it was an illusion face, crafted by an old forger friend. Once worn, Yi Lin could take on an entirely new identity. Voice, aura, everything. At critical moments, he could unleash his full power without fear of exposure. Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Though it didn't increase strength, its utility was undeniable. He thanked Zhuge Qianqing, finally seeing the perks of being a disciple. The next morning, exam day, Yi Lin arrived at Qingqing Academy in the open waiting field. All candidates gathered, ready to be escorted to the city gate. Seeing Yi Lin, Ling Yu ran over, relief flooding him. He had fully accepted Yi Lin as his boss and friend since he saved his father. He'd also heard about Yi Lin becoming Zhuge Qianqing's disciple. To the public, Zhuge Qianqing took the blame for Kenshin's death and the destruction of his black market. Nini, watching from a distance, snorted coldly, glaring at Yi Lin. Her father had been fooled. Yi Lin was a fraud. Her words caused whispers to ripple through the crowd. People who once envied him as Zhuge Qianqing's disciple now looked at Yi Lin with doubt. Ling Yu frowned, pointing at Nini. "Do you have any proof for your claims?" he demanded. "You can't slander my boss, and you certainly don't disrespect your own father." Was she smarter than her father? For the first time, Nini was on the defensive, yet she stood firm. No evidence yet, but Yi Lin's days as a fraud were numbered. During the exams, she'd find Ling Yi and reveal his true identity to everyone. Just then, the transport vehicles arrived. Over a dozen buses lined up neatly in front of the academy gate, ready to take students to the city gate. Principal Gao stepped down, congratulating the candidates on becoming powerful job changers. The exams would determine their futures, but safety came first. With that, he wished each student success. The crowd cheered, promising to do their best. They boarded the buses, arriving at the city gate half an hour later. A massive wall towered over them. Gate wide enough for multiple buses, majestic and imposing, carved with intricate, mysterious patterns. Sunlight highlighted every stroke, leaving many students in awe. This wall kept Qingqing safe from the wilderness and the terrifying monsters beyond. Buses from other high schools arrived shortly after. 10 minutes later, all graduating students from Qingqing gathered at the city gate. Yi Lin stepped off first, reminding Ling Yu to stick to the plan. A guard addressed the crowd. The exam entrance lay outside the city gate, 10 kilometers through uninhabited wilderness. Survival depended on strength. Those unable to withstand dangers should give up immediately. With a creak, the massive city gates slowly swung open. The candidates surged forward. Yi Lin and Ling Yu among them. Eager to beat Yi Lin and win a bet with her father, Nini dashed ahead. Others stayed behind, unhurried. The frontrunners wouldn't necessarily reach the entrance faster, but they'd face monsters sooner. Several Qingqing principals watched from the city wall, seeing the students radiate energy like the rising sun. One issued a challenge. How many students would Qingqing send to Daxia College this year? Last year, 5, maybe 7 this time. And the 2 SSS-level students from Principal Gao were guaranteed admission, barring unexpected events. Stroking his beard, Principal Gao laughed proudly and thanked Principal Wang for his insight. Back on the field, the candidates were hit by a foul stench, monsters mixed with the sour smell of fermented blood. Many gagged at the odor, overwhelmed by its intensity. Suddenly, a monstrous roar tore through the air. Out of nowhere, a massive lizard burst into view, over 3 meters tall, its red scales glinting under the light. Its eyes burned with a feral hunger, and its long twitching tongue flicked in and out like a warning. This was no ordinary creature. It was a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Most of the candidates froze, their faces draining of color, panic setting in immediately. Candidates scattered in all directions, scrambling to put distance between themselves and the beast. The demon lizard moved faster than anyone expected, leaping several meters in a single bound. In a heartbeat, it caught up to some of the fleeing students. Its claws, sharp as steel, sliced through the air and then through anyone unfortunate enough to be in its path. Blood spattered across the field with every strike, and piercing screams echoed from all corners. From atop the city wall, the principals watched with calm, critical eyes. They didn't flinch as the students panicked. They expected it. There was even a hint of disappointment. A level 11 demon lizard hardly seemed enough to test these candidates. Compared to past years, they mused, this swarm of students could have easily overwhelmed the creature if everyone unleashed their skills together. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lin charged straight toward the bloodthirsty demon lizard, his falling star warblade gleaming in his grip. He unleashed the Yangshuo sword technique. 4 brilliant arcs of light slashed in rapid succession, and the terrifying lizard, once a source of chaos, found its limbs severed in seconds, writhing helplessly like a grotesque wriggling worm. The principals were momentarily stunned. That sword, rare, powerful, and precise, was extraordinary on its own. But seeing Yi Lin, the forbidden spellmaster, wield it so effortlessly at just level 16 was something else entirely. And yet, curiosity lingered. Why hadn't he finished the monster off completely? Before anyone could voice their confusion, Yi Lin calmly signaled for Ling Yu. Excited, Ling Yu dashed over, sword in hand, ready for action. The bloodthirsty demon lizard was no match. Ling Yu dispatched it without effort, and both of them earned 40 experience points for their teamwork. Watching this, the other candidates were dumbstruck. It became clear why Yi Lin had stopped at dismembering the monster. He was using it as a training tool for Ling Yu. A surge of envy and admiration swept through the crowd. Some even felt the urge to beg Yi Lin for a chance to be his next companion. Under all those eyes, Yi Lin and Ling Yu didn't rush toward the training hall. Instead, they cut across to the right, moving with purpose. Nearby, Zhuge Nini observed quietly, calculating. Teaming up meant sharing experience points, and she was determined to outdo Yi Lin this time. Her past defeat in the Nava secret realm, she believed, had been due to a lack of focus. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake. On the path ahead, every monster Yi Lin encountered fell quickly after a few masterful sword strikes, leaving them incapacitated for Ling Yu to finish off. Together, they had already taken down a level 12 Chimera for 50 points, an 11th level Seahorse Warrior for 40 points, and a level 13 Skeleton Archer for 60 points. Ling Yu's progress was rapid under Yi Lin's lead, soaring to level 8 in no time. Elated, he didn't need further instruction. He would gladly follow Yi Lin anywhere. At this pace, he might even reach level 12 or maybe level 13 before sunset. The entrance to the exams remained open until sunset, meaning they could keep leveling as long as they arrived in time. Yi Lin scanned the surroundings. Fewer monsters lingered near the city wall. He warned Ling Yu to hold back. To find real targets, they'd need to push deeper into the forest. Ling Yu hesitated, asking the obvious. Deeper means stronger monsters, right? Level 20 or even 30. Yi Lin nodded, confident he could handle a level 20 without trouble. But level 30? That was another story. They'd have to run. Gripping his sword, Yi Lin led Ling Yu into the wilderness. Both sought to grow stronger. For Yi Lin, the ultimate goal was the Supreme Academy, back on the city wall. Principal Gao frowned. He didn't like seeing the young curse master venture so deep with Ling Yu. Yi Lin's skill guaranteed his admission to Daxia College, so Gao wondered what he hoped to achieve. Another principal tried to calm him. Invigilators surrounded the area, so major accidents were unlikely. It eased Gao slightly, though a twitch in his right eyelid betrayed his unease. Something about this felt off. Back on the path, Yi Lin and Ling Yu faced several more monsters, none posing serious danger. Yi Lin didn't even need forbidden spells. The Yangshuo sword technique alone dispatched any creature below level 20 in a few precise strikes. Ling Yu followed, climbing to level 9, while Yi Lin remained at 16. Soon they came across 2 level 20 monsters. Yi Lin warned Ling Yu to stay sharp. One wrong step, and either of these could kill him instantly. Ling Yu promised to keep his distance, trusting Yi Lin with his life. The Yangshuo technique had limits and had already drained too much of Yi Lin's lifespan. He opted to sacrifice an organ to unleash the Chaos Thunder. The size of the Chaos Thunder scales with the sacrifice, and a single organ was enough to deal with both level 20 monsters. Ling Yu gawked at the charred corpses, stunned. "Is this how you've been killing them?" he asked. "Efficient, lethal, brutal." Yi Lin simply replied that this was nothing. Far worse was still to come. As they prepared to move forward, an invigilator in uniform suddenly blocked their path. He warned them they couldn't leave the exam perimeter without permission. It was too dangerous. Yi Lin frowned but didn't mind the restriction. Just as he turned to leave, something behind the invigilator caught his attention, and he froze. With a serious look, he urged the man to glance behind him. The invigilator snorted dismissively, eyes forward. He accused Yi Lin of trying to trick him into leaving the perimeter to meet someone outside and cheat the leveling system. After 20 years on the job, no candidate had fooled him. He warned them to leave immediately or risk disqualification. Yi Lin insisted, pointing toward the looming shadow. Before the invigilator could react further, a low growl rumbled from behind him. The man's face went pale as he finally turned to see a level 33 goblin warrior towering behind him. The creature stood 4 meters tall, armored in hardened plates, wielding a massive, deadly mace. It swung at the invigilator, who barely dodged, only to be hurled over 10 meters like a rag doll. Yi Lin and Ling Yu dodged effortlessly. But Ling Yu went pale, realizing the threat. When Yi Lin suggested drawing it away, Ling Yu shook his head. At this level, they couldn't fight it. They needed to run and leave the injured man behind. Frustration flared in Yi Lin. He had warned the invigilator multiple times, and now Ling Yu hesitated too. Faster than Ling Yu, the goblin could turn on him instantly. In a flash, Yi Lin kicked Ling Yu forward to safety. Just as the invigilator reappeared, the mace loomed dangerously close, ready to crush him into paste. Yi Lin sacrificed his appendix and a portion of his large intestine, boosting his agility threefold, and danced effortlessly out of the mace's path. The invigilator struggled upright, pale and shaken, instructing Yi Lin to leave the goblin to him. He had already sent a distress signal and refused to let any student get hurt. But before he could repeat his orders, the goblin's massive mace slammed down. Yi Lin stepped in again, saving him, and collapsed from the effort. The invigilator, badly wounded, clung to life. Help arrived just in time. 2 more invigilators dashed in, ready to subdue the monster. Yi Lin watched everything with sharp calculation. They told him to stand back to avoid injury, and he complied without question. He also informed the others that their colleague was hurt. So Yi Lin moved him away safely. The 2 invigilators focused their efforts on the goblin warrior, finally subduing it completely. From a safe distance, Yi Lin retrieved the illusion mask from the wooden box and placed it over his face. The thin mask molded perfectly, transforming him into the unconscious middle-aged invigilator beside him. Even the facial injury matched. Yi Lin quickly stripped the real invigilator of his uniform and donned it himself. Meanwhile, the goblin struggled against the other two, clearly injured, but still dangerous. A female invigilator urged her colleague to finish it off for disturbing the exams. Just as she moved, Yi Lin, disguised, offered his help. After all, the monster owed him its life. Facing the level 33 goblin warrior, Yi Lin didn't hold back. He summoned the forbidden spell, Eternal Stem Element. Golden energy spiraled in his palm, condensing into a spear exuding ancient, mysterious power. He gripped the spear and hurled it straight at the goblin's head. A sharp whistle cutting through the air. The golden spear smashed through the creature's skull, instantly killing the critically injured goblin warrior. Yi Lin earned 220 experience points for the kill, and the symbiosis talisman dropped as a reward. Yi Lin blinked in slight surprise. Item drops after a monster kill were notoriously rare, and yet here it was, a real reward in his hands. The two invigilators weren't thrilled at all with Yi Lin stepping in. They had fought and subdued the goblin warrior themselves, only to have someone swoop in and steal the kill. Outrage flashed in one man's eyes as he demanded to know who Yi Lin even was and which department he belonged to. Yi Lin just shrugged. "Call me a good man," he said. "No need for names. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." With that, he turned and walked off. The invigilator fumed, but a female colleague waved him down, urging him to let it go for now. Maintaining order until the exams were over was far more important. They could settle personal scores later. Yi Lin didn't care a bit about their anger. Once he slipped on the mask, they wouldn't have a clue where he went. His map showed he was still deep in the uninhabited wilderness, with about a third of the route left to cover. He returned the invigilator's uniform and badge to the unconscious man, changed back into his usual clothes, and marveled at how perfect the illusion mask was. The item drop was even more impressive in practice. The symbiosis talisman worked only between two job changers with a level difference under 10. Interlocked fingers activated it, and for 6 hours any experience points from monsters would be shared evenly. Though single-use and bound to one person, Yi Lin's eyes gleamed. Double experience, exactly what he needed. Originally, he'd planned to leave Ling Yu behind once he hit level 10, but now, even with Ling Yu killing monsters, Yi Lin would still reap the full rewards. At that moment, a desperate shout cut through the wilderness. It was Ling Yu, being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The soldier was draped in dark shadows, wielding a massive scythe. Closing in, the Anubis soldier swung its enormous blade at Ling Yu. Before it could slice him in two, Yi Lin intervened with a blur of motion, the scythe whistling past as Ling Yu vanished from the strike. Ling Yu's foot sank into the dirt, kicking up a puff of dust. His body trembled for a moment, pupils narrowing. When he saw Yi Lin, relief washed over him, mixed with sheer joy that his boss was safe. "Where's the goblin warrior?" he asked. Yi Lin reassured him the invigilators had taken care of it. Then he held out the symbiosis talisman. "Don't let go, no matter what." He interlocked his fingers with Ling Yu's, grasping them tight. Ling Yu froze, a blush creeping over his cheeks. No wonder Yi Lin had no interest in the maids back at the villa. So this was his type? Ling Yu was still lost in thought when Yi Lin snapped him back. Using the talisman finished, Yi Lin blinked in sudden realization, then cursed and barked. "Snap out of it. What the hell are you daydreaming about now?" Even the Anubis soldier on the opposite side seemed momentarily stunned. Yi Lin drew his sword, and in one clean stroke, cut the Anubis soldier down. Only the scythe remained on the ground. The symbiosis talisman granted them each 130 experience points from the kill. Ling Yu's eyes shone. This talisman was incredible. Where had Yi Lin gotten something so priceless? Now activated, the talisman meant Ling Yu could hunt on his own. Yi Lin wasn't about to drag him along, not after that little misunderstanding. Ling Yu hurriedly explained. He was straight, really. Yi Lin wasn't buying it. "Stay out of my way," he snapped. They needed solo leveling to get the most out of the talisman. Ling Yu reluctantly agreed, but warned there weren't many monsters he could handle alone. Yi Lin already knew that. He left without hesitation. Ling Yu just had to survive. With invigilators patrolling the perimeter, no monsters above level 25 appeared. Yi Lin darted through the wilderness using fleeting dance, moving at an almost impossible speed. Armed with the Falling Star Warblade and the Yangshuo sword technique, he unleashed carnage. He didn't need forbidden spells, just that combination, amplified by the Warblade's 300 strength, let him dominate the exam grounds. He stayed careful, though. Lower-level monsters were killed with one strike. Higher-level monsters required a few simulated blows before finishing. depending on their strength. He took some damage along the way, but with the twin yin-yang bracelets and his immortal body, he healed in full view without arousing suspicion. Even surrounded by other students, he continued to hunt and heal himself. While everyone else ran from anything above level 15, Yi Lin did the exact opposite. He even charged a level 20 Minotaur capable of killing him instantly. To him, higher-level monsters left unchecked were like an open playground. Ling Yu watched in awe, noticing how rapidly his own level had climbed since the start of the exams. He knew beyond doubt that Yi Lin was killing monsters left and right. Thanks to the Symbiosis Talisman, every point of experience was shared. Back on the city wall, Principal Gao and other Qingqing officials observed Yi Lin battling the level 20 Minotaur. Strong candidates leveling up before entering the teleportation gate were normal, but this, relentlessly hunting every monster in sight, was unprecedented. Gao's expression was heavy with regret. Without Yi Lin being a forbidden spellcaster, Qingqing might have had another unmatched prodigy. A job changer clearing the wilderness like this could dominate any rival, but forbidden spellcasters rarely lived past 25. Another principal tried to cheer him up. At least Yi Lin's efforts ensured more Qingqing students would make it to the main exams. At the city gate, students waiting for the clearing of the outer forest smirked at the empty fields. One young man waved a fan, grinning, noting the benefits of leaving the city now. With the monsters gone, those who rushed out had a much easier path. The 10-kilometer journey from the city gate to the teleportation gate was now mostly safe. They just had to keep moving and hope nothing unexpected popped up. Yi Lin had finished hunting and found no monsters in sight. Level 18 now, he was slightly disappointed he hadn't hit level 20 before the main exams. Ahead, the portal to the college entrance exam hovered, a massive gate of light, serene and quiet, radiating a soft glow. He could feel the pulse of space magic, ready to transport anyone instantly. Yi Lin stepped through. The world around him shifted and reassembled. He now stood in a vast blue stone square. 10 towering stone pillars encircled the area, each carved with ancient runes that whispered of mystery and the passage of time. At the center stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with college entrance examination training ground in bold, simple characters. Yi Lin scanned the square. It was packed with candidates. Ling Yu spotted him and dashed over, practically vibrating with excitement. Even trying to hug him, Yi Lin shoved him away with a look of mock disgust. Ling Yu didn't care. He was incoherent with excitement. Level 15 now, his boss, Yi Lin, was untouchable. Nothing unexpected happened, and his admission to Daxia College seemed inevitable. Soon, Zhuge Ni arrived, wearing a gloomy expression. Level 14, she was just 2 levels below Yi Lin. Not ideal, but she counted on her skills to close the gap. As the sun set, the teleportation gate sealed completely. Hundreds of invigilators appeared around the square, keeping a close eye on every candidate. A middle-aged man stepped silently before the central stone tablet and called for silence. He welcomed all candidates to the 886th college entrance examination. This was Lin Yuan, the chief examiner. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the blue stone square like a clear bell. Every candidate could hear him perfectly, and his words hit them straight. The outskirt forest wasn't the main exam, it was just the first gate. Only those who survived it would even get a shot at the final test. The college entrance exams were split into 2 parts: the comprehensive ability assessment and the ring battle. Both would take place over the course of the day. The comprehensive ability assessment had 10 stages, each worth up to 10 points. Candidates got tasks tailored to their profession, and they could stop whenever they wanted or push through all 10 stages. The examiners scored them at each step, and only those with 85 points or more could advance to the ring battle. Winning in the ring battle added 10 extra points, with a cap at 150 points. This was how the top scorer for the year would be determined. Candidates could use any equipment during both tests, but no special items. Anyone caught breaking this rule would be disqualified. With that, the rules were clear, and the candidates' expressions turned serious as they lined up in groups of 10 to enter the assessment chambers. The comprehensive ability assessment was about to begin. Once Lin Yuan finished speaking, each of the 10 stone pillars opened a portal, and the candidates entered one by one. When it was Yi Lin's turn, he stepped forward and found himself in a fully enclosed metal chamber, sparks dancing across his body as the test prepared to start. The main exams had finally begun. From here, Yi Lin would shape his fate however he chose. Back in the blue stone square, Lin Yuan stood silently, watching the 10 stone pillars. Behind him, several middle-aged men exuded powerful auras. They were this year's deputy examiners. Among them was a woman in a long blue dress. Though she was older, her posture and short hair fluttering in the wind suggested care and vitality. She was Su Cheng-shin, a supervisor from Daxia College. She approached Lin Yuan and apologized for being late. Lin Yuan smiled respectfully. "No worries, you're just in time." Su Cheng-shin asked if any standout candidates had appeared. Lin Yuan nodded. Several had, most notably Ye Lin, who had already reached level 18. Lin Yuan pulled up Ye Lin's record for her to see. Su Cheng-shin raised an impressed brow. Level 18 and clearly qualified for Daxia College. But then she noticed Ye Lin's profession, and her expression darkened. A forbidden spell master at level 18 was a double-edged sword. Even if the profession was SSS level, everyone knew their lifespan rarely extended past 25. No matter how skilled, it was a risky investment for Daxia College. Lin Yuan agreed with her, regret in his eyes. If only Ye Lin weren't a forbidden spellmaster, Qingqing might have had another prodigy. As they discussed his score, a mechanized voice announced that Ye Lin had finished the first stage of the comprehensive ability assessment. He had scored full marks. Next was the three-dimensional attribute assessment. Placing his hand on the test sphere, his stats flashed. 480 strength, 270 agility, 1199 mental spirit. The examiner muttered in disbelief. How could a forbidden spellmaster have 480 strength? Did Ye Lin have equipment boosting it? Even without that, it exceeded most warrior classes. Another examiner nodded. 480 was absurd. The third stage would reveal more, requiring candidates to demonstrate their attack skills at full power. Ye Lin's first thought was to sacrifice all his organs to unleash Chaos Thunder, but that would be overkill and too revealing. He needed impressive power, but not enough to give himself away. Full marks, yes, but subtle enough to survive. He decided instead to sacrifice only his tonsils. Summoning a basic ordinary thunder strike. Bolt struck, obliterating the test dummies. Even at minimal power, his forbidden spell was devastating. Were the dummies just fragile, he wondered? Back at the Bluestone Square, the examiners were stunned. These dummies were designed to survive any attack from candidates below level 25, yet Ye Lin destroyed them effortlessly. Level 18 and using a forbidden spell. No wonder the dummies exploded on a single hit. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Ye Lin was risking his life for a forbidden spell in an exam. Reckless, yet impressive enough to earn full marks. The next 4 stages tested agility, explosive power, sustained damage output, and escapability. None of it slowed Ye Lin down. Under the watchful eyes of the examiners, he aced every stage with full marks. Lin Yuan watched with a mix of admiration and concern. Using forbidden spells so casually, it was almost certain Ye Lin wouldn't live past 20. One examiner suggested raising the final stage's difficulty for Ye Lin. Lin Yuan wanted Su Cheng-shin's opinion. If Ye Lin aced a harder test, would Daxia College still accept him? She was strict, apologetic, but she opposed making the test harder. In her eyes, Luo Jun, Wang Zhengguang, Zhuge Nini, and Jiling Yu were safer bets. Forbidden spellmasters traded life for power, making them risky candidates. Lin Yuan sighed, agreeing. It was a real shame. After finishing the last stage, Ye Lin exited the chamber. Around him, candidates emerged, buzzing with excitement, sharing results and reactions. Ling Yu, thrilled to see his 96 points, ran to find Ye Lin. With 3 more wins in the ring, he could be sure of entering Daxia College. Ye Lin, unimpressed, asked why Ling Yu didn't get full marks. Nervously, Ling Yu explained he lost points in actual combat. The rapid level-up had temporarily thrown him off. As chatter filled the square, Lin Yuan announced the comprehensive assessment results. First place, Ye Lin, with 100 points. Second, Zhuge Nini, also 100 points. Third, Luo Jun with 98. Fourth, Ling Yu with 96. Fifth, Wang Zhengguang with 95. Candidates scoring below 85 were escorted out by invigilators. Those scoring 85 or higher could leave, but doing so meant forfeiting the ring battle. Zhuge Nini, defiant, demanded to know why she ranked below Ye Lin, despite both having full marks. Being second to him was unacceptable. Her complaint sparked murmurs among the candidates. Some cried sexism, insisting it was unfair. But Lin Yuan showed no sign of worry. He played videos of Ye Lin and Zhuge Nini's final stage performances, urging the crowd to watch closely. The final stage required candidates to fight a level 25 demonic flame wolf. Zhuge Ni, highly skilled, struggled significantly before killing it. Yi Lin, by contrast, killed the level 25 wolf with a single skill. It was dead in under a second. Everyone finally understood why Zhuge Ni, despite full marks, came in second. Lin Yuan asked if anyone had further objections. Silence fell. Even Zhuge Ni dared not speak. Seeing the video, she had no argument. Lin Yuan announced the ring battle would start in half an hour, time to rest and prepare. Outside, the results were shared with other schools. Principal Gao and colleagues were surprised. Yi Lin and Zhuge Ni had full marks, and Ling Yu's 96 points made him a dark horse. Gao couldn't hide his excitement, laughing aloud. With 3 of his students in the top 5, Qingqing Academy would become a hotbed for next year's admissions. Just then, Principal Su from Yuzai Academy warned him not to get ahead of himself. After all, the real highlight, the ring tournament, would start in half an hour. Gao wasn't worried. His students had dominated from the start. Did Principal Su really think Luo Jun could handle a level 18 forbidden spellmaster? Su simply replied, "Nothing is certain, anything could happen." Back in the Bluestone Square, Ye Lin unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhuge Ni. Their encounter was brief, but before leaving, she shot Yi Lin a determined glance and told him straight up that she wasn't going to lose to him in the ring tournament. Yi Lin didn't respond out loud, but inside he was wondering what had gotten into her this time. Half an hour later, all the qualified candidates gathered in the Bluestone Square. Lin Yuan laid out the rules for the ring tournament. It was simple. The matches were determined by lottery, each win giving the victor 10 points and advancing them to the next round. There were 104 candidates in total before the lottery started. The matchups were based on serial numbers. Each pair's numbers added up to 104, and those two would face off. By chance, Yi Lin drew number 18 and was matched against a female candidate named Bei, who held number 86. Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was number 24. As long as he avoided Zhuge Ni and Luo Jun in the early rounds, his level would be enough to secure solid results. Soon, it was Ye Lin's turn to step into the arena. Ling Yu waved him off with a quick good luck. In the arena, both of their professions and levels appeared above their heads. Bei was a level 10 water mage. Ye Lin was a level 18 forbidden curse master. Before Lin Yuan could even announce the start, Ye Lin suggested she surrender. She didn't. Stubborn as ever, she declared that she wouldn't surrender, no matter how strong he was. Her small, determined face radiated sheer will. Yi Lin just smiled, admiring her courage. After all, scoring over 85 in the comprehensive ability assessment wasn't easy for anyone. Still, this was a battle she couldn't win. Yi Lin sacrificed his wisdom tooth and summoned the Chaos Thunder. The moment he raised his hand, his body lifted into the air. Thunderclouds swirled above him, lightning arcs flashing like silver-white serpents darting through the sky. A massive thunder dragon, thick as a large python, descended from the clouds and hovered around Yi Lin like a divine guardian. At that moment, he looked every bit like a god controlling the storm. The scene left the watching candidates sweating and wide-eyed. Casting forbidden spells in the finals? Unheard of. The invigilator overseeing the match stepped in, horrified, warning Ye Lin that killing anyone was strictly forbidden. Go through with it, and he'd be disqualified from the exams entirely. Yi Lin had no intention of killing Bei. He just wanted her to surrender. And about using forbidden spells, it wasn't like he knew any others. Faced with this terrifying display, Bei legs gave out. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing like a child. The other candidates, especially the boys, were outraged. They couldn't believe Yi Lin would scare such a young lady to tears. He seemed ruthless. Yi Lin ignored the outrage and calmly asked the crying Bei if she was surrendering. In the end, she gave in. An invigilator helped her off the stage, and the match ended with Ye Lin victorious. He earned 10 points for winning the first round. Yi Lin gave a small, exasperated look. He hadn't expected her psychological endurance to be so weak. Clearly, he would need to watch himself in future rounds. Meanwhile, the ring tournament was heating up. Zhuge Ni appeared with a thick book in hand. Powerful equipment. Flames roared from the pages, forcing her opponent to retreat. Every skill was precise, leaving no opening, and soon she claimed victory in her first-round match. Luo Jun of Yuzai Academy wielded a black spear wrapped with a shadow dragon. Each swing echoed with a dragon's roar. Dark eyes locked on his opponent. He toyed with him before claiming the win. Ling Yu, wielding a long sword against a level 8 foe, felt no pressure. A few sword strikes later, his opponent surrendered on the spot. With his SSS-level Rainbow Blade profession, Wang Zhenguang from Experimental Academy moved like a ghost, dispatching his opponent in an instant. After a 10-minute break, the second round began. Yi Lin's opponent was a sword cultivator. Several long swords strapped to his back. This was Chen Qingxin, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, slender build, and a peculiar temperament. Seeing Yi Lin, his expression shifted. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered under his breath, gauging the challenge, confident yet cautious. As he drew a long sword from his back, Yi Lin's expression grew serious. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Job changers came with all sorts of strange skills, and levels didn't always reflect true combat ability. Chen Qingxin's confidence suggested he had tricks up his sleeve. The moment the Invigilator started the match, Chen Qingxin surprised everyone. He surrendered immediately. He turned, slipped his sword back into its scabbard, and walked off the stage with an air of cool composure. Yi Lin paused, stunned. "Wait, didn't you just say you were confident you could win?" He had. But Yi Lin had misunderstood. Chen Qingxin was confident he could beat him eventually. Just not right now. The Invigilator's expression was peculiar as he declared Yi Lin the winner again. This was the easiest scenario an Invigilator could have imagined. No combat, no risk, just rules enforcement. The crowd was stunned. Winning without lifting a finger? It sounded extreme, but honestly, who would risk their life to defeat a short-lived forbidden spellmaster? By the third round, it was clear the next opponent had already decided. Drawing Yi Lin's number, he surrendered immediately. Lessons learned from the first round made his choice obvious. Yi Lin, frustrated at his own inactivity, had advanced to the fourth round without swinging a sword. His score already an astonishing 130 points. The crowd, now confused and bored, shifted their attention to other matches. Yi Lin's rounds felt like a complete rip-off. He'd barely used his forbidden spell in the first round and still swept 3 matches. Some were beginning to think he might ace the final without breaking a sweat. The focus shifted to Luo Jun versus Wang Zhenguang, both SSS-level fighters. Luo Jun wielded a level 14 Shadow Dragon Spear, Wang Zhenguang a level 13 Rainbow Blade. As the match began, Wang Zhenguang moved like a ghost. Dual daggers flashing Luo Jun's sharp eyes followed every motion, spear clashing against daggers in resounding clangs, sparks flying with each collision. Wang Zhenguang warned Luo Jun to prepare for a challenge in the loser bracket. But Luo Jun just scoffed. He didn't think Wang Zhenguang could touch him. The crowd watched in terror. Both SSS levels, their speed and skill were beyond comprehension. A second against either would be fatal, and they were clearly on another level entirely. Among the examiners, Lin Yuan asked Su Chengxin who she thought would win. She chose Luo Jun without hesitation, explaining that despite seeming suppressed, Luo Jun's defenses held firm. Once Wang Zhenguang's stamina dropped, the counterattack would be devastating. Sure enough, just after her prediction, the arena shifted. Maintaining high-speed movement drained Wang Zhenguang's stamina, and his motions began to slow. Seizing the moment, Luo Jun launched like a long dormant tiger. Black spear gripped tightly as he soared through the air. Wang Zhenguang had almost no time to react, raising his daggers in a desperate block. He crashed to the ground, back, hitting the arena floor. With a loud crack, Luo Jun's black spear shattered the daggers and pierced Wang Zhenguang's chest. A shrill scream marked the end of the match. Meanwhile, Yi Lin's fifth-round opponent surrendered as well, leaving him bored out of his mind. At this point, it seemed only Zhuge Ni or Luo Jun might actually dare to face him. But just then, something caught Yi Lin's eye, and it immediately grabbed his full attention. It was Zhuge Ni matched up against Jiling Yu. She hovered in midair, her gaze icy, sizing him up as if trying to figure out exactly what Yi Lin had done to make Jiling Yu follow him so blindly. Zhuge Ni was genuinely baffled. Jiling Yu, calm but firm, warned her that she'd regret underestimating him. Seeing his unwavering loyalty to Yi Lin, Zhuge Ni couldn't hide the contempt she felt for the admiration he had. From her perspective, Jiling Yu was just a fool, completely under Yi Lin's spell. The moment the Invigilator announced the start, Zhuge Ni unleashed her phoenix exploding flames. Her book flared up, launching countless fireballs at Jiling Yu. Sweat dotted Jiling Yu's brow. Her elemental spells were instant casts, giving him almost no reaction time. He twisted in midair, a phantom-like blur, dodging the exploding fireballs that detonated beneath him with deafening bangs. He knew that as a long-range attacker, getting hit was out of the question. He had to close the distance at any cost. Above him, Zhuge Nini's book flipped steadily as she raised her hand, controlling the relentless barrage. Suddenly, all the scattered flames coalesced into a massive wall of fire beneath Ji-Ling Yu, surging directly toward him. His eyes narrowed. This attack was unavoidable, and he had no choice but to face it head-on. He took a deep breath, gripped his sword, and lifted it high. With the slash sword skill, his blade shimmered cold and sharp, cutting directly through the oncoming sea of fire. Seconds later, the flames vanished into a thick cloud of steam. Ji-Ling Yu stood in the steam, panting heavily. He was clearly at his limit, but there was no thought of surrender. He was determined to keep fighting. Seeing this, Zhuge Ni called him an idiot. If he refused to yield, she wouldn't hold back either. Her book flared up, igniting with power once more. A massive wall of red fire erupted from her spell, scorching the air in the arena. Heat waves rushed at Ji-Ling Yu, making it almost impossible to breathe. Every inhale felt like his nose was on fire. Above him, Zhuge Ni glared from within the inferno. She asked if he wanted to surrender, but Ji-Ling Yu refused. He even shot back a subtle warning, which Zhuge Ni dismissed as overconfidence. It was clear to everyone but him he had no chance against Zhuge Ni. Su Chengxin observed calmly, predicting Ji-Ling Yu's loss. But Lin Yuan's concern was for his safety. He signaled the medics, ready to intervene if Ji-Ling Yu wouldn't back down. Engulfed in flames, Ji-Ling Yu looked tiny. When the fire touched him, pain shot through his body, like countless flaming blades slicing his flesh. His clothes ignited and turned to ashes, revealing skin blackened and burned, but still, he pressed on. From the inferno, a charred figure surged forward, and in front of Zhuge Ni's shocked eyes, he lunged with his sword. Zhuge Ni hadn't expected him to attack in that state. She dodged deftly, but his blade still grazed her left arm. Seeing her injury, Ji-Ling Yu sneered. Charred as he was, his left eye still burned with resolve. He warned her not to provoke him, making it clear that Yi-Lin, his boss, was second only to his father in respect. If she disrespected Yi-Lin again, he wouldn't hold back. Exhausted and injured, Ji-Ling Yu collapsed. Yi-Lin leapt onto the stage without hesitation, using the healing power of the twin yin-yang bracelets to mend his wounds. Lin Yuan shouted for the medics to hurry before it was too late. Yi-Lin's grim expression shook Zhuge Ni. She admitted she hadn't expected Ji-Ling Yu to push himself that far. Yi-Lin's reply was cold. It wasn't her fault. The medics arrived with a stretcher and carried Ji-Ling Yu away. Before leaving, Yi-Lin praised him quietly for his effort in the tournament. Lin Yuan assured everyone that Ji-Ling Yu wasn't in life-threatening danger. However, the burns were severe, requiring immediate hospital care. With that, the tournament moved into the semifinals. Zhuge Ni faced Lin Linglin, while Yi-Lin was set against Luo Jun. Lin Yuan noted quickly that this year's top scorer would come from these four candidates. Outside the arena, one principal asked Principal Su if he thought Luo Jun could beat Ye Lin. Su replied confidently, Luo Jun was a genius from Yuzai Academy. Another chimed in, predicting Yuzai might claim another top scorer this year. Principal Gao disagreed. No way Luo Jun could take down Ye Lin, a level 18 forbidden spellmaster. Su pointed out that Yi Lin wouldn't recklessly use forbidden spells non-stop, risking his life. Gao countered that 2 of the 4 finalists were from Qingqing Academy, so Su shouldn't assume victory yet. Besides, a single well-placed spell could decide the match. Su remained unconcerned. Soon, an announcement signaled the start of the match, finally ending their argument. In the arena, Ye Lin and Luo Jun squared off. Luo Jun's dark eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and the black spear in his hands shimmered with a faint dark aura, as if a dragon lurked within it. He pointed the spear at Yi Lin, a faint roar echoing. Luo Jun had been itching to face him ever since the comprehensive ability assessment results were out. Of all the candidates, Yi Lin was his true rival. Defeating him meant claiming the top spot, no matter what happened to the other 2 remaining contenders. Yi Lin silently drew his sword, ready. Luo Jun darted forward at incredible speed, aiming for a critical strike before Yi Lin could react with any forbidden spell, but Yi Lin had no intention of using forbidden spells. He countered with a precise sword/blade tracing a half-moon in the air. At his level, matching Luo Jun's speed was completely feasible. Luo Jun froze, stunned. He'd only ever seen Yi Lin unleash chaos thunder before he expected another forbidden spell. Instead, Yi Lin was fighting with skillful swordsmanship, and he excelled at close combat. The development was absurd for a forbidden spellcaster. After a few exchanged strikes, Luo Jun grew uneasy, though the Yang Shuo sword technique seemed simple. Each strike carried immense power, steadily accumulating. Yi Lin's warblade clashed repeatedly with Luo Jun's black spear, sparks flying with each metallic clang. Initially, Luo Jun had the advantage with his spear. But as Yi Lin's sword struck again and again, he felt increasingly powerless, sweat beading on his forehead. The arena crowd was stunned. It looked less like a forbidden spellcaster versus a warrior and more like two warriors dueling. One spectator asked if all forbidden spellcasters fought like Yi Lin. Another replied that they didn't. Yet, whether Yi Lin intended to win this way or not, no one could tell. Everyone expected a flurry of forbidden spells, but Yi Lin's strategy left them confused and intensely curious. Back with the principals watching the live feed, they were equally shocked. The duel wasn't what they expected. Still, they noticed something. Was Yi Lin's sword technique a forbidden spell? Principal Gao explained. It was a lifespan sword. Each strike sacrificed part of the wielder's lifespan, making every hit stronger than the last. Principal Su's expression went pale. He had never imagined Yi Lin would risk even more of his already shortened lifespan. He asked Gao how many strikes Yi Lin planned, and whether the win was worth such a cost. Principal Gao replied with a calm, almost teasing tone to Principal Su, reminding him of his earlier confidence that Luo Jun wouldn't lose. But looking at the fight now, it seemed that confidence might have been misplaced. Principal Gao's arrogance carried a subtle edge, warning Su not to celebrate too soon, but Su just shrugged it off. Back in the arena, Yi Lin's Yangshuo swordsmanship had reached the 15th level, each strike hitting with terrifying, relentless power. Luo Jun felt it immediately, pressure mounting so fierce that his knuckles cracked and bled. Every slash seemed to grow stronger and stronger, endless in its force. A flicker of panic flashed across Luo Jun's eyes. If things didn't change fast, he was going to lose. Determined, Luo Jun gripped the end of his black spear and unleashed the shadow-heavy break, swinging it toward Yi Lin like a massive pillar of destruction. Yi Lin braced himself, holding his sword horizontally to block. The force pushed him back again and again, every step a struggle. Luo Jun's eyes burned with triumph as he pressed the attack. "Do you really think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells?" he taunted, his voice sharp with arrogance. And that's when Yi Lin saw it. Luo Jun activating a forbidden spell talisman, the Dark Dragon Fall. Dark energy coalesced at the tip of Luo Jun's spear, making the arena itself tremble. The air thickened with a murderous aura. When the spear shot forward, the deafening roar echoed across the square, and Yi Lin felt an immense force slam into his chest. He tried to block, but his body was forced backward, stumbling step after step. The collision erupted in a foggy blast that swallowed the entire arena. When the smoke cleared, Yi Lin was on his knees, his sword fallen to the ground. A bloody hole marked his chest, Luo Jun's black spear piercing through him, staining his clothes red. Yi Lin looked down to see the spear's tip buried deep in his heart, his body pierced through entirely. Luo Jun strode forward, eyes full of pride and mockery. "You're not going to last much longer. Might as well hurry it up," he sneered. For a moment, Bluestone Square went completely silent. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Luo Jun to actually cast a forbidden spell, let alone pierce Yi Lin straight through the chest. One examiner muttered in disbelief, noting that Principal Su had allowed Luo Jun to use a forbidden spell talisman just to claim the top spot. Lin Yuan agreed. It was harsh, but winning guaranteed a bright future, separating the average from the exceptional. He quickly called the medics over to treat Yi Lin. Fuming, Principal Gao shouted at his friend, calling him shameless, allowing a student to risk their life just to win. Did he even have a conscience left? Or had he forgotten that forbidden spells take an enormous toll on the body, especially since Luo Jun was an SSS-level job changer with unlimited potential? Yet to secure the top spot, he had risked a future genius. Principal Su, calm as ever, pointed out that Luo Jun had agreed to it, and there were no rules against teaching forbidden spells. Was Gao going to accept that, or just keep complaining? Juganini stared blankly at the arena, her emotions tangled. She hadn't expected Yi Lin to lose. But that strike from Luo Jun was terrifying. She wasn't even sure she could have dodged it. She'd wanted to see Yi Lin defeated, but now he might actually die. She sighed. If Yi Lin had taken her advice earlier, he wouldn't be in this mess. Zhuge Chongqing, noticing his daughter's anxiety, told her not to worry. The match wasn't over yet. Far from it. In the arena, Luo Jun was drenched in sweat, gasping with a pale face. The forbidden spell had clearly drained him, But the result? Totally worth it. So what if Yi Lin was level 18? He still won. Then, slowly, Yi Lin lifted his head and looked at the arrogant fool. What makes you think you've won? His gaze, sharp and unyielding, left Luo Jun dumbfounded. Heart pierced, yet still standing strong, Yi Lin was something else entirely. Enraged, Yi Lin yanked the black spear from his chest like it was nothing. The world had almost forgotten just how terrifying a forbidden spellcaster could be. You couldn't kill them. They only fell by their own forbidden magic. A mysterious energy burst from him as he cast a forbidden spell of undying. At the same time, the yin-yang bracelet on his wrist glowed, rapidly restoring his body. The gaping wound sealed itself right before everyone's eyes. The crowd erupted in shock. They had never seen a job changer survive a direct spear through the heart. Immortal? Only a few, like Lin Yuan and the examiners, understood what was happening. The undying forbidden spell had long been lost. Seeing Yi Lin wield it left them stunned. He had used his lifespan to gain immunity to fatal injury, paired with equipment that could instantly heal the damage. Calm and collected, his presence was chilling in its sheer confidence. In the air, Yi Lin raised his hand, voice cold. Your turn. Since Lu Jun loved forbidden spells so much, it was time to show him the consequences. Summoning a world-shattering thunder, Yi Lin pressed his palm forward. Dark clouds swirled overhead, lightning flashing wildly, threatening to engulf the entire arena. A massive bolt of lightning cracked from the clouds, barreling straight at Luo Jun. Same forbidden spell as before, but now, terrifyingly amplified. Luo Jun panicked too late. Yi Lin's heart was pierced, yet he still had monstrous strength after healing himself. The lightning came too fast, no chance to dodge. It struck and Luo Jun screamed in agony, his body seared black. The crowd gasped at the brutality of the attack, staring at him. Everyone struggled to process what just happened. One moment, he was winning. Then, in an instant, he was reduced to charred remains. The invigilator rushed forward, calling for medics as Luo Jun's body hit the floor. Yi Lin remained standing, calm as ever. Then, coughing up blood, he collapsed, face pale as death. If he wanted to sell the act, he had to commit fully. After releasing such a powerful forbidden spell, pretending nothing happened was suspicious at best. Back with the principals watching the broadcast, everyone except Principal Su panicked. They feared Yi Lin's organs were damaged. Principal Su, still bitter over Luo Jun's loss despite the forbidden talisman, raised his hand to report the incident. According to him, Yi Lin, a level 18 job changer from Qingcheng Academy, had deliberately targeted a level 14 job changer with a deadly forbidden spell. He argued that Yi Lin should be disqualified, all scores cancelled, an act tantamount to attempted murder. Principal Gao called him shameless, reminding him that Luo Jun had started the forbidden spell first. Under any other circumstances, Luo Jun's charred, dying state might have convinced the crowd, but considering how he had ruthlessly pierced Yi Lin's heart, no one bought Principal Su's claims. If anything, Luo Jun's actions were the real attempted murder. Yi Lin would have been dead if not for his forbidden spells. Gritting his teeth, Principal Su turned and left, unwilling to watch further. Principal Gao stared after him, incredulous. Back in the arena, the medics carried away Luo Jun's charred body. The battle ended with Yi Lin victorious, his score hitting 140 points. Already bored with the exams, Yi Lin just wanted it over. This had been more exhausting than defeating the underground king of Qingqing. And to make things worse, he had to face that irritating Zhugenini in the final. She had won her match easily and was now up against him. As proud as ever, Zhugenini floated toward Yi Lin, offering him a brief moment before their duel. She was willing to wait for him to recover, refusing to take advantage of his state. Yi Lin declined politely, saying there was no need. What she didn't know was that Yi Lin's challenge wasn't about his physical condition. He needed a way to defeat her without causing harm. He couldn't use his sword, and he didn't have a forbidden spell suitable. Worse, he knew she wouldn't give up easily, even when common sense screamed that she should. 30 minutes passed in a blur, and finally the main arena hosted the highly anticipated final round of the college entrance exams. The winner would be the top scorer for the year. As the invigilator announced the duel's start, Zhugenini opened her book, rising into the air. The previous fight had taught her that forbidden spells were deadly. As she calculated her risks, Yi Lin's expression showed visible strain. He was still searching for a forbidden spell to use. One wrong move, and Zhuge Qianxing would never forgive him for harming her daughter. Determination blazed in Zhugenini's eyes as she launched the first attack. the exploding phoenix flame. Dozens of fireballs erupted, scorching through the air toward Ye Lin. Ye Lin sacrificed a kidney to activate his fleeting dance, boosting his agility fivefold. He couldn't fight without hurting her, so his plan was to evade until her mana ran out. Ye Lin's form flickered like a ghost through the fireballs, constantly shifting and dodging with perfect timing. The crowd watched in awe. They couldn't believe a forbidden spellcaster could move with such speed. But it was clear Ye Lin wasn't attacking. He could have ended the fight easily with his Chaos Thunder spell, but he didn't. Some guessed it consumed too much energy for a third use in a day. Was that it? Maybe he only dodged because he had to. Some even speculated he felt pity for Zhu Ganini, but others dismissed it. Rumors said he had already been accepted as Zhuge Qianqing's disciple and might be deliberately letting her take the top spot. Back in the arena, Zhu Ganini was clearly irritated by his evasions. From her point of view, every dodge, every retreat of his felt like a personal jab. He was deliberately trying to humiliate her. Ye Lin just stared at her, shrugged, and didn't even flinch. Honestly, he couldn't have cared less about her thoughts. And really there was nothing stopping him from dodging whenever he wanted. Zhu Ganini's temper flared instantly. Flames erupted all over her, burning bright with a dazzling red-gold glow. She lifted her book, aiming to launch an attack Ye Lin couldn't possibly dodge. Summoning the red-surging flame, the same unstoppable inferno she had used against Ling Yu. She readied herself. In a flash, the air above the arena grew scorching hot, temperatures spiking as the red-gold fire spread, engulfing Ye Lin in a blazing sea of flames. Ye Lin's brow furrowed. Time to teach this little show-off a lesson. He sacrificed half his liver to boost his agility, and the sudden surge made his already terrifying speed go off the charts. Those flames were intense, but Ye Lin was faster. He shot straight through the inferno and appeared right in front of Zhu Ganini in the blink of an eye. Zhu Ganini's eyes went wide, disbelief written all over her face. She couldn't wrap her head around how his agility had skyrocketed like that. Before she could even react, the back of Ye Lin's sword tapped her head with a playful but precise hit. The strike hurt so much. She started tearing up. Ye Lin leaned in and told her straight she'd lost, and it was time to admit defeat. But being the spoiled brat she was, Zhu Ganini had never been humiliated like this before. Her defenses crumbled instantly. How could she accept this kind of injustice? She refused to surrender to someone like Ye Lin. She'd rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than face such shame. Without hesitation, she conjured several fireballs and flung them at Ye Lin, who dodged them effortlessly. Ye Lin frowned. He hadn't expected her to be so stubborn, and frankly, so dumb. Looks like he'd have to force her off the arena himself. Watching Ye Lin slip and slide past every fireball like a slick fish, Zhu Ganini's aura surged, pushing her flames to their peak. She let out a sharp cry, quickly forming a seal with her hands. A surge of mana burst from her, ripping every page from her book and encircling her in a swirling storm. Above the arena, the air itself seemed warped, crimson writings on the pages glowing with an eerie light. The crowd, including Ye Lin, froze in awe. Just activating the spell radiated an intense pressure that pressed down on them all. Rage dripped from Zhu Ganini's voice as she unleashed the fire tornado. Her jade hands pushed forward, and the pages spun into massive flaming cyclones that charged toward Ye Lin. These weren't ordinary flames. They moved with a will of their own, twisting and turning violently, each rotation scorching the air as if trying to incinerate everything. No matter how Ye Lin dodged, the fire tornadoes clung to him, relentless like thorns in his skin. It hit him. This spell could track its target. Zhu Ganini touched down on the ground, her face pale and dress soaked in sweat. Using that spell had drained her completely. With her book now destroyed, she figured as long as it guaranteed a win, it had been worth it. She was convinced Ye Lin had nowhere to run and that surrender was inevitable. Ye Lin blinked, slightly baffled. Was she really this clueless? Because he had already figured out how to deal with a homing spell the moment he realized it tracked him. With a burst of speed, he appeared behind Zhu Ganini in an instant, and she should have known better when casting that spell. Releasing a homing spell against a fast opponent without backup was basically mage suicide. Hadn't she learned this in class? Zhu Ganini froze, realization hitting her eyes like a jolt of lightning. The tornadoes were now raging storms, rushing forward at full speed. Calmly, Ye Lin instructed her to end the spell and admit defeat, but with tears streaming down, she refused. She wouldn't lose to Ye Lin, not even if it meant dying together. Instead of stopping the curse, she pushed it to maximum power, making the fire tornadoes even more violent. She genuinely intended to go down with Yi Lin rather than suffer humiliation again. The crowd gasped as her father shouted, pleading with her not to do something so reckless. At the same time, invigilators and medics rushed toward the arena in a panic. Yi Lin reached out, pulling Zhu Ganini to his side, then raised his hand. A terrifying force erupted from his palm. The arena trembled with a deafening roar, and suddenly a stone wall shot up between them and the oncoming flames. This wasn't just any wall. It was one of the forbidden spells Yi Lin had just unlocked, radiating an ancient, ominous aura, almost as if it wasn't made of solid matter at all. Its effect matched its name, the Wailing Wall, summoned from the deepest depths of hell. It demanded a price, sacrificing part of the caster's lifespan. It could nullify any attack, as long as the attacker wasn't 20 levels higher than the caster. Like a gate to the abyss, the Wailing Wall opened wide, swallowing the fire tornadoes without making a sound. Some spectators recognized the spell and gasped. An examinee actually casting a forbidden spell? Incredible. Soon after, the Wailing Wall dissipated. Yi Lin silently thanked his luck. Without this spell, he really wouldn't have known what to do. Gently, Yi Lin brushed Zhu Ganini's disheveled hair and offered a reassuring smile, pulling her out of her daze. Even realizing just how wide the gap between them was, she couldn't stop blushing. Her heart raced faster than normal, and she started to see Yi Lin in a new light. The crowd watched, smiling at the heartwarming moment. They could sense something sparking between the two, and were curious to see where it might lead. It was clear Yi Lin hadn't attacked because he didn't want to hurt her. Then, like a splash of cold water, Yi Lin abruptly kicked the prideful girl off the arena, making it clear there could only be one top scorer. Zhu Ganini, completely unprepared, hit the ground headfirst with a dull thud. A large shoe print marked her backside, and the live broadcast even zoomed in for a close-up. The stunned crowd just stared, mouths open. One moment it was a sweet, almost romantic scene, and the next it was a brutal ass-kicking. Even Zhu Ganini's father felt relieved she was okay, but he couldn't hide his embarrassment at the spectacle. Zhu Ganini sat up, glaring at Yi Lin, already plotting how she would get her revenge for this humiliation. The invigilator stepped forward and officially announced Yi Lin as the winner of the final round of the ring tournament, tallying his points at a perfect 150. And declaring him Qingqing Academy's new champion. As the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, Yi Lin quietly hoped that this victory would be enough to secure his spot at the Supreme Academy. A woman in the audience called out, asking which academy he planned to attend next. Yi Lin's answer was clear: the Supreme Academy. The crowd responded with shared excitement, buzzing at the prospect. But just then, the supervisor of the Supreme Academy entered the arena with Principal Gao and Lin Yuan. She apologized to Yi Lin and told him that, despite his achievements, he had been rejected. Principal Gao and Lin Yuan, already aware of Su Chengxin's decision, remained silent, their faces clouded with concern. Yi Lin had an inkling of the reason but still couldn't resist asking why. The answer was his profession, a forbidden spellcaster. Since job changers appeared, only 11 forbidden spellcasters had existed, and their average lifespan was just 22 years. The longest lived had died at 24. These cases proved that forbidden spellcasters were considered worthless to train. Pouring resources into them was like throwing money into the ocean. Su Chengxin's words were blunt, but the truth was undeniable. Yi Lin understood, and so did the audience. Universities train a job changer for 4 years, and Yi Lin was already 18. He would graduate at 22, matching the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster. For a brief moment, pity flickered in the crowd's eyes as they looked at him. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside him, wearing a windbreaker, gold-rimmed glasses, and an air of elegance. Zhu Qianqing informed Su Chengxin and the examiners that he might have already found a solution to Yi Lin's situation. Su Chengxin immediately asked him to explain. Since Yi Lin was his disciple, Zhu Qianqing explained that he had developed a method to greatly reduce the harmful effects of forbidden spells on him. Anyone skeptical could conduct a physical examination to confirm. Except for Su Chengxin, everyone, especially Lin Yuan and Principal Gao, was shocked. If Zhu Qianqing could actually protect a forbidden spellcaster like this, Yi Lin was destined to be a rising star. Su Chengxin remained skeptical. Sure, Zhu Qianqing was a skilled astrologist, but now he claimed to have expertise with job changers. Was he really on par with Supreme Academy professors? And if Yi Lin still didn't live past 25, would he compensate for the lost resources? Faced with her sharp questioning, Zhuge Qianqing frowned and urged her to set aside personal feelings and simply conduct the checkup. She shouldn't ruin a genius's future. Su Chengxin countered that her decision wasn't personal. It was the will of the Supreme Academy. Forbidden spellcasters simply weren't acceptable. At that moment, whispers spread among the audience, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. Even the less perceptive spectators could see there was history between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Chengxin. Yi Lin stepped in, not wanting his teacher to make things awkward. He told him to drop it. Missing out on the Supreme Academy was no big deal. After all, it was just a school. But at that very moment, Yi Lin made his resolve clear to Zhuge Qianqing. Suddenly, a teasing voice called him arrogant for dismissing the issue so casually. Zhuge Qianqing saw it coming and warned Yi Lin, but it was too close, he couldn't dodge in time. Yi Lin raised his arm to block the incoming strike. A massive aura exploded from the hooded figure trying to suppress him. Yi Lin could feel the pressure it rivaled Kenshin's, clutching his injured arm. Yi Lin demanded to know who this guy was. The scrawny figure scoffed. "I'm Yun Guanlu," he said. "The one who just defeated you, and a freshman at the Supreme Academy." Yun Guanlu continued, explaining that the Supreme Academy was more than just a school, and Yi Lin's casual dismissal only proved how arrogant he was. Su Chengxin warned him not to harm anyone else, or he'd have to write a formal apology. Yun Guanlu waved it off, claiming he was just saying hello, and clearly didn't expect the top scorer at Qingxing to be so weak. Lin Yuan and Principal Gao rushed over, concerned about Yi Lin's injury. He reassured them he was fine, though he knew Yun Guanlu was cunning. Yi Lin's expression hardened. He would remember this. Seeing Yi Lin remain calm and even give him a cold stare, Yun Guanlu smirked. If the top scorer wanted a real challenge, he was ready any time. If Yi Lin went all out, he could probably defeat or even kill Yun Guanlu. But with too many witnesses now, he'd let it slide. For now still, he made it clear, revenge would come, one way or another. Yun Guanlu let out a disdainful laugh. Was Yi Lin seriously threatening him? He hadn't even noticed. And really, what a loser. Did he think he was worth his attention? Talking and attacking him didn't mean he cared. Yi Lin should drop the empty threats. He wouldn't win in his lifetime. Then Yun Guanlu crossed the line, insulting Zhuge Qianqing. That was one thing Yi Lin couldn't ignore. He didn't care if someone mocked him, but disrespect his teacher? Never! Confident that Yun Guanlu couldn't beat him, Yi Lin issued a challenge, a life-or-death duel in 1 year's time. The crowd fell silent. Shocked, they hadn't expected Yi Lin to boldly agree to a death match with Yun Guanlu, who was already near level 45, and could easily break level 50, maybe even 60, in a year. Zhuge Qianqing wasn't worried about Yi Lin losing. He feared the secret of Yi Lin's immortality might slip. He warned him not to be reckless. Yi Lin assured him he wasn't. He knew Yun Guanlu was strong and infuriating, but in the long run it wouldn't matter. Yun Guanlu accepted the challenge, though he remained dismissive. With the deal sealed, Yi Lin calmly walked off the stage. To him, the duel was a test of skill and pride. He looked forward to crushing the Supreme Academy's ego, and felt a thrill just thinking about it. Principal Gao personally congratulated Yi Lin for becoming the top scorer, and before the cheering crowd, thanked him for raising Qingqing Academy's reputation to new heights. That afternoon, back at the Zhuge family villa, Yi Lin asked about Zhuge Nini, making sure she was okay. Zhuge Qianqing assured him she was just a bit down from losing, but she'd bounce back quickly. Yi Lin then moved to a more curious and slightly intrusive question: the nature of the relationship between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin. Zhuge Qianqing wasn't surprised. This was an open secret. He explained that Su Qingxin was his first love. Coincidentally, Zhuge Nini was coming downstairs and overheard. She was stunned. So was Yi Lin. The idea that they'd had a romantic past was unexpectedly odd. Zhuge Qianqing sighed, recounting the story. Back as a young academy student, he fell for Su Qingxin and they dated, but eventually broke up due to clashing personalities. She liked playing mind games and always assumed she was right. 5 years later, she returned, wanting to reconcile. Everyone, especially Zhuge Nini, asked if they got back together. Zhuge Qianqing calmly said no. By then, he already had Zhuge Nini. That shut them up immediately. Yi Lin, rational as ever, accepted it, even if he felt a twinge of disappointment. Zhuge Qianqing, slightly regretful, hadn't expected his love life to affect his disciples' futures. Yi Lin's next best choice was Daxia Academy. As for Zhuge Nini, her talent would easily earn her a place at the Supreme Academy. She just needed to focus on doing her best. Yi Lin agreed. Daxia Academy wasn't a bad alternative, it was just his next best option. With that settled, Zhuge Qianqing told them to rest. Admission officers would likely be at the school early the next morning. They followed his advice, getting some much-needed sleep. Because the next day, Qingqing Academy buzzed with excitement, and Principal Gao proudly showed off his two geniuses to the press. Unexpectedly, the City Lord and the Supreme Academy's supervisor were present. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingxian officially invited Zhuge Nini to join the Supreme Academy. Zhuge Nini thanked her, then turned to Yi Lin with a smug look, clearly feeling triumphant. Inside, Zhuge Nini was quietly thrilled. She had finally managed to get one over Yi Lin. She didn't care in the slightest how unfair her little victory might have been. Meanwhile, Principal Gao, still beaming with pride, clapped Yi Lin on the shoulder and guided him toward the City Lord Huang. It was time to claim his 5 million yuan prize. Yi Lin's eyes practically popped at the sheer amount, and he hurried over to shake Huang's hand. Huang complimented Yi Lin on his remarkable composure and temperament as a top scorer. The press ate up every moment, cameras flashing and reporters scribbling furiously. True to his slightly greedy nature, Yi Lin couldn't resist asking when he'd actually receive the 5 million. Huang reassured him that not a single penny would be missing, but Yi Lin made sure the media heard him joking about how he'd still be poor after years in the slums and that everyone should witness his reward firsthand. But that 5 million was just the tip of the iceberg. There were also skill scrolls. As Qingqing's representative, Huang had prepared an epic-grade self-selection skill scroll for Yi Lin. On top of that, he received a rare admission to the top scorer realm, a secret realm reserved for only the highest scorers from each city. Yi Lin could hardly believe his luck. The epic-grade scroll might be useless to a forbidden spellcaster like him, but gaining access to the top scorer realm? That was pure jackpot. In that realm, participants were immune to all damage, letting them focus entirely on monsters. Not that it was a huge advantage for Yi Lin, but the chance to face monsters of any level could be just what he needed to hit level 99 before leaving. Principal Gao added that while the top scorer realm wasn't quite as extreme as it sounded, the monsters inside were limited. Still, the immunity to damage was perfect for Yi Lin. The City Lord spoke next, explaining the high expectations placed on him. The top scorer realm was also a test, and achieving first place there would earn Yi Lin the national top scorer title. Initially, Yi Lin didn't even know such a title existed, but Principal Gao confirmed it. The title marked the champion of the entire SKA nation. If he reached the highest level in the top scorer realm, he would officially become the nation's top scorer. Fueled by confidence and excitement, Yi Lin assured everyone that he would absolutely claim that title. With that settled, the three posed for a commemorative photo to celebrate the city's top scorer of the year. Once the formalities ended, Zhuge Qianqing and Yi Lin went for a walk together. When they finally had some privacy, Zhuge Qianqing gave Yi Lin an important piece of advice. Never use any lifespan-consuming skills inside the top scorer realm. Yi Lin had already realized this on his own. The secret realm granted immunity to damage, yes, but it couldn't stop time from passing. Zhuge Qianqing confirmed Yi Lin's understanding, praising him as a smart kid. He also told Yi Lin that he had urgent matters in Qingcheng, so Yi Lin would need to handle things carefully on his own. He reminded Yi Lin to return to Qingcheng immediately after leaving the top scorer realm. Zhuge Qianqing had just received word that researchers might soon discover the Gate of Apocalypse. Using the city's teleportation array, Yi Lin arrived in Shenzhen without issue. As he walked the bustling streets, he couldn't help but marvel at how new and vibrant everything felt. It was his first time away from Qingcheng, and a shame he didn't have more time to explore. He made his way to the registration building to check in, where a female receptionist introduced herself as Bai Lin. After confirming his identity, Bai Lin instructed him to follow her. Hu Wang had already taken care of the preparations. On the way, Bai Lin explained that the top scorer realm hadn't opened yet, so he had some time to rest. If he ran into any issues, he could contact her at any time. She led him to a high-rise where he completed registration and check-in. Shortly after, Yi Lin found his room and collapsed onto the bed, clutching his skill scroll. With the top scorer realm not yet open, he considered exploring the city, but just then, muffled voices and a sudden noise came from the door. Someone on the other side kept whining about how their room keycard wasn't working. Yi Lin approached, curious who was trying to get in. Or maybe the rooms were shared. Before he could speak, the door was forcefully kicked open with a bang, locks flying, startling him. A petite girl in a blue dress appeared in the doorway looking completely innocent. She had a teddy bear backpack, blonde hair tied in 2 bows, and big blinking eyes fixed on Yi Lin in confusion. Who was he? And why was he in her room? Yi Lin was left speechless. Shouldn't he be asking her those questions? Seeing his shocked face, she immediately assumed he was a pervert, convinced he'd snuck in after targeting her as an easy mark. Without warning, her arms bulged with sudden strength and she threw a punch toward Yi Lin. Yi Lin reacted instantly, sidestepping with a fleeting dance, narrowly avoiding the blow. The rush of wind from her strike rattled the windows. Yi Lin, still in shock, couldn't believe this little girl had such power. He hurriedly explained he wasn't a pervert, but she refused to believe him. She argued that a true pervert wouldn't admit it, so he must be lying. Yi Lin realized he had no choice but to act. He sacrificed his appendix and summoned the realm of woods. Suddenly, countless woody vines shot up in the small room, wrapping around her fist like living tentacles. She tried to break free with brute force, but the vines were unyielding. The realm of woods, a forbidden spell, primarily restrained forceful movements. Eventually, the girl, Mi Shui, relented. Yi Lin then showed her his room card. Seeing the number 6099, Mi Shui exclaimed, "It couldn't be possible." Her own room card also read 6099. Yi Lin released her from the spell and asked to see her card. Mi Shui, still puzzled, confidently produced her card from her bag. But to her dismay, the number was 66009. She had simply held the card upside down. With the misunderstanding cleared, Mi Shui began apologizing profusely. Yi Lin, however, focused on reminding her to inform the staff to fix the door on her way out. Mi Shui nodded but insisted on treating Yi Lin to a meal as compensation. He declined, suggesting instead she accompany him for a walk. As they explored the streets, Yi Lin learned her name and profession. She was an SSS-class berserker, explaining her explosive strength. Mi Shui was Haicheng's top scorer. Yi Lin mentioned he was from Qingqing and of course also a top scorer. Having been subdued by Yi Lin's skill, Mi Shui assumed he must have been admitted to the Supreme Academy. Yi Lin calmly explained that was his initial plan, but he had been rejected. Mi Shui went from excitement to confusion. With the strength he had just displayed, admission should have been a given. Yi Lin shrugged and explained that his fate had been decided elsewhere. He was a forbidden spellcaster, and the inherent lifespan risk made his rejection understandable. Hearing this, guilt flickered in Mi Shui's eyes. A forbidden spellcaster already had a short life, and she had unknowingly forced him to use a forbidden spell, torn down his door, mistaken him for a pervert, and tried to beat him up. She really needed to make it right. The first thing they needed was a break from all that gloom. Mi Shui grabbed Yi Lin's hand and practically dragged him along, excited. She'd heard of a nearby spot that supposedly had the best food in town. It was Xingqing's most talked-about restaurant, a place with a breathtaking view and service to match. Yi Lin took a slow look around, impressed. The place really did live up to the hype. But just as they were about to grab a table, a sharp voice cut through the chatter. Someone called out to Mi Shui, sneering at how a brute like her even had a date to eat with. Mi Shui's expression darkened instantly when she turned and saw Yi Ningning, her half-sister. Yi Ningning was dressed in a sleek black strap dress, her heels clacking loudly as she approached. By her side was Wu Shaoqi. Yi Ningning mocked Mi Shui, ridiculing her for finally trying to find someone, yet still bringing nothing impressive to the table. She couldn't understand what Yi Lin could possibly see in her sister. Mi Shui, trying to stay calm, warned Yi Ningning she wasn't looking for a fight. But Yi Ningning brushed it off, offering Yi Lin a taste of her so-called beautiful friends. But only if he agreed to come with her right now. Yi Lin didn't even flinch. He told the nosy girl to back off his personal space, and didn't hold back mentioning her terrible breath. Mi Shui bit back a laugh, while Yi Ningning kept muttering, clearly stunned at what she'd just heard. Fuming, Yi Ningning couldn't wrap her head around the audacity of someone she considered a nobody putting her in her place. Sliding past Yi Ningning, Yi Lin suggested they just find another spot to eat, somewhere that didn't smell like trouble. Mi Shui couldn't hide her relief. But before they could move, Wu Shaoqi stepped in, his anger radiating. He claimed they hadn't asked his permission to leave and demanded an apology to his woman, throwing in a jab about how much he hated poor losers from small towns. To him, Yi Lin might be special somewhere else, but in Shenzhen, he was just dirt. Mi Shui, worried, admitted quietly that Wu Shaoqi was out of their league. Yi Lin just shrugged, amused by the coincidence. He happened to despise arrogant rich punks like Wu Shaoqi too. Suddenly, Wu Shaoqi's aura thickened, a heavy pressure filling the restaurant. Behind him, a radiant angelic figure slowly materialized, bathing the space in holy light. Yi Lin raised a hand, electricity crackling around him, signaling he was ready to take on Wu Shaoqi. The crowd immediately sensed the tension and gathered, eyes fixed on the two. Just as things were about to blow, an investigator shouted a warning. Job changers weren't allowed to fight in the city. Violators faced a 30,000 yuan fine and 30 days in detention. With the top scorer realm opening in just a few hours, Mi Shui tried to reason with Yi Lin. Fighting Wu Shaoqi now wasn't worth it. Yi Lin agreed, and Wu Shaoqi, walking away, issued a warning. He told Yi Lin to stay out of his path in the top scorer realm. Even if he couldn't kill him there, he could make him suffer far worse. Yi Ningning smirked in satisfaction as Wu Shaoqi took her hand and led her away. Once they were out of earshot, Mi Shui let out a heavy sigh and apologized for the trouble. Yi Lin finally asked who Yi Ningning was and why she hated Mi Shui so much. He learned she was Mi Shui's half-sister from her stepmother, obsessed with outdoing Mi Shui in everything: career, skills, gear, looks, even her body. She'd feared being outclassed in the final test and demanded a transfer to a smaller city. That's where she met Wu Shaoqi, and had been acting high and mighty ever since. Feeling a bit down, Mi Shui apologized again. She just wanted to treat Yi Lin to a meal, not drag him into chaos. Yi Lin waved it off, even admitting he was getting hungry. They should just find a table and eat. Mi Shui hesitated, surprised they weren't leaving after the incident. Yi Lin reminded her she had recommended the place, so why let those two idiots ruin their appetite? Early the next day, top scorers from the entire province gathered in a massive square on the outskirts of Shenzhen. A huge red gate, nearly 40 feet tall, loomed over the square. Drones hovered everywhere, monitoring the event from every angle. On the platform, a middle-aged man introduced himself as Zheng Kenqi, this year's top scorer realm supervisor. Calmly, he welcomed everyone and told them to get ready. Among the crowd, Yi Lin and Mi Shui were busy with last-minute preparations. Yi Lin opened his backpack, surprised it was packed full of food. When he asked Mi Shui about it, she explained that since they'd be in the secret realm for a few days, it was best to pack plenty in case of emergencies. Back on the platform, Zhang Kenqi calmly went over the rules before the secret realm officially opened. First, while test takers were immune to damage inside the realm, that protection only applied within its boundaries. Anyone taking continuous or lethal damage had better not leave until fully healed. They had priests above level 50 stationed at the entrance to heal anyone unlucky enough to need it. Exit without healing? The consequences would be severe. Second, if someone lost a limb, they should bring it with them. A priest could reattach it before leaving, far simpler than trying to regrow it. Third, don't get eaten by a demon. Having your torso digested was a nightmare you didn't want to imagine. Just thinking about it was horrifying from this. Yi Lin figured their bodies wouldn't block damage. They'd just be immune while inside. Zhang Kenqi wrapped up by wishing all the top scorers success and safe returns. He instructed that the teleportation portal be opened. Everyone had 10 minutes to form teams or find teammates, but anyone confident could go solo. Mi Shui suggested teaming up with Yi Lin. He agreed on one condition: she had to carry his bag. She had no problem with that. The load was nothing to her as a berserker. A guy nearby saw this and called Yi Lin ungentlemanly. How could he make such a cute girl carry a heavy bag? He quickly offered to team up with Mi Shui himself. That way she wouldn't have to do menial work. Mi Shui balled up her fist and asked the idiot what he had to offer that justified teaming up. He'd better leave before she pounded him into the floor. Nearby, Wu Shaoqi flaunted his profession and level, while Yi Ningning declared they were recruiting job changers above level 20. Anyone who wanted to survive should join them. Soon, they spotted Yi Lin and Mi Shui moving toward them with their minions. Within earshot, Wu Shaoqi told Yi Lin he had looked him up. He added that it was rare for a job changer from a small county like Qingqing to reach level 18. But a redneck will always be a redneck. He couldn't climb higher. Wu Shaoqi gave Yi Lin one last chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times. Then, maybe he'd forgive what happened yesterday. Otherwise, who knew what would happen once they entered the secret realm? Yi Lin just laughed, essentially telling the fool to shove it. Fuming, Wu Shaoqi was about to strike when Zheng Kenqi suddenly appeared and stepped in to stop him. He gave Wu Shaoqi a sharp warning. This wasn't the Wu family grounds. Any troublemaker would have their exam qualification snatched away immediately. Zhang Kenqi raised his voice, making sure everyone heard. Breaking the rules now, with the secret realm open, meant instant disqualification. No exceptions. Wu Shaoqi stormed off, his eyes burning with anger. He swore he would get his revenge on Ye Lin no matter what. Meanwhile, as top scorers streamed into the red gate in orderly lines, Mi Shui leaned close to Ye Lin, warning him about Wu Shaoqi's recklessness. She knew they'd need to stay sharp inside the secret realm. Ye Lin just smiled and told her not to worry. He had it all under control. Soon it was their turn. As they stepped through, Ye Lin and Mi Shui found themselves in a completely new world. The top scorer realm opened into a vast forest, ancient trees towering overhead, birds chirping, flowers perfuming the air. But the beauty was deceptive. Hidden in plain sight were countless deadly threats. Case in point, a level 20 gargoyle suddenly burst from a foggy patch, eyes gleaming with hunger as it lunged at them. Ye Lin shouted a warning to Mi Shui. He was about to unleash a forbidden spell, but she dashed forward first, muscles tensed and bulging, a striking contrast to her otherwise cute face. The gargoyle let out a deafening roar, but it didn't slow Mi Shui as she swung a punch straight at its face. The gargoyle barely managed to block the blow. Stone fragments scattered everywhere, and its hand was destroyed in the process. Clearly, Mi Shui could finish it off soon. But Ye Lin thought this method was far too slow. He needed to step in to speed things up. Without warning, dark clouds swallowed the sky. A thick bolt of lightning crashed down, shattering the gargoyle into a pile of stone fragments. Mi Shui froze, eyes wide with shock, instantly killing a level 20 monster. That was something only a level 25 job changer or higher could do. They gained 70 experience points for the gargoyle. Mi Shui turned to Ye Lin, her expression curious. How could his magic be that strong? Then it hit her. He was a forbidden spellcaster. Ye Lin feigned a slight wince and joked about how convenient it was that he was damage immune in the top scorer realm. Without that, his kidneys wouldn't have survived the strike. Mi Shui nodded, completely buying his act, reminded of the brutal cost forbidden spells demanded when cast through sacrifice. Time was short, so Ye Lin suggested they move deeper into the secret realm. Mi Shui hesitated. Sure, killing a level 20 gargoyle instantly was impressive. But what about the stronger monsters lurking further in? Ye Lin reassured her again. Just stick close, he said, and there'd be nothing to worry about. Watching Ye Lin's confidence and raw power, Mi Shui couldn't help but feel it was a shame the Supreme Academy had rejected him. But Ye Lin didn't seem bothered at all. He didn't even care about being destined to die young. As long as he achieved what he wanted in life, he figured, then dying early wasn't the worst outcome. They hadn't gone far when a massive shadow rose ahead. A colossal monster. Its body sheathed in an unbreakable carapace loomed over them. A giant poison centipede glared down at them, its eyes glowing a predatory green. Then it lunged, drool dripping from its enormous jaws. The saliva hissed, corrosive, releasing white smoke as it hit the ground. Ye Lin grabbed Mi Shui and used his fleeting dance to dodge the corroded ground just in time. But despite the evasion, part of his lower abdomen, left leg, and arm were corroded to the bone while shielding her. At a safe distance, Ye Lin stayed calm, telling Mi Shui to leave the fight to him. Her involvement would only slow things down. He lifted his hand, summoning a devastating bolt of thunder. A familiar blue thunder dragon appeared, roaring as it descended. The giant venomous centipede, terrifying to Mi Shui, didn't even get a chance to react before being incinerated into charred remains. Mi Shui, still in a daze, followed Ye Lin as he pressed on, facing wave after wave of monsters. First came a level 22 poisonous scorpion, then a level 25 skeleton Bladshield swordsman. Both were struck down instantly by bolts of lightning, just like the centipede. Mi Shui could only watch, speechless, as Ye Lin effortlessly killed one monster after another without even breaking a sweat. Then suddenly a level 28 abyss ratman emerged from underground, grabbing his leg in a surprise attack. Ye Lin shook it off, raised his hand, and cast the forbidden spell. Eternal Thunder Element. Golden energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a blinding golden spear. He hurled it straight at the abyss ratman, killing it instantly. Ye Lin cheered internally. He'd finally reached level 20, but Mi Shui suddenly paused, eyes wide, as if she just solved a long-standing puzzle. Of course, Ye Lin was a forbidden spellcaster. That made him immune to damage inside the secret realm, letting him unleash forbidden spells at full power. Ye Lin blinked. Hadn't she realized this yet? Well, her muscles were impressive, but her brain clearly wasn't keeping up. Anyway, hitting level 20 meant it was time to unlock his second talent. A quick glance at his attribute window revealed the ultimate sublimation, a skill that could convert all used abilities into forbidden spells. This was huge. Previously, skill scrolls, common, rare, epic, or legendary, were off limits. Yi Lin told Mi Shui to hand him a dropped fireball skill scroll. Even though it was just a regular spell, he grabbed it immediately, eager to test his new talent. The ultimate sublimation triggered automatically, transforming the fireball spell into Flame God's Breath. This forbidden spell burned Yi Lin's life force to summon the flame of the god's divine fire, incinerating everything in its path. A golden blaze erupted, radiating powerful energy. The air itself seemed to ignite, heat rising as a massive fireball formed. Yi Lin poured his fire into it, and the fireball grew, its golden flames and intense heat spreading outward. Then he launched it into the sky. Boom! The explosion was deafening, lighting up the sky like a sun had gone supernova. Yi Lin clenched his fist in excitement. More forbidden spells meant more options, more tactics. And now, he could create any type of forbidden spell just by finding a corresponding low-level skill scroll, cheap and easy. In high spirits, Yi Lin and Mi Shui pressed on, eager to level up even further. Meanwhile, perched on a massive branch nearby, Yiningning and Wu Shaoqi stared at the explosion in disbelief. When Yiningning asked what skill could cause that, Wu Shaoqi guessed it had to be an invigilator. There was no one else there with that kind of power. Elsewhere, Zheng Qingqi was staring at his monitor, eyes narrowing. He couldn't make sense of it. What could possibly trigger a skill that powerful? Night was falling, and Yi Lin suggested they find a spot to rest and grab a bite. Mi Shui didn't hesitate. She was fine with it, having already handled everything else, from hunting monsters to navigating the forest. Still, she liked keeping busy. The experience was leveling her up fast. Even so, Yi Lin stayed on high alert, scanning the surroundings. That's when something caught his eye, making him blink with a mix of shock and excitement. He leaned closer to Mi Shui and whispered, beckoning her to see it. Not far off, a clear spring trickled down like a miniature waterfall. On a massive black rock beside it sat a golden toad, its skin shimmering under the moonlight, like a thin layer of gold had been painted over it. This wasn't just any creature, it was the legendary treasure toad, standing 4 or 5 meters tall, eyes vertical and bright. Its specialty? Hoarding treasure inside its belly, and the bigger the toad, the richer the loot it carried. Luck was on their side. This one was level 25, meaning it could drop some serious rewards. Yi Lin motioned for Mi Shui to stay silent. One wrong move and it would bolt. His plan was simple. Approach quietly and guide its movement so Mi Shui could make the catch. Half an hour passed as they crept behind the treasure toad, silent and careful. Just as they were ready to strike, a sinister voice sliced through the night, taunting them. Someone had finally found Yi Lin, and they weren't shy about announcing it. It was Wu Shaoqi and his crew, and their sudden presence spooked the treasure toad. By the time Yi Lin tried to restrain it with the realm of woods, it was already too late. The treasure toad had vanished. Yi Lin's face darkened, teeth clenched. That idiot had just ruined their plan, and to make it worse, Wu Shaoqi kept talking trash. He told Yi Lin it was time to settle debts, promising a life worse than death. A nearby crowd overheard, whispering about how unlucky Yi Lin was to run into him in the middle of the vast secret realm, and some even blamed him for bringing this on himself. But Yi Lin didn't flinch. His expression was icy, and the warning didn't scare him. If they expected a life worse than death, they were about to get exactly that. Calmly, he raised his hand and summoned a fireball. One of Wu Shaoqi's minions sneered. Fireballs were basic and common. Any job changer could learn one. Using it against them? That was laughable. Then his smirk froze. Yi Lin's finger twitched, and suddenly the fireball exploded in size. It grew into a dark, golden sun, several meters wide. Blazing with heat, Yi Lin hurled it at the minion next to Wu Shaoqi. The man didn't even scream before being burned into a charred mess. The crowd gawked, mouths agape, unable to believe what they'd just seen. Wu Shaoqi's eyes widened as he pieced it together. The person behind the earlier explosion was right in front of him. Yiningning, realizing how deep they were in trouble, begged Yi Lin to reconsider. After all, they were all future stars of Daxia, and Yi Lin wouldn't make an enemy of the Wu family, right? Yi Lin picked up another skill scroll, his voice calm. He claimed to be fair. He wouldn't tolerate any favoritism. Equality meant everyone would soon face the same fate. The new scroll was an ice vortex spell, normally simple. It creates a spinning cone of sharp ice, but in Yi Lin's hands it transformed completely. Hundreds of feet of sharp ice spikes shot into the air like crystal pillars, the chill biting the skin. They spun like a massive ice gyroscope, packed with destructive force, aimed straight at Wu Shaoqi and his stunned crew. Wu Shaoqi staggered, shocked that a simple spell could be so deadly. Yining Ning could only gape, baffled by Ye Lin using both fire and ice. Wu Shaoqi reacted quickly, summoning his angel paladin and raising a glowing golden shield to defend against the ice spikes. But after the first strike, spiderweb cracks appeared all over the shield. The second ice spike shattered it instantly. Wu Shaoqi's expression turned grim. He condensed a golden sword in his hand, swinging it in a cross pattern toward the ice spikes. He called on his team to attack together, thinking Yi Lin couldn't handle them all at once. At first, the crowd assumed Yi Lin was just an elemental mage, but the exchange proved otherwise. He was clearly a forbidden spellcaster. And the reason for his reckless power, ignoring his own health and lifespan, became obvious. Even someone as strong as Wu Shaoqi was helpless against a forbidden spellmaster inside the top scorer realm. Yi Lin picked up another low-level spell, Rockfall, and summoned a rock from above. But it wasn't just a rock. It was a colossal boulder like a meteor, hurtling toward Wu Shaoqi and his group. Everyone recognized the forbidden spell immediately, their faces paling. They tried to resist, but the sheer weight, thousands of pounds crushing down, left no room to move. The boulder smashed them completely, leaving Wu Shaoqi's group battered and broken, resistance gone. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth, mentioning his family name again, threatening Ye Lin about opposing the Wu family. Yi Lin stayed calm. "Relax," he said. He wasn't going to kill them. The Wu family was strong. They'd just have to take some pain. He raised another hand, and a second boulder came crashing down, leaving the crowd speechless. Yining Ning tried to reason with him. What about the Supreme Academy? Wu Shaoqi added they were all students there. Would Yi Lin really go this far against his own colleagues? It didn't matter. Mentioning the Supreme Academy only fueled Yi Lin's frustration further, rejected by them. There was no future in being colleagues. With a wave of his hand, the boulder fell. The impact boomed through the forest, as if the sky had collapsed, splitting the earth beneath. The scene was terrifying. The crowd couldn't believe a human could cause such destruction. As the dust settled, Wu Shaoqi and his group lay in ruins. They were buried deep in the ground. Yet thanks to the top scorer realm's rules, still alive, silence fell over the area. Observers began to regret even coming, holding their breath, afraid Yi Lin might target them next. Yi Lin called them over, ordering them to rescue and heal Wu Shaoqi and his group. Carefully, they used their abilities to dig out the battered bodies from beneath the rubble. Yi Lin finally felt the secret realm settle into silence after clearing out those pesky flies. At last, it seemed like the perfect moment to track down the treasure toad. Meanwhile, near the exit of the secret realm, the supervisor overseeing this year's top scorer realm stood on high alert. Alongside him were 3 priests and over a dozen skilled medical staff, all waiting patiently for any sign of trouble. Zheng Kenshi had thought this year's top scorers would be strong, and so far no one had needed medical attention. One of the priests nodded in agreement. Normally, by now, they'd be swamped with injured students. But then suddenly, a group of students came rushing in. Some of them badly hurt. Zheng Kenshi quickly assessed their wounds. He ordered the priests to heal them, then demanded to know exactly what had happened. "Did you run into a high-level monster?" he asked. One of the students hesitated before admitting the truth. They'd clashed with one of their own. Wu Shaoqi and his entire team had confronted a forbidden spellcaster. Zheng Kenshi could hardly believe it. How could a single student have caused such chaos? Back with Ye Lin and Mi Shui. The two had been chasing the golden treasure toad across the realm, but it seemed to have vanished. If Wu Shaoqi and his group hadn't interfered, they might have secured the multi-treasure toad without a problem. Exhaling in frustration, Ye Lin gave up the chase. Night was falling and he hadn't even touched his meal, claiming he was full. All he wanted now was rest. He had plans to level up more the next day. Mi Shui had never seen anyone level up as quickly as Yi Lin. Watching him, she silently resolved to push herself even harder. But then, lifting her head, she froze. 3 pairs of red eyes glowed from the shadows, staring right at her. From the darkness, a massive dog-shaped figure leapt forward. Its body was muscular, cloaked in red flames, with eyes burning a ferocious crimson. Saliva, foul-smelling and corrosive, dripped from its gaping fangs. It was a legendary 3-headed hellhound, a high-level monster. This level 36 Cerberus let out a spurt of green corrosive liquid from its mouth, warning them of the danger ahead. Luckily, Mi Shui reacted fast. She grabbed Yi Lin's arm and pulled him away from the immediate danger, dragging his still sleeping body out of harm's way. Yi Lin blinked in shock. Facing such a powerful monster for the first time, he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Taking charge, Yi Lin unleashed his flame god's breath skill. A massive dark golden flame shot toward the three-headed hellhound, but the middle head opened wide and unbelievably bit down on the dark golden sun Yi Lin had summoned, and with a gulp, it swallowed the entire attack. Both Yi Lin and Mi Shui gasped. The beast had just devoured a forbidden spell in one bite. A flicker of mockery flashed in the hellhound's eyes as its first head spewed a thick green corrosive liquid straight at them. Yi Lin and Mi Shui leapt aside just in time, the deadly fluid burning through everything it touched. Suddenly, Yi Lin felt an attack from behind. Instantly, he activated his fleeting dance and leapt sideways. He narrowly avoided a fatal strike. Mid-air, he raised his hand, summoning golden light that condensed into a dazzling spear. The golden spear streaked through the night like a meteor, stabbing at the hellhound with unstoppable force. The beast roared and sprayed green corrosive liquid, trying to resist the strike, but the spear cut through the corrosive stream and drove straight into the hellhound's mouth, severing one of its heads. A shrill scream echoed as the hellhound's body shook violently, racked with unimaginable pain. Enraged, the first head of the now two-headed beast hurled another torrent of thick green acid. This time, the corrosive spray covered a massive area. Yi Lin raised his hand and quickly summoned the Wailing Wall. Since the level gap between him and the beast was under 20, the wall effortlessly blocked the acid. He then hurled another brilliant spear, piercing the first head of the Cerberus. With only one head left, the monster could only let out a pained roar before Yi Lin summoned his world-destroying thunder. A deafening boom rocked the forest as lightning struck the three-headed hellhound, leaving it charred and battered. But it wasn't dead. When Mi Shui questioned Yi Lin, he realized something was wrong. Alarmed, he ordered her to run. Grabbing her hand, Yi Lin dashed for cover. The Cerberus was moments from self-destructing. If they got caught in that explosion of corrosive fluids, the damage would be catastrophic. The blast soon engulfed a wide area of the forest. Luckily, they were fast enough to escape. Defeating a level 36 high-grade Cerberus earned Yi Lin 720 experience points. And it seemed they weren't the only ones who had narrowly escaped. The elusive treasure toad they'd been chasing all day had crossed paths with them again. This time, there would be no escape. They cornered the poor creature, and the first item it spat out was a dragon-scale gold ore, a rare crafting material. In the hands of a skilled blacksmith, Yi Lin could forge epic-grade equipment from it. But compared to the epic treasures still inside its belly, this was nothing. The treasure toad was restrained tightly, yet even under threat, it dared to spit out an ordinary stone next. Yi Lin's patience snapped, and he slammed the hilt of his sword onto the toad's head. Back at the medical center near the secret realm's exit, Zheng Kenqi waited patiently. Soon, the three priests emerged from the tent, beaming. Surgery had been a success. Wu Shaoqi and his team were almost fully healed. Grateful, Zheng Kenqi reassured them he'd report their efforts to the higher-ups for proper compensation. Wu Shaoqi stepped out of the tent, but Zhang Qinshi immediately told him to rest until fully recovered. Wu Shaoqi wasn't having any of it. He ground his teeth, muttering curses, then shouted in frustration, vowing revenge in a way Yi Lin would never recover from. Back with Yi Lin and Mi Shui, the treasure toad was tied to a tree, still refusing to yield any epic items. Its belly was bruised from Mi Shui's beating, yet the golden toad remained stubborn. Since it wouldn't cooperate, Yi Lin prepared to end it quickly. The toad shrieked in terror at the threat, but Yi Lin didn't flinch. Lightning crackled in his palm, ready to strike. The treasure toad, terrified, let out another panicked shriek, and almost reluctantly spat out a staff glowing faintly with golden light. The staff was intricately carved, every line and symbol radiating mystery and hidden power. Yi Lin blinked in disbelief. He hadn't expected the treasure toad to be holding something like this. He quickly scanned the staff's properties. It was an epic-grade magic staff, boosting psychic strength by 50% and making fire spells stronger and more energy efficient. Yi Lin's mood shifted instantly, and he praised the treasure toad for finally cooperating. Had it done this earlier, none of the suffering it endured would have happened. Activating his ultimate sublimation, Yi Lin enhanced the staff into his flame god's fury slash. With a confident smile, he swung the red flame staff. Flames gathered at the tip, forming multiple enormous blazing blades that tore through everything in their path. The destruction left both Yi Lin and Mi Shui momentarily speechless. The treasure toad, on the other hand, showed a flicker of fear in its eyes. It was hoping Yi Lin would keep his promise now, that it had handed over what he wanted. Seeing its honesty, the two decided to let the treasure toad go. With that, they moved on, eager to hunt even stronger monsters before time ran out. Yi Lin led Mi Shui toward the exit of the secret realm, But he paused, noticing an eerie emptiness. There were no monsters left. Mi Shui, blunt as always, asked why Yi Lin was implying they had wiped out everything themselves. Apparently, over the past couple of days, Yi Lin had indeed eliminated nearly all the monsters inside the top scorer secret realm. With no creatures left to hunt, Yi Lin suggested they head to the exit, even though the exam wasn't technically over yet. Staying longer would just waste their time. Meanwhile, at the exit, countless top scorers had already gathered, all facing the same strange situation. With 2 days left, it was unusual that not only were so many at the exit early, but the inner realm was practically empty. Some had hunted the outer areas for a day, but upon entering the inner area, all that remained were scorched patches of earth. At that moment, someone remembered Wu Shaoqi and his group, wondering if they had managed to level up after recovering. But a sudden commotion caught their attention. It was just Yi Lin, and everyone was clearly keeping their distance after hearing what he had done to Wu Shaoqi and his minions. They were genuinely terrified of him. Zheng Kenqi approached, asking if Yi Lin was really planning to leave the secret realm. After all, exiting now would mean officially finishing his trial, with only 48 hours remaining. Yi Lin didn't hesitate. "I'm sure," he said calmly, but before leaving, all top scorers had to record their level. The assistant supervisor nearby asked him to show his stats for the record. Yi Lin proudly displayed his level and profession, but acted as if it was nothing special. To the crowd and officials, it was mind-blowing. Leveling up 7 times in just a few days. Even Zheng Kenqi had never witnessed such rapid growth. The crowd murmured among themselves. Most remembered him at level 18 before entering the secret realm, and it wasn't hard to guess who had cleared out all the monsters in the inner area. Yi Lin ignored the whispers and asked if he could leave. Unexpectedly, Zheng Kenqi said no, because Yi Lin was likely the national's top scorer. He had to wait until the secret realm officially closed to claim his reward. At the mention of a reward, Yi Lin's eyes lit up, and he decided to stay, despite originally planning to return to Qingqing to avoid trouble, especially after offending Wu Shaoqi, the local tyrant of Shenzhen City. And speaking of Wu Shaoqi, the guy appeared, grumbling like the rest. He had spent so much effort chasing the golden treasure toad, only to find its stomach empty. On top of that, he hadn't found a single monster despite searching all day. Curiosity drew him to the nearby commotion, and he learned that Yi Lin had wiped out all the monsters inside the secret realm. To make things worse, Yi Lin had already reached level 25. Wu Shaoqi's face twisted in utter disbelief, cursing loudly. Mi Shui wasted no time rubbing it in. After all, it was humiliating to see the infamous young master of the Wu family enter the secret realm at level 22. And leave with the same level. Wu Shaoqi scoffed angrily, calling it disgusting that a short-life forbidden spellcaster had stolen all the monsters. Yiling Ning agreed. No one of Yi Lin's caliber had lived past 25. What was the point of cultivation if someone like him disrupted the whole system? Mi Shui was furious for Yi Lin. She knew Wu Shaoqi and his group had simply lacked the skill to defeat the high-level monsters in time. Yet they had the audacity to mock him. Suddenly, the sky above the top scorer realm darkened as if all light had been swallowed. Hearts tightened with fear, and an eerie tension spread. Then a deafening roar shook the secret realm, as if something underground was awakening. The ground trembled violently, making everyone dizzy. Faces drained of color as they noticed the exit had been mysteriously sealed. No matter what Zheng Kenqi tried, he couldn't reopen it. Then a scarlet light burst from deep within the secret realm, cutting through the darkness and illuminating everyone's faces. In that glow, massive monsters became faintly visible. They came in different forms: horns, wings, scales, radiating a fierce, evil aura. Zheng Kenqi's pupils contracted sharply. His voice trembled slightly as he realized it was a demon invasion. Monsters were one thing, but high-level monsters could control lesser ones. Above even them lurked an even greater threat: the demons. No one knew their origin. All that was certain was that demons were terrifying, intelligent, and could speak human languages. Whenever they appeared on planet Blue Star, it meant disaster. Yet now, Zheng Kenqi could see them in huge numbers. He steeled himself and faced them, furious that they dared trespass on human lands. But the demons ignored him, bowing and kneeling as if to greet someone important. From the shimmering dark purple portal, a tall, mysterious figure emerged. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his eyes glowed with a deep, chilling color. Unlike any humans, the demon leader looked down at the humans with contempt. They were nothing but food in his eyes. And yet humans had dared enslave and hunt his kind. They were courting death. The demon leader's icy voice carried an invisible weight of fear. sinking deep into every human's bones. Even Zhang Qinshi felt it, not for himself, but for the students. These were top scorers from across the country. Their deaths would be catastrophic for Daxia. He ordered them to stay behind him, trusting that Jinqing might already know about the anomaly and could be on the way. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before him out of nowhere. Then came a devastating punch, forcing Zheng Kenqi to brace himself to block it. Zheng Qiqi, already a level 70 job changer, stumbled back a few steps without even trying. The demon leader barely glanced at him, then waved a hand toward the towering monster, Luda, signaling it to handle Zenkichi. Luda muttered something under its breath, but Zenkichi, desperate, shouted threats to grab the demon leader's attention. Still, the pale figure ignored him. Moving casually to stand before the gathered test-takers, he gave a brief, almost dismissive reassurance. He was just here to have some fun. He revealed his level just 20, and added that he'd heard these humans were this year's top picks. By human standards, at level 20, he wasn't much of a threat. So he challenged them, fight him, and if they won, they could leave the secret realm. The test-takers blinked in disbelief. Up close, the aura radiating from the demon leader really wasn't far off a level 20 monster. Their initial fear of an invincible foe melted into cautious curiosity. They realized maybe there wasn't so much to worry about after all. Then, boldly stepping forward, Lin Xian, Chao City's top scorer, made his move. A level 21 divine knight, short-haired and sharply muscled, he closed in on the demon leader with confidence. The crowd erupted, thinking the advantage was theirs, until a split second later, the cheer died. A flick from the demon leader sent Lin Xian flying into the crowd like a human cannonball. He smashed through a few bystanders like bowling pins before Li Lin dove in. Li Lin caught him, but Lin Xian was coughing up blood, barely holding on. Without the death immunity of the top scorer realm, he would have been dead the instant he was hit. The demon leader sneered. If this was what humans called top scorers, then from his view they were as weak as ants. He fixed his gaze on the terrified crowd and repeated his challenge. When no one stepped forward, he mocked them, asking if they were really too scared to face him. Seconds ago, they'd been boasting, hadn't they? That's when Wu Shaoqi's eyes lit up with a plan. He turned toward Yi Lin and shouted, calling him out. "What are you waiting for?" He barked, throwing in a "with great power comes great responsibility" line for good measure. All eyes immediately snapped to the forbidden spellcaster. With Wu Shaoqi leading, the rest of the crowd began pressuring Yi Lin too, trying to guilt him into action. Mishui, almost fuming, pointed at the crowd. They were mocking him just moments ago, she spat. Now they want him to risk his life for them? Aren't they disgusted with themselves? And Wu Shaoqi, really? How shameless can one person be? Wu Shaoqi fired back, defending himself. He argued that if Yi Lin hadn't cleared the monsters and stopped them from leveling up, they wouldn't be stuck in a situation where only he could face the demon leader. Yi Lin stayed calm, walking up to Wu Shaoqi. "I'm fine fighting the demon leader," he said, "but my gear isn't up to par. Why don't you and your group hand over your high-grade equipment? That way, I have a better chance of winning." Wu Shaoqi bristled at the suggestion. "You're asking too much," he snapped. Yi Lin simply replied, "Risking my life against a demon leader, doesn't that already count as asking too much? And you won't even give me proper equipment?" Cornered, Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and agreed, warning Yi Lin not to get overconfident. They were handing over their best gear, but whether Yi Lin survived to use it, that was another story. With the high-grade equipment collected, Yi Lin handed it to Mishui and strode toward the demon leader, who had been patiently waiting for this entire circus to end. The demon leader scoffed, slightly bemused. These humans, whom he saw as nothing more than food, were now squabbling amongst themselves. Humans, he thought, were endlessly fascinating. In his experience, there was always at least one rotten apple stirring up trouble. For a long moment, the challengers stared at each other. On one side, the demon leader with a teasing smirk, and on the other, Yi Lin with an unreadable expression. Perhaps the previous fight had ended too quickly, because the demon leader seemed content to wait for Yi Lin to make the first move. Yi Lin raised his red flame staff, focused his mental energy on its tip, and conjured a fireball. The crowd gasped the moment it left his hand. They were puzzled. Why wasn't he using a forbidden spell? A simple fireball against such a powerful demon seemed almost casual. Even the demon leader couldn't hide a smirk as the fireball zipped past him. The pathetic little spell wasn't even aimed properly, and he couldn't help chuckling. Then he laughed outright. Yi Lin really was whimsical, trying a fireball. Even so, The demon leader easily blocked the sneak attack with his falling star warblade. Yi Lin's smirk made the demon leader pause, wondering if he'd missed something. The demon leader turned left, only to see the tiny fireball suddenly swell into a massive red-gold sun, hurtling straight at him. A deafening boom erupted as the heat surged, swallowing him in a wave of intense fire. The crowd could feel the scorching air even from below, stunned by the sheer difference in power from Yi Lin's fireball. Only Wu Shaoqi and his group looked grim. They had seen this horror firsthand just days ago. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone began to cheer, assuming Yi Lin had won. But before that joy could settle, the flames vanished without a trace, as if a black hole had swallowed them. The demon leader appeared slightly singed on his left arm, clearly irritated. Within moments, his arm was fully restored. Yet he admitted a grudging interest in Yi Lin. This human was different, and for that, he decided to honor him by making him his dog. This demon leader wanted to recruit the forbidden spellcaster, but Yi Lin countered. "I admire you too," he said. "So how about you become my son? When I become emperor, you'll be crowned prince of bootlicking." Seeing no point in talking, the demon leader lunged to kill Yi Lin. Just as Yi Lin began casting illumination, the demon leader struck, interrupting him instantly. Yi Lin, stunned, sacrificed his left kidney and used fleeting dance to dodge, leaving a massive crater behind. The second Yi Lin tried illumination again, the demon leader was already at his side with another devastating punch. Yi Lin, still mid-dodge, spat out blood as he forced himself to block the blow. He tried once more, only to be interrupted again. Just like before, this cycle repeated, and the crowd's confusion deepened by the second. They thought Yi Lin insane for trying the same thing over and over without a forbidden spell. Wave after wave, his defeat seemed inevitable, and with him, their lives were also on the line. Yet out of nowhere, someone complained of being thirsty, and suddenly everyone felt it too. The heat was unbearable, lips cracking in the sweltering air. Back in the duel, the demon leader laughed, mocking Yi Lin. "As long as I interrupt your spell, you can only run like a cornered rat. You're no stronger than the rest of your kind." Yi Lin, panting, just told him to look around. He hadn't realized what was already happening. The demon leader froze all around him. Countless illumination spells hovered in midair, turning the entire space into a ticking landmine. He spun, baffled, trying to figure out when and how this had happened. Yi Lin wasted no time, detonating the ordinary illumination spells. Illumination was a simple fire element skill, just a tiny ball of flame. But under the horrified stares of the crowd, each burst flared violently, igniting the air around the demon leader and forming a raging vortex of heat, all converging on him. Caught off guard again, the demon leader quickly summoned a massive dark magic shield, condensing the ambient magical energy around him to block the inferno. The clash of flames and magic whipped up a fierce wind, warping the air around them as the energy surged. With a sneer, the demon leader mocked Yi Lin for what he assumed was a failed attempt. But before he could utter another word, a blinding golden spear, the eternal thunder, shot across the space between them, piercing straight through his chest. Dark blood spattered the golden shaft as the demon leader, head bowed in shock, coughed violently. He couldn't fathom how a mere level 25 human had managed to wound him. He gripped the spear slowly, squeezing it with such force that it shattered into fragments. A roar of fury tore from him. He wanted Yi Lin torn apart. All restraint gone. He charged at Yi Lin like a frenzied beast. In an instant, his shadowy claws slammed into the red flame staff Yi Lin used to block the preemptive strike. The block held, but the impact was brutal, sending Yi Lin flying into a massive rock below. Seeing Yi Lin battered, the demon leader grinned with dark satisfaction, already imagining Yi Lin's head as a trophy. Amidst the debris, Yi Lin sacrificed his duodenum and activated the burning reincarnation forbidden spell, with the red flame staff amplifying fire by 50% and the burning karma status boosting him further. Yi Lin unleashed everything he had, daring the bastard to withstand it like before. Once more, he cast an elemental fire spell, Illumination, but this time he summoned countless flames at once. And in the next heartbeat they all erupted with terrifying power. A flicker of fear crossed the demon leader's eyes as he scrambled to condense his magic into an indestructible shield. Yet the flames exceeded his expectations. With the dual boost from burning reincarnation and the red flame staff, this forbidden spell could now threaten even a level 50 job changer. Cracks spidered across the shield, shaking violently under the inferno. Another strike shattered the massive shield, sending the flames smashing into the demon leader, like a sledgehammer, slamming him into the ground like a meteor. The The crowd froze, stunned into silence. The attack was brutal and terrifying, and for the first time it seemed Yi Lin had truly won. The arrogant demon leader couldn't even rise. Smoke and debris cleared, revealing a huge crater, like a meteor strike. At its center, a charred figure shivered in defeat. Even with his strong regeneration, the demon leader had limits. Barely conscious, he knew he had lost, though he refused to fully accept it. A mere human at level 25 wielded such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Luda, seeing his master in such a state, cursed violently and charged at Yi Lin, ignoring his fight with Zhang Qinqi, who panted heavily nearby. He shouted a warning, but it was pointless. Everyone, including Yi Lin, could see this beast barreling forward like an unstoppable train. Yi Lin guessed Luda was well over level 100 and knew there was no way he could take him on directly. Then, out of nowhere, something unexpected intervened, slicing through Luda midair and cleaving him cleanly in two. The crowd, especially Zenkichi, exhaled in relief and amazement as they saw the attacker. He Yunfeng, the city lord of Shunqing. They were saved. He Yunfeng's strength, as lord of a top-tier city, was among the best in all of Daxia. And for the demons daring to invade human lands? Well, they just bought themselves a one-way ticket to hell. He Yunfeng raised his hand calmly, firing a bright golden beam from his fingertips. It rained down on the monsters like a meteor shower. The crowd was dazzled, witnessing just how powerful the city lord of Shunqing truly was. Back to the demon leader, he no longer carried the arrogant swagger he had before. A subordinate helped him to his feet, urging him to retreat. Against He Yunfeng, they were clearly outmatched. Finally, the demon leader, now revealing his name as Gallagher, acknowledged Yi Lin. He vowed revenge, promising one day he would cut Yi Lin's head off to reclaim his honor. And with that, he fled toward the shimmering rift, leading back to the demon realm. Yi Lin simply watched, choosing not to pursue. He Yunfeng, however, spotted Gallagher fleeing like a rat and scowled, clearly irritated. A massive golden beam shot from his hand, streaking across the night sky like a bullet. Gallagher was warned. The beam was closing in fast. Horror widened his eyes as he realized there was no time to dodge. He summoned a gigantic demonic hand from the earth to intercept, warning He Yunfeng not to get too cocky. The collision erupted with a thunderous bang, sending a massive smoke cloud into the sky. As the smoke cleared, Gallagher seized the chance to slip into the rift. But before vanishing, he taunted He Yunfeng, daring him to follow into the demon realm. He Yunfeng replied calmly, saying the day would come when Daxia's warriors would invade the demon realm and wipe out the entire clan. With the immediate threat over, he landed and offered his apologies to everyone, especially the top scorers. As Shunqing's city lord, he bore some blame for the demon invasion. Zhang Qinqi reassured him it wasn't his fault, and He Yunfeng agreed. One day, not only would they eliminate all demons from Daxia, but they'd take the fight to the demon realm itself. Turning to the top scorers, He Yunfeng announced the teleportation portal was restored, and reassured them their test results would be published soon. Those seriously injured by Gallagher and his minions stayed behind for treatment, while the rest returned to their hotel. Outside, Yi Lin exhaled quietly, relief washing over him now that the ordeal was finally over. Back at the hotel, he was still replaying the demon encounter in his mind when a knock at the door snapped him out of it. At first, he wondered if it was Mi Shui again, knocking on the wrong door. Opening it, he was surprised to find He Yunfeng standing there. He Yunfeng invited him in and claimed to check on his injuries. Yi Lin thanked him, explaining he was nearly fully recovered. The injuries hadn't been serious. He Yunfeng, slightly surprised, didn't dwell on that. His real concern was Yi Lin defeating a royal blood demon head-on. Yi Lin tried to play it modest, but this only impressed He Yunfeng more. He even offered to support Yi Lin as a rising talent in service to Xingqing. Yi Lin, stunned, asked if He Yunfeng was serious. He confirmed, fully aware Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster. While training someone like him might seem unnecessary, the demon clan was clearly plotting something major. Shenzhen needed someone capable of standing as a deterrent if the time came. Yi Lin was still reeling from the fact that a thriving city like Shenzhen wanted to invest in him. This was an insanely good deal no matter how you looked at it. He wanted to accept immediately, but first he had to consult his mentor, Zhuge Qianxing. He Yunfeng agreed, and even offered to personally travel to Qinchang to speak with Zhuge Qianxing himself. Before Yi Lin could respond, another knock echoed at the door. He called out that it wasn't locked. A waitress appeared, dressed in a maid outfit with cat ears and black stockings, carrying a tray of fruit. She explained it had been prepared by the hotel for the top scorers. Something felt off. Yi Lin thanked her cautiously as her high heels clicked across the floor. The moment she set the tray down, Yi Lin smirked and teased her, commenting on a sudden pungent smell coming from the fruit. Her expression shifted immediately. She realized she'd been tricked. He Yunfeng quickly noticed her intent and warned Yi Lin as she lunged with a dagger. He Yunfeng intercepted the attack and demanded to know who had sent her. The level 50 assassin went pale at the sight of the city lord and repeated her silence, refusing to reveal her employer even under threat. She knew very well that if He Yunfeng discovered her plan, her life would be over, or worse. Her family might survive, but cross the Wu family and they'd all be ruined. So in her mind, death was the only way out. Whether He Yunfeng would investigate was none of her concern. After being kicked across the room by Hyunfang, she snatched up the dagger she had dropped. Without hesitation, she plunged it straight into her own stomach. Within a second, she was dead, poisoned by the dagger's coating. Hyunfang's eyes narrowed, his face dark as he stared at her lifeless body. Clearly, whoever orchestrated this assassination wasn't ordinary. Sending a level 50 assassin to die rather than give themselves away said a lot. The poison had been powerful enough to kill instantly. Yi Lin suspected the Wu family. He Yunfeng reassured him, promising a full investigation and that Wu Shaoqi would be made to apologize. Yi Lin, however, knew a half-hearted apology wouldn't stop them from trying again. He decided to decline Shenzhen's offer. Plain and simple. Staying there would be a death sentence within a month. He Yunfeng left, furious at the Wu family for crossing the line and ruining the deal. Still, he intended to investigate further. Just as He Yunfeng exited, another knock came. Yi Lin, on edge, opened the door to find Mishui. She burst in, excited, telling Yi Lin that the results were out and he had topped the nation. She added that he'd brought honor to his family. Realizing Yi Lin was an orphan, she stiffened slightly, embarrassed, still thrilled at her teammate's achievement. She wanted to take a photo to commemorate it, and to brag about clearing a dungeon alongside the nation's top scorer. Then she noticed the dead woman behind them. Mishui froze, asking why a corpse was in Yi Lin's room. Yi Lin calmly assigned her the task of cleaning up, also trying to stop her imagination from running wild. The dead woman was an assassin sent by Wu Shaoqi. Hearing this, Mishui's anger flared. She was ready to teach that spoiled brat a lesson. Meanwhile, Wu Shaoqi erupted in rage upon learning the assassination had failed, questioning what kind of worthless fool carried it out. He couldn't comprehend how a level 50 assassin had failed to kill a mere level 25 human, no matter their profession. Before he could dwell on it, a dignified middle-aged man entered. Seeing him, Wu Shaoqi paled instantly. His father had arrived. The man sneered. Disappointment etched across his face, scolding Wu Shaoqi for not showing respect to him as his father. He didn't care that his son had sent someone after Yi Lin, but doing it in front of the city lord? That was sheer stupidity. A wave of unease hit Wu Shaoqi. He stammered that he hadn't known He Yunfeng would be there, but his father wasn't listening. Since Wu Shaoqi was the direct heir, He Yunfeng would likely give only a minor punishment as a warning, avoiding anything severe. His father ordered him to pack. They were going to apologize to the city lord. The young master wilted like a deflated eggplant, silent, though his resentment toward Yi Lin only deepened. The next day, Yi Lin received the National Champions Award, personally presented by Hyunfeng. As the top scorer in the national exam, he would receive 2 legendary grade rewards. Yi Lin had initially expected money, but a legendary skill scroll and equipment were just as welcome, especially since anything above legendary meant forbidden spells or god-tier gear. The legendary equipment was the Great Sumeru Ring, boosting psychic power by 100%, and it could also be refined. Its first skill, Sumeru World, could absorb energy attacks and store them, converting that energy into temporary psychic power. Its second skill, Inside World, allowed access to the storage space inside the ring, sized according to the user's psychic power. Basically, the ring could absorb energy attacks for temporary psychic boosts, while also providing a storage space. Yi Lin couldn't help but smile. With this ring, even a group of mages couldn't overwhelm him. He could absorb their attacks and turn them into power. Then he could retaliate with forbidden spells, taking them down quickly. The Sumeru ring, combined with his undying body, made him stronger the more he faced attacks. He thanked the city lord and promised to keep improving, pleased. He Yunfeng mentioned discussing his earlier offer in more detail later. For now, Yi Lin would be sent back to Qingqing via teleportation array. Soon, the scene shifted back to Qingqing at the teleportation square. The moment Yi Lin stepped through the portal, a chorus of high-pitched cheers filled the air, momentarily startling him. Principal Gao and Hu Wang, beaming, rushed over to congratulate him. Ching Ching now had a national top scorer. Yilin humbly replied it was nothing. But before he could say more, the crowd surged forward, almost overwhelming him. Principal Gao and Hu Wang tried to control the crowd, but it was a losing battle. They weren't backing down. Some wanted photos, others wanted signatures, hugs, and all sorts of random requests. Yilin shivered and took a step back. The crowd's enthusiasm was a little too much for his liking, especially the group of middle-aged women asking for hugs. Luckily, before it got out of hand, Principal Gao grabbed his arm and whisked him out of there. Up in the air, Yilin told him he was exhausted and just wanted to head home and rest. But when he saw Principal Gao moving in the wrong direction, the older man explained that Zhuge Qianxing wanted to meet him first. Following him through a maze of twisting alleys, Yilin soon stepped into Zhuge Qianxing's courtyard. Zhuge Qianxing, calmly making tea, couldn't help but smile at Yilin's messy appearance. Pouring a cup for himself, he commented that being the top scorer in the nation clearly wasn't easy. Yilin let out a tired sigh and agreed, adding that the rewards were generous, at least. Seeing Yilin's exhaustion, Zhuge Qianxing suggested he rest first, noting that more important matters would wait until he was fully recovered. Curious, Yilin asked what exactly his teacher meant. Zhuge Qianxing replied calmly, "The Gate of Apocalypse has appeared." Remembering all he knew about the gate, especially that it once held the 7 great ancient origin artifacts, Yilin reached instinctively for the key. He asked if Zhuge Qianxing wanted him to enter the Gate of Apocalypse. Zhuge Qianxing clarified that he intended to accompany his student. Slightly taken aback, Yilin stood up and left the courtyard, planning to stop by the Job Changer Guild to handle some equipment. Yilin had never truly understood why Zhuge Qianxing took him as a disciple, and he'd always been wary. His teacher was a mysterious fortune-teller after all, and Yilin knew there was no free lunch in the world. He even suspected Kensen and the Investigation Bureau agents were part of a setup to put him in a situation where he'd owe Zhuge Qianxing a huge favor. If that was true, it meant his teacher had grand ambitions, and the one thing Yilin possessed that Zhuge Qianxing might covet was his immortality. Still, with his limited strength, Yilin could only play the obedient disciple for now. As he stepped out, Zhuge Qianxing, sipping tea calmly, suddenly started coughing violently. His face turned pale as a mouthful of bright red blood shot out, splattering onto the floor and trickling through his fingers. Zhuge Qianxing knew Yilin didn't trust him, but he didn't have much time left and had to take the chance. Meanwhile, at the Job Changer Guild, Yilin entered discreetly, using an illusion mask to alter his appearance and avoid drawing attention. He approached the receptionist and after a brief exchange, said he was there to trade skill scrolls and equipment. The lady, polite and professional, told him to follow her. But before leaving the trading section, Yilin noticed a familiar figure. A woman in tight leather accentuated her curves perfectly, with long hair cascading down her back and delicate, striking features that drew the gaze of everyone nearby. Frowning, Yilin realized it was none other than Zhuge Ni. Yilin was secretly relieved for the illusion mask without it. Encountering Zhuge Ni could have caused far more trouble. He quickly looked away, keeping his eyes forward. Yet Zhuge Ni seemed to sense something, suddenly turning toward him. She stared intently at his retreating figure, feeling an uncanny familiarity. It reminded her of someone she had been searching for, and inexplicably she felt this person must be Ling Yi. She rushed over, grabbing Yilin's arm, apologizing for the abrupt interruption, and asked his name, insisting he resembled someone who had saved her not long ago. Though Yilin explained she had mistaken him for someone else, inwardly, he couldn't help but be unsettled. Her intuition was terrifying. He coldly shook off her hand, but to Zhuge Ni, this only confirmed her suspicion that he was Ling Yi. A faint blush rose on her fair face as she blocked his path, wanting to know why he wouldn't admit it. That same cold indifference matched how Ling Yi had been when he saved her. Yilin calmly turned toward the receptionist and asked if situations like this happened often at the Job Changer Guild. The lady, momentarily stunned, advised Zhuge Ni not to disrupt the trading area's order, or she'd have to ask her to leave. Reluctantly, Zhuge Ni complied, but the commotion had already caught the attention of nearby job seekers, whose envy and jealousy were obvious. They couldn't understand why such a stunning woman was fixated on Yilin, who seemed so ordinary. They assumed he must be wealthy, hence his indifferent attitude. Yilin had intended to stay low profile, but Zhuge Ni had thrown him into the spotlight. Luckily, he kept his composure and pulled out over a dozen high-level pieces of equipment from his great Sumeru ring, gear he had taken from Wu Shaoqi and his minions, along with items from the scholar's secret realm. In an instant, the trading platform was covered with piles of equipment, each radiating its own aura. Some full of raw power, others dripping with mystery. Everyone, including Zhuge Ni, was stunned. These weren't just valuable items, they were incredibly rare. Yet here they were, casually piled as if they were trash. Any single piece could easily sell for millions. The guild lady finally recovered and asked if Yi Lin wanted to trade the items for gold coins. To her surprise, he said he wanted to trade for other items instead. She handed him a tablet and instructed him to select the items he wanted in exchange. Yi Lin quickly skimmed through and made his choices without hesitation. After counting, the lady informed him that he needed to add another 3 million, as his items alone weren't enough. Yi Lin nodded slightly, unfazed. But he had another card to play. He pulled out a shimmering golden stone etched with dragon scale patterns. A dragon scale gold ore from his Sumeru ring. The air around it seemed to chill, radiating a strange, oppressive, magical energy. Dragon scale gold ore was an incredibly rare material, perfect for forging epic-level equipment. The guild lady, like everyone else, was floored. Far more than with the dozen high-level equipment pieces. By comparison, the dragon-patterned gold ore made the other items seem insignificant. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ni's eyes sparkled as she stared at Yi Lin in awe. By now, her belief that he was Ling Yi had hardened. Suddenly, a calm, authoritative voice asked the lady what all the commotion was about. It was Chen Kai, stepping onto the stage. He added that he remembered teaching her the importance of staying calm in these situations. Chen Kai was apparently the vice president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild, rumored to be near level 60. A hint of surprise crossed his face when his eyes landed on the dragon-scale gold ore. Pleased, he asked Yi Lin what he wanted in return. Yi Lin calmly requested a refining stone. A refining stone could increase the star rating of equipment, making it far more powerful. Rare equipment refined to 7 stars could rival unrefined epic gear in stats. Chen Kai had no problem with the request, and even suggested exchanging 800 stones for the gold ore. Yi Lin asked for 1,000 stones. The vice president agreed readily, considering it a friendly gesture for future cooperation. They shook hands. With this deal, a partnership was formed. Yi Lin planned to trade only with the Job Changer Guild in the future. Chen Kai, delighted, told him the guild would always welcome him with any extraordinary item. He instructed the lady to arrange someone to retrieve 1,000 refining stones from the warehouse, reminding her to remain composed in similar situations going forward. But before she could move, Yi Lin, in his usual cold, indifferent tone, said he had one more item to trade. He pulled out a legendary skill scroll from his ring, shocking everyone, especially Chen Kai, who almost lost his composure seeing such a rare item. For a man who claimed to remain calm during transactions, Chen Kai was practically shouting, calling for the president. Nearby, Zhuge Ni, dazed, was convinced that Ling Yi was no ordinary person. After all, this legendary skill scroll had never existed in Qingqing. Chen Kai's urgent call quickly summoned an old man in robes, appearing instantly before everyone. His calm, ominous aura radiated mystery. This was Wang Lichuan, president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild. Chen Kai felt as if he'd seen a savior, but upon seeing the legendary skill scroll, Wang Lichuan was briefly stunned before meeting Yi Lin's gaze. This legendary skill scroll was not only extremely rare, but also adaptive, usable by any job class. Wang Lichuan calmly asked what Yi Lin intended to trade it for. Yi Lin declared he wanted all the normal skill scrolls the guild had. With the ultimate sublimation skill, legendary scrolls were useless to him, so exchanging them for thousands of ordinary scrolls made sense for casting forbidden spells. Wang Lichuan, like everyone else, was dumbfounded. They stared at Yi Lin as if he were crazy, questioning if they had heard him correctly. Zhuge Ni quickly stepped in, warning Yi Lin not to go through with the trade. She explained that it was a huge mistake. Ordinary skill scrolls could easily be bought for 8,000 to 20,000 each, but legendary ones were priceless. She even offered to cover any shortfall in Yi Lin's funds, but Yi Lin just shook his head and refused, firm and without a second thought. Wang Lichuan asked if Yi Lin was absolutely sure about going ahead. The moment Yi Lin confirmed, the old man nodded and immediately instructed the staff to gather every single ordinary skill scroll in the guild. Nothing was to be left behind. Before long, the deal was done, and Yi Lin was handed the guild's highest-level membership card. With it, he could enjoy a 30% discount on everything at the Qingqing Job Changer Guild. Yi Lin thanked the guild president and left right away. Seeing him go, Chen Kai suggested secretly following him to provide protection, but the president shook his head. Someone who once owned a dragon-scale gold ore and legendary skill scrolls couldn't be ordinary. Following him without permission might only annoy him, he said. Still, the moment Ye Lin stepped out of the Job Changer Guild, Zhuge Ni, who had been waiting at the entrance, trailed after him openly, without any attempt at stealth. At a street intersection, she confronted Ye Lin again, now certain he was Ling Yi. Even when Ye Lin insisted she had mistaken him for someone else, Zhuge Ni ignored his protest. She wanted him to follow her home. An imposter had fooled her father with Ling Yi's identity, and she wanted to prove that the real Ling Yi and that shameless pretender were not the same person. Seeing Ye Lin hesitate, she added it was fine if he didn't want to admit anything yet, but she remembered Ling Yi's silhouette perfectly. If he still refused, she'd just bring in the investigation bureau. Reluctantly, Ye Lin agreed to go along, but as soon as they reached a quieter street, he planned to use his fleeting dance technique to slip away. Night had fallen by the time Zhuge Ni dragged Ye Lin back to the courtyard to meet her father. Brimming with excitement, she introduced him, disguised as Ling Yi. Zhuge Qianqing tried to correct her, but seeing how convinced she was, and that she was practically presenting her guest as better than Ye Lin, he stayed quiet, silently letting her fantasy stand. Both Ye Lin and the real Ling Yi winced at the awkwardness. And to make matters worse, the redhead wanted her father to take Ling Yi as an apprentice instead of Ye Lin. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses and went along, complimenting his daughter. Ling Yi was indeed impressive, he said, and he wanted to speak with him privately. Thrilled by her father's response, Zhuge Ni gave them some privacy, saying she needed to change clothes anyway. She wanted to wear her best dress for her guest. Once she was out of earshot, Ye Lin asked his teacher if he ever planned to tell his daughter the truth. Zhuge Qianqing explained that the coincidence wasn't entirely bad. In fact, it sparked an idea that Ye Lin quickly picked up on. He wanted Ye Lin to enter the Apocalypse Gate while impersonating Ling Yi. That way, Ye Lin's real identity would remain intact without holding him back from going all out if needed. Outwardly, Ye Lin kept a calm expression, but inside he was laughing. Impersonating Ling Yi meant his disappearance inside the Apocalypse Gate wouldn't matter at all, and for some twisted reason, he was actually excited, eager to see what his teacher had planned. Ye Lin agreed to the plan. With that, Zhuge Qianqing promised to handle Zhuge Ni so they could set off in a few days. Back in his room at the Zhuge family villa, Ye Lin got ready for the Apocalypse Gate, starting by refining his equipment. No matter how strong he got, he had to stay cautious. On his first attempt refining the Sumeru ring, it worked perfectly. The ring reached 1-star refinement, and the mental amplification hit 120%. Ye Lin couldn't hide his surprise. Just 1 star, and the mental power boost had jumped 20%, putting the ring on par with advanced gear. Feeling lucky, Ye Lin kept refining, and every single attempt after that, complete failure. Still, this stubborn genius refused to believe all the remaining refinement stones were useless. He pressed on, determined to break his streak of bad luck with the remaining stones. But as the attempts piled up, Ye Lin started feeling like he was losing his mind. Out of nearly 1,000 stones, only 1 succeeded. How could he be so unlucky not to catch a single break? Just when he was about to give up, the Sumeru ring shone brilliantly. It hit 3 stars, and the mental power boost skyrocketed to 160%, leaving Ye Lin, the broke national top scorer, completely stunned. Early the next morning, Ye Lin went to check on Ji Lingyu, curious how he was doing. He'd been gone a while, but as he came downstairs, Zhuge Ni, thinking he was Ling Yi, greeted him with glee. She marveled at the coincidence. Her crush was out for some fresh air too. But when she realized it was actually Ye Lin, her delighted smile vanished in an instant, like it had never been there. Annoyed, she glared at her scoundrel classmate, the one she thought had fooled the world. Hadn't her father already clarified that she had found the real Ling Yi? So why was he still here? Ye Lin ignored her attitude, saying he was just leaving after packing his things. Of course Zhuge Ni had to have the last word. She rudely brushed off Ye Lin's departure, saying he should have left long ago. She refused to see him off and warned him not to leave anything behind as an excuse to return. Ye Lin didn't reply and walked off, knowing arguing with her was pointless. An hour later, he arrived at the Ji family villa where the new butler led him into the courtyard. It didn't take long for Ji Lingyu to spot him. He rushed over, excited, saying how much he'd missed him, and wondering why he hadn't been told in advance. He would have sent a car. After a quick exchange of greetings, Ye Lin asked about his injuries. Ji Lingyu assured him he was fine. His father had arranged the best priest in Qingqing to treat him. Ye Lin then asked for a favor. He needed Ji Lingyu to help with something important. Though he didn't reveal everything, he basically wanted Ji Lingyu to spread some information for him. Ji Lingyu looked puzzled, asking if that was all. Yi Lin simply nodded. Ji Lingyu smiled and told him not to worry. This was no problem at all. Shortly after, news spread through Qingqing's busiest streets. The student who had just won the national top scorer title, Ye Lin, was frequently spotted at high-end entertainment spots. Most people speculated why the national top scorer had fallen so far. They guessed he must be overexerting himself and on the verge of death from chasing the title. Gradually, interest waned. In the adult world, everything was about self-interest. A top scorer indulging in wine, and women didn't offer much value. Some lamented it as a shame. If Yi Lin weren't a forbidden spellcaster, Qingqing might have truly produced a dragon. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ni watched the news, commenting on how hopeless her scoundrel classmate had become. After a few days of laying low, Yi Lin was pretty sure the spotlight on him as the national top scorer had finally faded. Night had fallen by the time he returned to the Zhuge family villa, still disguised as Ling Yi. Seeing him, Zhuge Qianqing asked if he was ready. Yi Lin gave a firm nod. And just as they were about to set off, someone called out to Ling Yi. It was, of course, the redhead Zhuge Ni, cheeks blazing as she invited her crush to go see a movie when he got back. Yi Lin replied curtly that they'd talk later. Zhuge Ni could only nod, warning him to be careful. With a wave from her father, the two set off in a sleek black car. On the way, Yi Lin asked if they were heading to the teleportation portal. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head. No need. The Gate of Apocalypse was right there in the wilderness outside Qingqing, and one more thing, Yi Lin shouldn't call him teacher. To keep his identity hidden, he should just stick with Mr. Zhuge Qianqing. The ride was quick. And soon they arrived. They stepped out and walked toward the Gate of Apocalypse, where others were already waiting. Yi Lin froze for a moment at the sheer scale of the gate. Zhuge Qianqing chuckled, admitting he'd been just as shocked the first time he saw it. As they approached, a familiar face appeared, slightly winded, clearly relieved to see Zhuge Qianqing in person. If he hadn't shown up soon, someone would have been sent after him. After a firm handshake and the usual polite greetings, Tan Qingjiang was officially introduced as the deputy director of the Qingchong Investigation Bureau. He handed the key. He held back to Zhuge Qianqing, expecting him to unlock the Gate of Apocalypse. Time was pressing. Zhuge Qianqing took the key, reassured Tan Qingjiang, and led Ye Lin toward the gate. Yi Lin whispered that a chill ran down his spine. Zhuge Qianqing admitted he felt the same. He'd tricked Tan Qingjiang with a fake key, and if the deputy director found out, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Yi Lin asked if he should hand over the real key. Zhuge Qianqing waved him off. No need. All they had to do was get close. Zhuge Qianqing faked fumbling with the key near the stone gate, while Yi Lin, holding the real one inside him, felt a sudden connection with the ancient door. At the moment Zhuge Qianqing told him to open it, Ye Lin placed his hand on the stone surface. The gate seemed to recognize the real heavenly revelation key. There were no flashy explosions or blinding lights. Just a deep, resonant mechanical sound. Slowly, the massive stone door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed endless. An ancient, mysterious aura drifted from the corridor, leaving everyone in awe. Tan Qingjiang's eyes glimmered with a mix of surprise and greed. This was the place where the 7 ancient artifacts of origin had once fallen. He immediately asked for the key back. Zhuge Qianqing handed it over, noting that it had originally belonged to the deputy director anyway. Then an uninvited voice cut through the tension, remarking how the Gate of Apocalypse had actually been in Qingqing all along. It was Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild. Tan Qingjiang's expression darkened. Zhuge Qianqing coming along was one thing, but the guild showing up? That wasn't going to fly. He glared at Zhuge Qianqing, asking if he'd summoned them. Zhuge Qianqing, looking confused, denied it. Tan Qingjiang quickly figured out that Ye Lin was likely behind it. If anyone wanted to complicate matters, it would be him. Wang Lichuan feigned surprise and suggested they tag along for the treasure hunt. Tan Qingjiang bristled. Why should these guild folks, who hadn't done a thing, get a share of the loot? Wang Lichuan countered. The guild could lead, scout ahead, even serve as cannon fodder if needed. Tan Qingjiang paused, considering the idea. Having them scout could actually be useful, and if the Job Change Guild left empty-handed, that would be worse for everyone. He agreed, and Wang Lichuan and his men immediately took the lead, thanking the deputy director as they went. Passing by Yi Lin, Wang Lichuan noticed him and smiled, surprised to see the young man there too. Yi Lin, seemingly unfazed, followed Zhuge Qianqing as the guild headed straight into the endless dark passage of the gate. Further inside, a bright light suddenly pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire corridor. The light was so intense that it took everyone a moment to adjust before they could even open their eyes. But when they did, the sight left them completely stunned. Even Yilin couldn't hide his disbelief. The world beyond the gate wasn't the bizarre, monster-filled scene they had expected. Instead, it was Qingcheng, though a ruined, desolate version. The city walls, streets, and trees were all in shambles. Rubble was scattered everywhere. Dust swirled in the wind, carrying a deep sense of desolation. Everyone's faces were a mix of shock and confusion. Were they in some kind of illusion? They knew the world behind the Gate of Apocalypse was dangerous, but they hadn't imagined this. After a long pause, Tan Qingjiang ordered them to move inside and take a closer look. Suppressing their shock, the Job Change Guild members scouted ahead, followed closely by Zhuge Qianqing and the Investigation Bureau. Inside the ruined city, signs of massive battles were everywhere. Equipment lay shattered, scattered across the streets. Oddly, there were no living creatures, and not a single corpse, human or demonic. A subtle unease settled over everyone. After all, the unknown is always the scariest thing. Zhuge Qianqing crouched, picking up a sharp, rune-covered metal fragment. Tan Qingjiang asked if it was significant. Zhuge Qianqing explained it was a fragment of a divine artifact, though its value had long since faded. It was a small win, but hours of searching yielded nothing. Wang Lichuan, frustrated, complained. No danger, no opportunity, nothing but ruins. If this was all the gate had, the whole expedition would be a total waste. Zhuge Qianqing suggested splitting up to search more thoroughly. If anyone ran into trouble, they could shout. The silence of the place would carry their voices far enough. Tan Qingjiang agreed, instructing everyone to disperse. 3 groups immediately split off, each heading in a different direction. This gave Yilin a perfect chance to act alone, and he was assigned to head toward the slums. Coincidentally, the apocalyptic key in his stomach was already restless, pulling him toward a place he knew all too well. But he trusted no one and wasn't telling a soul. Whether it was Zhuge Qianqing who might be starting to doubt him, or Wang Lichuan whom he'd summoned. Yilin didn't rush toward the slums. Instead, he searched along the way, slipping into buildings to see if anything of interest had been left behind. Out of sight, he drew a scroll containing an underground escape technique. It allowed a mage to manipulate Earth with their mental power, moving freely underground within 50 meters. Using his ultimate sublimation talent, the technique was fully upgraded to Spatial Leap. Spatial Leap, a forbidden spell, let a caster sacrifice their organs for short-distance space movement, making them immune to physical and most energy attacks during transit. In an instant, the space around Yilin tore open, revealing a wavy, infinite void that swallowed him whole. Moments later, he reassembled like a puzzle in the familiar slums, standing before a dilapidated low-rise apartment, its walls draped in withered vines and moss. This had been his home in the real Qingqing. A sharp, musty smell hung in the air, and everything felt more desolate than he remembered. A deep unease settled over him as he realized his home was the destination indicated by the ancient key of Apocalypse. Suddenly, the air thickened with a sense of age and decay. Something behind him stirred, glad he had arrived. Yilin turned to see a massive, grotesque orb of flesh, a brain-like mass made of countless small pieces of meat. Its sickly reddish-gray color exuded a nauseating stench, with tiny tentacles sticking to the walls. It introduced itself as the guardian of the ancient artifact of origin, claiming it had waited for him for countless years. Yilin stood frozen, still trying to process the impossible. This monstrous, writhing ball of flesh had just spoken, and it knew his name. He managed to stammer out a single word. Why? The creature didn't answer directly. Instead, it murmured that with his arrival, the eternal scale should finally return to its rightful owner. Then, without warning, the massive, pulsating flesh began twisting violently, like something inside was desperate to escape. In the next heartbeat, several of its thick, wriggling tentacles plunged back into its own body. Moments later, it pulled out an ancient artifact and presented it before Yilin. It was a balance scale, ancient and worn, yet radiating a profound, almost living glow. Intricate carvings traced its surface, and as the mass of flesh expelled it, the creature visibly weakened. The presence of the scale seemed to freeze the very air. On one side, a brilliant golden gem hovered; on the other, a swirling cloud of black mist, light and darkness eternally opposing, suspended in perfect balance. The creature revealed that the artifact had once belonged to Yilin. This explained his power of endless regeneration. After all, only an artifact of such ancient origin could grant abilities that defied all reason. Yilin's heart raced as the eternal scale hovered closer, and a wave of strange familiarity swept through him, threading through his flesh and soul alike. A voice then whispered in his ear, familiar and teasing, praising him for finding the ancient artifact. Before he could react, a blinding beam shot from the figure's fingertip, slashing a hole into the side of Yilin's abdomen. Yilin barely managed a graceful sidestep, creating some distance from the man in a sleek trench coat. Zhuge Qianxing. His expression was unreadable, cold and controlled. Zhuge Qianxing demanded Yilin hand over the ancient artifact. For the first time, Yilin saw his teacher in action, and the sheer scale of his power clicked into place. Astrology allowed a job changer to glimpse hidden truths, even fleeting glimpses of the future, but such power came at a cost. Only an immortal body could weather the backlash. Every choice Zhuge Qianxing had made, wanting him as a disciple, giving him the key, had been part of a calculated plan, all aimed at circumventing his own immortality. Perhaps even the key had to be in Yilin's hands to locate the eternal scale. That deep sense of recognition in his soul wasn't false. The artifact was tied to him, and everything since his job change ceremony had been within Zhuge Qianxing's calculations. Clutching the crimson flame staff and pressing a hand over his regenerating wound, Yilin stared at his teacher, a mix of suspicion and disbelief written across his face. Zhuge Qianxing, coughing lightly, said nothing to confirm or deny Yilin's suspicions. Instead, he merely remarked that it was already too late. At that moment, the fleshy mass convulsed violently again, instructing Yilin to take the eternal scale and run. Its purpose was clear. It had the power of equivalent exchange, and Zhuge Qianxing intended to use it to siphon Yilin's infinite regeneration for himself. Yilin's anger flared instantly. This was his teacher's true aim, to steal his regenerative power and save his own dying body. With an air of casual impatience, Zhuge Qianxing told Yilin he talked too much. The fleshy mass lunged with its tentacles, but Zhuge Qianxing barely moved, just lifted a finger, pointing elegantly at the pulsating mass. Suddenly, countless swords materialized from a condensed beam, appearing out of thin air, packed tightly and ready to strike. The swords exuded an icy, lethal energy, piercing the fleshy monster instantly. Then they merged into a single, devastating torrent of blue light that obliterated the creature completely. Not a trace of flesh, not a drop of blood. Nothing remained, as if it had never existed. The beam tore a hole through the crumbling building, leaving Yilin wide-eyed, frozen, as Zhuge Qianxing advanced with a terrifying aura radiating in waves around him. He asked Yilin if he still planned to resist. Yilin's first thought was to leap away through space, but he knew it wouldn't matter. Zhuge Qianxing would catch him effortlessly. Gripping his staff, Yilin conjured a fireball spell, with the Sumeru ring amplifying his mind power to 160%, and the staff boosting fire spells by 50%. The fireball, enhanced into a forbidden spell, descended upon Zhuge Qianxing like a miniature sun. But Zhuge Qianxing didn't flinch. Even with Yilin's immortal body powering the spell, he was still only a level 25 job changer. Calmly, he suggested Yilin stop struggling. It was pointless. With a simple raise of his hand, he formed a fist, instantly shattering the crimson gold sun in midair. Yilin gritted his teeth, shaken by how effortlessly his teacher dispelled the forbidden spell. But he refused to give up. Spell after spell, fire after fire, he cast them recklessly. Under the ultimate enhancement, each became a forbidden spell. The air ignited instantly, flames surging and raging around Zhuge Qianxing, reducing everything to ash. Yet, through the inferno, Zhuge Qianxing remained untouched, standing as if the flames themselves were meaningless. His disciple should have known by now, resistance was futile. As the blaze reached its peak, Zhuge Qianxing stepped forward, casting a barely audible spell, Starlight Imprisonment. A streak of starlight shot through the firestorm, striking Yilin and enveloping him completely. Zhuge Qianxing casually approached, resting a hand on Yilin's staff. Yilin froze, feeling as if an invisible mountain pressed down on him. Every attempt to move, even a finger, was met with impossible resistance. He tried to fight, but the force was relentless. This was how one dealt with an immortal being. Yet before he could respond, Zhuge Qianxing cast Star Shield, nullifying Yilin's 5-second celestial explosion, his self-destruct attempt thwarted at every turn. Zhuge Qianxing asked if Yilin still looked down on him using such an obvious skill. Grasping the eternal scale in one hand, he admired the craftsmanship of one of the 7 ancient artifacts of origin, coughing violently. He thanked Yilin for their encounter. He'd overused divination and paid the price. Now near death, using the star's power would have been disastrous, yet his disciple had helped him recover the ancient artifact. Curious when Yi Lin had begun to doubt him, the answer came to him clearly, always. Not for a single second had Yi Lin trusted him. Zhuge Qianxing gave a wry smile, lamenting the missed opportunity. Complete trust could have made this far less painful. Holding the eternal scale in one hand, he placed the other on Yi Lin's head, beginning the sacred ritual. Yi Lin let out a scream that tore through his chest, as if an invisible hand was rending his soul bit by bit. This pain wasn't physical. It was soul-shattering. He felt a powerful suction above him, relentless and unyielding. His consciousness blurred, his very life force slipping away. Something inside him was being drawn out by the eternal scale. Just as the soul-piercing agony peaked, a dim light erupted from his body, a half of a finely crafted balance scale, echoing the eternal scale in Zhuge Qianxing's hand. Abruptly it stilled, hovering silently in Zhuge Qianxing's palm. Zhuge Qianxing froze for a moment, then realized the truth. Half of the eternal scale had always been inside Yi Lin. When the light and dark halves tilt, one side's power amplifies infinitely. The controller's strength rises with the sun, peaking at noon and wanes at sunset, though their regeneration surges until nightfall. At dawn they gain true immortality. The eternal scale granted both immortality and invincibility, making it the most powerful ancient artifact, but the complete eternal scale no longer existed, destroyed in wars thousands of years ago. Its power of equivalent exchange was unmatched. If both parties agreed, it could swap things of equal value, level, profession, lifespan, even gender. The forbidden spellcaster had been the strongest SSS class because of this. A level 90 job changer could be exchanged for a level 90 forbidden spellcaster instantly. Yi Lin asked why Zhuge Qianxing was explaining all this. The teacher didn't answer, only continued, pale and coughing. As he guided his fingers, the half-dark side of the eternal scale began to glow faintly, pulsing with mysterious life. It was repairing itself. Fine cracks on the half-dark scale mended, and a blinding light shot from Yi Lin's forehead, pain searing through him. He realized his immortality was gone. Zhuge Qianxing had succeeded. The aura of death pressed close, undeniable and imminent. Terrified, no longer immortal, Yi Lin begged him to stop. But Zhuge Qianxing showed no hesitation. Instead, he did something unexpected. He placed the now complete eternal scale onto Yi Lin's forehead. Then darkness. When his vision returned, Yi Lin was panting, wide-eyed, fear still lingering in his gaze. Yet he was alive, and a familiar power throbbed within him. His immortal body had returned, stronger than ever. Looking down, he saw his teacher collapsed on the ground, barely breathing. Zhuge Qianxing smiled wryly. It seemed this had been his goal all along. Yi Lin stared, conflicted and confused. He could have taken the immortality for himself. So why return it? Who in this world could resist eternal life? And why had his teacher done this? Yi Lin couldn't understand. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't hesitate to kill and take it. Coughing blood but still smiling, Zhuge Qianxing asked what he had done to earn such disrespect. Not even teacher? Hearing his teacher try to lighten the tension, Yi Lin felt a swirl of complex emotions. Clearly, he had never truly understood Zhuge Qianxing. Zhuge Qianxing looked at Yi Lin with a calm, steady gaze, almost like he wasn't worried about what was coming. He spoke slowly, each word measured. He told Yi Lin not to fear, because yes, he had been plotting against him all along, but it wasn't for his own immortality. It was for the sake of humanity's future. For years he had studied the stars, watching countless possible futures for his daughter. And in every single one she died at the same moment. Even if he took Yi Lin's immortality and later passed it to Zhuge Ni, she would still meet her end at that exact point. He'd witnessed her death over 1,000,000 times. A few coincidences could be dismissed, but when it happened that often, it was no longer chance. There was only one logical explanation. At that critical moment, it seemed likely the entire Great Xia dynasty, and possibly all of human civilization, would be annihilated. Yi Lin's chest tightened. He wondered, what kind of catastrophe could wipe out humanity so completely that even someone immortal wouldn't survive? Zhuge Qianxing remained calm as he pointed at Yi Lin. Apparently, he could see the future of everyone except Yi Lin. There are 50 great Tao, he explained, but only 49 celestial manifestations, and just one human survives. He believed Yi Lin was that one. Yi Lin crouched beside him, trying to make sense of it. There were 50 laws controlling all things in the universe, he said. The heavens could only reveal 49. The hidden one, that was the variable. Yelin might be the only one who could alter the ending. In Zhuge Qianxing's glimpse of the future, 6 people would fight alongside him. He'd memorize their traits. They would come to him willingly, so he shouldn't turn them away. Zhuge Qianxing handed Yelin a brocade pouch. Then he spoke about that strange fleshy ball claiming to be the guardian of the ancient artifact. It wasn't a guardian, he explained. It was a fragment of the butterfly emperor from the demon race. Its purpose? To use a fragment of the eternal scale to lure the rest hidden inside Yilin. Inside the apocalypse gate, ancient artifacts could be forcibly taken. That was why he acted so decisively before Yilin could touch the false eternal scale. And luckily, it also let him repair the broken external scale in Yilin's body. Then, with a trace of sorrow in his eyes, Zhuge Qianxing asked Yelin to do one last thing: protect his daughter. The moment Yelin promised, Zhuge Qianxing's pupils slowly dilated and the light in them eventually faded. His final words were a simple, heartfelt thank you for that promise. Yelin looked at the teacher's lifeless body, gratitude welling up. He now fully recognized Zhuge Qianxing as his mentor. And as for Zhuge Ni, he vowed to keep her safe no matter what. To Yelin, Zhuge Qianxing was like a towering mountain, a figure to revere. His calculations had been flawless, as if the world itself obeyed his will. But the solemn farewell was shattered by hurried footsteps. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan arrived with their teams. Seeing Zhuge Qianxing's lifeless form, Tan Qingjiang demanded to know if Yilin was responsible. Yilin didn't respond, head bowed in respect. Tan Qingjiang, clearly running out of patience, ordered Yilin to explain or face the consequences. When Yilin stayed silent, he instructed one of his men to seize the corpse and check for treasures. The man drew his sword and lunged at Yilin, demanding the body be handed over. Yelin whirled to face him, annoyance flashing in his eyes. Just to save scum like this bald idiot. His teacher had died. He decided right then, this guy had to go. Anyone else trying to touch Zhuge Qianxing's body would share the same fate. With the ultimate sublimation of his summoned wood technique, Yelin invoked the forbidden spell, the descent of the wood realm. The ground trembled violently. Massive vines erupted, snaring the man mid-air. He struggled, but the more he fought, the tighter the vines wrapped. Yelin raised his hand, instinctively devouring the man's lifespan. He thrashed, screaming as his body rapidly decayed. Everyone, Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan included, watched in horror, eyes wide. They had never seen anything like this. The wailing continued until the man vanished completely. No body, no trace, as if he had never existed. At that moment, Yilin's system notifications popped up. He had devoured a level 42 job changer, gaining moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals and trace elements. His lifespan increased by 45 years, experience rose by 420, strength by 4, agility by 2, and spirit by 1. The eternal scale, now repaired, had fully shifted to the dark side. It lost its midday invincibility, but immortality became permanent. The dark-leaning scale transformed his former exchange ability into endless devouring. He could no longer transfer others' levels, but he could now plunder their power. Tan Qingjiang, furious and shocked, assumed Yelin had seized the 8th ancient artifact and killed Zhuge Qianxing. He ordered his men to take it by force. The group surged forward just like the bald idiot before them, but Yelin declared boldly they weren't enough to kill him. Then, before their eyes, he vanished, ghost-like. They were left baffled, guessing he'd used an earth escape technique. But how could it be that fast? Suddenly, a strange mushroom-shaped cloud appeared over them, and before anyone could react, it exploded. Most barely escaped the blast, but no one could figure out the extent of their target's abilities. After all, he'd just combined fire, wood, earth, and devouring magic all at once. Wang Lichuan watched in disbelief, thinking Yelin was simple to handle, but now realizing just how terrifying he was in actual combat. When Yelin reappeared, his first target was the man he had sworn revenge on at the Investigation Bureau's prison. He cast a simple low-tier water spell, immediately upgrading it to the Wrath of the Sea God. This forbidden spell condensed surrounding water to summon the phantom trident of the Sea God at the cost of 2 kidneys. In areas with abundant water, its power increased by 20%. Water surged from the air, forming the phantom trident, which locked onto its target with a terrifying aura. Before the man could react, it tore through his body, splitting him unevenly. Blood spurted, and his life force drained in an instant. As he fell, A sharp energy arrow streaked toward Yi Lin. He barely tilted his head in time, taking a nick on the cheek. Tan Qingjiang, a level 62 holy bow hunter, cursed loudly. He blamed the man who had just died for not providing cover, then ordered his men to attack in unison. If they couldn't defeat Yi Lin directly, they would at least overwhelm him enough to create an opening. Yi Lin didn't block the energy attacks or dodge with spatial leap. Instead, he activated his Sumeru ring, absorbing all the energy spells. Physical strikes? He took them head-on with barely any effort. With all energy attacks converted into psychic power, his 3-star Sumeru ring's mental boost shot from 160% to 220%. With his amplified mind, he raised his hand and cast a fire-type area spell, Rain of Flames. In its ultimate form, the Rain of Flames became a forbidden spell, world-devouring heavenly fire. Dark clouds swirled above like the apocalypse, and countless crimson-gold flames poured down on Tan Qingjiang and the others with unimaginable force. Everyone except Tan Qingjiang screamed as the fire engulfed them. When it cleared, leaving thick white smoke, Tan Qingjiang remained protected by an energy barrier. He scowled, muttering about being surrounded by useless fools. Seeing how effortlessly Yi Lin destroyed their group, Tan Qingjiang realized he couldn't beat him head-on. Desperate, he shot an arrow at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. Instead of trying to hit a target that could vanish in an instant, aiming at a corpse seemed far simpler. And since Zhuge Qianqing clearly meant the world to Yi Lin, Tan Qingjiang took a gamble. He figured Yi Lin would step in to block the arrow. That gave him the opening he'd been desperate for. The arrow shot forward, no hesitation, its aura roaring outward like a storm. With Tan Qingjiang's skill, a single shot like this could obliterate Zhuge Qianqing's remains, but just as it was about to hit, a violent ripple tore through the space before the body, and Yi Lin suddenly teleported into its path. The arrow slammed into Yi Lin's forehead with a soft, sickening click. Then the arrow's dark energy wrapped around him in a menacing bubble, warping his metabolism at lightning speed. Tan Qingjiang stepped closer, laughing coldly. He thought his guess was perfect. Yi Lin had actually used his own body to shield a corpse from a demon god's arrow. Foolish. Yi Lin felt his insides tear apart, every cell screaming. Then, with a deafening bang, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chunks of flesh and blood sprayed across the ground right in front of Tan Qingjiang, who was certain Yi Lin was done for, shredded beyond repair. No matter his eternal scale powers, Tan Qingjiang snorted, eyes glinting with satisfaction. A triumphant smile curled on his lips as he turned to walk away. Or so he thought, but then, almost imperceptibly at first, Yi Lin's fragments twitched. Then movement surged. His pieces began knitting themselves back together with feral speed. In one breath, a severed hand grew back into a full arm. 2 breaths and half a shoulder reformed atop it. By the 3rd breath, a head had formed, slamming into the shoulder, as muscles and flesh wove together like silk threads spinning themselves alive. Though he only had 1 arm and a head after those few breaths, it was enough. He raised his hand and launched a forbidden spell at Tan Qingjiang from behind. The level 60 holy bow hunter froze, blood trickling from his mouth, disbelief written across his face. Pain shot through him as more blood spurted out. His body convulsed violently, hit by a golden energy that seemed to pierce him straight from behind. By now, Yi Lin's body was almost fully restored. If not for the tatters of his clothes, no sign of the injuries would remain. He looked down at Tan Qingjiang, who was trembling with fear. Tan Qingjiang tried to leverage his role as deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, threatening Yi Lin with the consequences of killing him. But Yi Lin only smirked, asking if he was really supposed to be scared. After all, he'd given Tan Qingjiang a chance, and it had been wasted. In a last-ditch effort, Tan Qingjiang fired another arrow, hoping to catch Yi Lin off guard. It was useless. Yi Lin unleashed his endless devouring skill. The arrow and its shooter were consumed, their life essence drained until nothing remained. He had devoured a level 62 job changer, absorbing moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and trace elements. 2 years were added to his lifespan, 620 experience points, plus boosts to strength, agility, and spirit. He even consumed the rest, instantly jumping from level 25 to 28, with his core attributes surging. Then he called out for Wang Lichuan, telling him there was no need to hide anymore. Wang Lichuan stepped out, forcing a smile. He reminded Yi Lin he was no enemy and had no intention of attacking him like the others. Yi Lin had no reason to kill an old man just to silence him. He questioned why Wang would even think that, reminding him that they were friends, weren't they? Hearing that, Wang Lichuan finally relaxed a bit. Now that he was sure Yi Lin wielded divine power, he pledged his loyalty, and the loyalty of the entire Job Changer Guild in Qingqing. Keeping the old man alive as a puppet was far more beneficial than killing him. Yi Lin agreed, already anticipating future cooperation with the guild. With that settled, Wang Lichuan suggested they leave the apocalyptic dungeon as quickly as possible. It wasn't safe to linger. Yi Lin agreed, but he had one final task to handle before exiting. Using ultimate sublimation, he sacrificed an arm to cast the forbidden spell, the extreme ice spirit coffin. Blue light condensed into a crystal-clear ice coffin. Yi Lin carefully placed Zhuge Qianqing inside, promising to bring him home. He hoisted the ice coffin onto his shoulder and instructed Wang Lichuan to follow. As they rushed toward the exit, Wang Lichuan noticed the guards he'd left behind were gone. He commented that the gate of the apocalypse was far more dangerous than it seemed, and exploration without proper strength was impossible. Yi Lin replied simply that they would return once they were ready. A sinister aura hung over the exit as they approached. Just as Wang Lichuan warned Yi Lin to stay sharp, a level 34 dragon-blooded behemoth crashed down in front of them, sending dust and debris flying. It unleashed a torrent of fire, but Yi Lin and Wang Lichuan dodged it effortlessly. Yi Lin told the old man to stay back, assuring him he'd handle the creature, then drew his staff. He cast the forbidden spell, Flame God's Breath, dropping a massive ball of fire directly onto the beast's head. It was gone instantly. Wang Lichuan was once again left speechless by the sheer power of the forbidden spell. Yi Lin devoured the level 34 dragon-blooded behemoth, absorbing moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of rare elements. His lifespan increased by 424 years, experience points by 340, strength by 6, agility by 2, and spirit by 1. He also acquired the dragon bloodline, though its current concentration remained at 0. A tiny fraction, 0.00001%, had an unknown effect. Yi Lin was happy for the boost in lifespan, but couldn't help wondering what the dragon bloodline truly was. There was no time to ponder. At that very moment, the entrance seemed ready to collapse. They rushed in without hesitation. The moment they stepped in, a powerful force sucked them forward. The apocalypse key in Yi Lin's possession flew out on its own, automatically sealing the gate behind them. The experience was completely different from their entrance. It felt alive, almost conscious. Luckily, they emerged on the other side in one piece. The gate began to vanish immediately, along with the ancient apocalypse key. Next time it appeared, no one would know when or where. As they parted ways, Yi Lin made it clear he wanted to give Zhuge Qianqing a proper burial first. If anything else came up, he would seek out Wang Lichuan. Watching Yi Lin leave, Wang Lichuan declared that the Job Changer Guild would always serve him. Meanwhile, at the Zhuge family residence, Zhuge Nini faced the grim truth of her father's death, but refused to accept it, insisting it must be some cruel joke. Like someone drowning, she desperately grabbed for hope, yelling at Ling Ye to confirm that the man in the ice coffin wasn't really her father. She couldn't believe it. Surely they were tricking her. But confronted with her question, Yi Lin could only apologize, admitting he had failed to protect her teacher. According to her father's wishes, he wanted to be buried alongside his deceased wife. Nini still resisted, unable to accept that her father, a great strategist, could just be gone. She collapsed against the ice coffin, tears freezing on the surface as she sobbed. Yi Lin stayed silent, watching quietly as grief overtook her. In moments like this, very few can remain calm. He had no words to comfort her, so he stood like a statue, making sure she didn't act on her despair in a dangerous way. Eventually, her sobs slowed. Eyes fixed on her father, she asked how he had died. Yi Lin explained calmly that Zhuge Qianqing had overextended in divination, suffered divine punishment, and ultimately died for the good of humanity. Hearing this, Zhuge Nini realized her father must have foreseen his own death, yet had never said goodbye. The cruelty of it hit her hard. She then told Ling Ye to leave. She didn't want to see him anymore. Yi Lin was about to explain the promise he'd made to her father, but Zhuge Nini wasn't interested in hearing it. She shouted at Ling Yi to get out of the manor, her voice sharp and final. Yi Lin opened his mouth, seemed like he wanted to speak, but then he stayed silent. Maybe what Nini needed most right now was just to be alone. He turned and walked away, gently closing the door behind him. The very next day, news spread through Qingqing like wildfire. Tan Qingjiang and several other key figures had vanished without a trace. On top of that, the famous astrologer Mr. Zhuge Qianqing had suddenly passed away. The details of his death were still under investigation. The city buzzed with shock, and the news shook the entire Daxia kingdom. With just a bit of digging, it became clear that Zhuge Qianqing had left the city with Ling Ye. That also meant Ling Ye's true identity could never be traced back to Yi Lin. The bigger problem was the investigation bureau, especially Officer Huang, who was dead set on finding Ling Ye. To create more proof that Yi Lin, still suspected of being Ling Ye, hadn't left Qingcheng recently, Huang kept visiting the high-end clubs run by the Ji family. One of those nights, investigator Huang cornered Yi Lin in a club, demanding to know where he had been all week. Yi Lin played dumb. "I wouldn't know," he said. "I did so many things in the last 7 days. How could I remember anything important?" Frustrated, Huang grabbed his hand. "Did you disguise yourself as Ling Ye to sneak out of the city with Zhuge Qianqing?" he demanded. Calmly, Yi Lin pulled out his phone. "I'm recording this conversation," he said. "If you have no proof, you're open to a defamation suit." His female junior leaned in, whispering that there was no evidence showing Yi Lin left the city. For the past few days, he'd only been seen at high-end entertainment spots. Reluctantly, Huang let go, though he still insisted he would find evidence to back up his claims. Yi Lin then dropped a piece of information that made the rigid officer freeze. With eyes that could pierce any lie, Huang was stunned. Ling Yi had actually been blown to pieces just a few days ago. Yi Lin claimed he saw the whole thing himself, which was technically true, since he'd been blown up. Huang struggled to comprehend it. How was this even possible? Despite having no solid proof, he'd been so sure of his investigation. As his junior asked if something was wrong, Yi Lin waved it off, and said they could grab a drink sometime, then walked away. The next day, a heavy downpour set the tone for Zhuge Qianqing's funeral. The entire Zhuge family courtyard was soaked in grief, filled with mourners, some quietly weeping, others bowing their heads in silent prayer. Inside, a shrine displayed Zhuge Qianqing's portrait, a faint smile still on his face, surrounded by wreaths of tightly packed white chrysanthemums. Important figures, some mysterious and rarely seen in Qingqing, filed past to pay their respects one by one. Yet whispers circulated about Zhuge Nini, burdened with her loss and seemingly alone. People also noted that the deceased astrologer had recently taken in a talented disciple. His absence on this important day seemed not just disrespectful, but unforgivable. Speaking of that disciple, Yi Lin walked in at that very moment to pay his respects. The crowd's expression shifted. His sudden appearance was audacious. They all knew the rumors. Yi Lin had been indulging in excess after Zhuge Qianqing's death. Yi Lin's eyes were calm but carried complexity. He ignored the glaring looks and whispers, apologizing for being late. But before he could proceed, Zhuge Nini interrupted, questioning if he was done paying respects. She told him plainly, if he was, he should leave. He wasn't welcome. Yi Lin calmly repeated that he had no other motives. He just wanted to see his teacher off on his final journey. But Nini wasn't buying it. She claimed Yi Lin should stop pretending to be her father's disciple, accusing him of being a fraud who deceived everyone. Her words sparked outrage. The crowd turned on Yi Lin, wondering what he could have done to make Zhuge Qianqing sever their master-disciple bond. Yi Lin tried to reason, but she was too emotional, insisting he leave. Didn't he understand human language? Suddenly, lightning cracked across the dark clouds outside. From it, several men in black robes appeared, faces hidden behind masks, radiating an ominous energy. The leader stepped forward calmly and offered his condolences. When Nini demanded to know who they were, he told her to stay calm. They meant no harm. He explained they were there to examine Zhuge Qianqing's body, suspecting foul play. Nini immediately objected. No one was allowed near her father's corpse. But the masked leader ignored her. He ordered his men to move forward without hesitation. Their mission was clear: secure the target at all costs. Nini didn't care about their suspicions. She warned them. Disturb her father's funeral and she wouldn't hesitate to burn them alive. The crowd rallied behind her, angry at the disrespect. They refused to tolerate such behavior at the funeral. All but the leader drew swords with a sharp click, splattering blood as they attacked anyone who opposed them. The sudden violence froze the crowd. No one expected these masked men to kill openly, right in front of everyone. Terrified, they scattered. They respected Zhuge Qianqing, but they weren't about to die over an autopsy. Then, in an instant, the air around Nini heated unbearably, the temperature spiking in seconds. A blazing crimson gold flame erupted from her. Forming a raging inferno, she hurled straight at the masked leader. He didn't even flinch. The fire crashed against him, and he casually brushed it aside. Fear surged in Nini's eyes. This masked leader wasn't an ordinary job changer. He was level 50, a level considered the peak of power in Qingqing. He grabbed Nini by the throat and lifted her into the air. He wasn't going to kill her over her father. But if she continued her reckless defiance, drastic measures would follow. He asked if she would open the coffin for them. Before she could refuse, Ye Lin's chilling voice cut through. "Stop!" The masked leader, only now noticing Ye Lin, turned and saw him charging, hand crackling with blue lightning. Luckily, thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to pull away from Zhuge Ni just in time, dodging the brunt of the lightning attack, though a flash still seared across his arm when it struck. Since the strike had been aimed solely at him, Zhuge Ni remained completely unharmed. Ye Lin didn't hesitate. He warned them that if they dared try to take the ice coffin, he'd kill every last one of them. Instead of fear, the masked group looked thrilled. Ye Lin was clearly asking for a fight, and they were more than ready to give him one. Their leader ordered them to set up a barrier immediately. In an instant, towering pillars of energy shot down from the sky, locking Ye Lin inside a rectangular cage of power. Through a tiny gap in the barrier, his crazed eyes could be seen as he sacrificed his liver to summon the eternal thunder. A golden spear shot forth, smashing through the barrier, slicing through one masked man and punching another straight into a wall. Neither of them even saw it coming before their bodies hit the ground with a heavy thud. The leader swore under his breath, his disbelief plain. Ye Lin had just used a forbidden spell to instantly kill one man and mortally wound another, a kind of power that made his scalp tingle. But Ye Lin didn't stop there. He lifted his other hand and unleashed a devastating energy beam that obliterated a third masked man, reducing everything in its path to nothing more than ash. The rest froze, unsure how to respond. Ye Lin, meanwhile, panted hard, his clothes disheveled and his face deathly pale. But his eyes never wavered from the masked men. Zhuge Ni looked on, her expression somber, silently wondering if he had lost his mind. Masked men, seeing his exhausted state, assumed he was no longer a real threat, despite the earlier chaos. It was a reckless move on Ye Lin's part, sacrificing himself just to protect a corpse. But at this moment, they didn't know that. Confident, the masked men charged, flanking Ye Lin while their leader prepared a deadly strike from an opening. The moment Ye Lin stepped closer, the masked leader suddenly appeared behind him, shooting straight through his throat. Zhuge Ni tried to shout a warning, but it was already too late. A clean, gaping wound opened, blood spouting violently from his artery. It was an injury that should have meant instant death. The masked group let out quiet sighs of relief, realizing just how terrifying forbidden spellcasters could be when fighting with everything on the line. Zhuge Ni clutched her chest, horror written across her face. She'd never liked Ye Lin much, but seeing him struck like that stirred an unexpected sense of guilt. The masked leader ordered his men to fetch Zhuge Qianqing's body, but then they froze. Hearing the voice of the one they thought was dead filled them with sudden fear. Despite his gruesome injuries, Ye Lin was very much alive. He repeated his warning. Anyone trying to take his teacher's corpse would be sent straight to hell. Then Ye Lin cast the undying forbidden spell. Instantly, the bloodied wound in his throat sealed itself, regenerating at a speed that was almost unbelievable. And his arm healed just as fast. The three masked men left standing could only gape in shock. He should have been dead. Yet here he was. Devil or not, it defied all reason. Zhuge Ni shared the same thought. Nothing about the scene made sense. Ye Lin's eyes shriveled, and bloody tears ran from his empty sockets as he activated the forbidden spell. Eyes of eternal freeze. The smiles on the masked men's faces vanished instantly, replaced with sheer terror as an icy aura spread and bound them with unyielding force. They tried to move, but their bodies refused to obey. The air itself seemed to freeze around them. Ye Lin's form blurred, leaving only his glowing blue eyes chilling and still staring straight at them. Even their defiant roars turned to cries of despair as they were locked into crystal-clear ice, their survival snatched away completely. A few onlookers couldn't hide their shock. Seeing a level 27 forbidden spell wipe out 4 level 50 job changers wasn't something you witnessed every day. Their scalps tingled just watching. Even blind and gaunt, Ye Lin calmly strode over to the ice coffin and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Zhuge Ni opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. Ye Lin didn't even spare her a glance as he walked away with steady confidence. Seeing his figure, something about it seemed strangely familiar to Zhuge Ni, and she asked quietly where he was taking her father. Ye Lin's answer was simple. He intended to bury Zhuge Qianqing himself, exactly as his teacher had wished. Meanwhile, not far away, a middle-aged man in a sharp, dark suit stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, calmly surveying the city below. There was authority in his gaze, the kind that comes from years in high positions. A black-robed man in a brown trench coat and a rat-face mask approached and casually asked if Tiger and the rabbit had returned. Respectfully, the masked man confirmed they had, adding that traces in a valley 79 kilometers east of Chingching confirmed the Gate of Apocalypse had indeed appeared. The middle-aged man simply nodded, as if he had expected it. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Zhuge Qianqing have died so mysteriously? He wondered what exactly had happened inside the gate to cause such a sudden death. The rat-masked man asked if they should send more men to recover Zhuge Qianqing's body. The middle-aged man waved him off. They'd already stirred up too much attention. Instead, some men would follow Yi Lin and Zhuge Ni, and he needed someone found. When asked who, he revealed the target: Wang Lichuan, president of the Job Changer Guild. Meanwhile, as the last handful of soil was gently scattered, Zhuge Qianqing's funeral concluded solemnly and successfully. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm, dappled glow over the freshly turned earth, giving the astrologer's final resting place a faint, peaceful shimmer. As the sun sank lower, Zhuge Ni quietly thanked Yi Lin for everything he had done earlier. She pulled out a card, offering it as compensation. Zhuge Ni explained that the money on it would cover treatment for Yi Lin's eyes if needed, and more than enough for him to eat and dress well for the rest of his life. Right now, she didn't want the Zhuge family to owe him anything. Yi Lin refused the offer and simply walked away. When she asked why, he answered calmly that he didn't need any repayment. After all, it wasn't for the Zhuge family, it was to honor his teacher. But Zhuge Ni's problem was that her pride ran deep. Without her father, Mr. Zhuge Qianqing, she'd be powerless. Yi Lin's words hit her hard, leaving her pale, stunned, a rare and fascinating sight. She wanted to argue, to fight back, but couldn't manage a word. And yet every word was true. She'd lived her life under her father's protection. And now, seeing her own weakness, unable even to protect his corpse, shattered her pride. As if her soul had been drained, Zhuge Ni slumped before her father's grave, gently tracing the tombstone, questioning if she was truly useless. Yi Lin left the cemetery and made his way to the Ji family villa, where Ling Yu greeted him warmly, noticing Yi Lin's bandaged eye. Ling Yu asked, concerned. Yi Lin waved it off, assuring her he was fine. President Ji arrived shortly after, asking what Yi Lin's next move was. He suggested Yi Lin stay at the villa and even offered him a role, understanding how dangerous his job changer profession was. Yi Lin thanked him but said he still wanted to go to university. Time was limited, and he preferred to leave without regrets. President Ji paused, then nodded, agreeing to support Yi Lin. Wherever Yi Lin went, the Ji family would have his back. Yi Lin thanked him once more before heading to his room to rest. Collapsing onto his bed, he let out a long, exhausted sigh. Just then, the brocade pouch Zhuge Qianqing had given him slipped out of his Sumeru ring, startling him. At first he thought it contained a message, but 2 scrolls fell out, making him wonder if his teacher had predicted his second profession before passing. The scrolls held the Phantom Technique and the Turtle Breath Technique. The Phantom Technique lets the user project a phantom shadow to confuse enemies, while the Turtle Breath Technique slows breathing until it stops, simulating death. Yi Lin quickly practiced the scrolls on himself. Under his mastery, the Turtle Breath Technique evolved into the Great Void Technique, and the Phantom Technique upgraded into 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. The Great Void Technique lets a forbidden spellcaster sacrifice a bone every minute to enter a void state, becoming completely invisible. Attacks can't touch them. The 1 Qi to 3 purities spell allows him to sacrifice half his lifespan to create clones identical to himself, up to 3 at a time. If a clone dies, the original remains unharmed, but if the original dies, the clones vanish. Yi Lin couldn't help but marvel. Even in death, his teacher had planned for everything. With these scrolls, he could slip past any watchers. He immediately activated the 1 Qi to 3 purities spell, thrilled as an exact clone of himself appeared. Yi Lin placed his eye patch on the clone's eye, grinning at the foolproof plan. The clone stays at the Ji family villa while he moves freely, unseen. His instructions for the clone were simple. Remain at the villa, keeping up appearances while he investigates who had been monitoring him. Activating the Great Void Technique, Yi Lin leaped out his window. He moved like a shadow, passing the job changers assigned to watch him, perched silently in the trees. Grateful to his teacher once again, Yi Lin thought. Truly, the #1 astrologer could foresee everything. He headed toward a teleportation gate leading to a monster hunting ground outside the city, this time under a new face and identity. When he reached the gate, the guards asked if he was heading outside the city. Yi Lin nodded and confirmed he was. They warned him of increased monster activity, and he thanked them before stepping through. Outside, he leapt from branch to branch, pleased to finally hunt monsters freely, without eyes on him. His journey to level up could truly begin. A canine monster caught a rustle behind it, bared its fangs, and growled fiercely, saliva dripping, eyes glowing with feral rage. In a playful mood, Yi Lin decided to use only ice skills to keep his identity hidden. Smirking, he flicked his fingers, releasing a chilling aura. With the ice blade technique, he elevated it to the forbidden spell, Frostmourne. A massive sword of pure ice formed midair, shimmering blue and impossibly clear. At his flick, the blade shot straight toward the beast, carrying a deadly chill. The ice sword sliced cleanly through, splitting the monster in two. Ice shards scattered, freezing the remains into two frosty sculptures. Yi Lin then used his devouring skill, consuming a level 32 monster. He absorbed water, fat, protein, carbs, and minerals, extending his lifespan by 125 years, gaining 320 experience points, and boosting his strength by 5, agility and spirit by 1 each. Next, he devoured a level 36 monster, gaining nutrients, 360 years of lifespan, 360 experience points, 7 strength, 2 agility, and 1 spirit. Then a level 37 monster, giving him nutrients, 245 years of life, 370 experience points, 5 strength, 1 agility, and 3 spirit. Even after all this, Yi Lin wasn't satisfied. He needed to level up even faster. 3 days later, he finally exited the gate, now at level 30. The pace of his monster hunting had pushed him to his limit. Yet it still wasn't enough. He considered asking someone for help. That's when he realized the Job Change Guild could be useful. Arriving at the guild, he was surprised at how busy it was. Wang Lichuan's disappearance didn't seem to slow things down at all. He approached the receptionist, requesting to post a mission. She led him to a male staffer who handled such tasks. When asked the mission type, Yi Lin said he wanted to recycle monster corpses. The staffer asked his budget. Yi Lin replied, just the normal market price. Prices varied by monster type and level. A level 10 monster corpse typically sold for 300,000, while special monsters, like the golden armored demon rhino, went for 450,000. Yi Lin asked them to follow market price, taking all monsters below level 20. The staffer, initially surprised, assumed Yi Lin was a newly changed enchanter and might not understand the handling fees involved. Because Yi Lin planned to collect so many at once, a fund verification was required. Yi Lin pulled out his top-tier lifetime VIP card. The staffer, stunned, immediately began the process. Within just 3 days, job changers flooded the guild, submitting monsters non-stop. The sheer volume created a queue that couldn't be ignored. Everyone wondered who this mysterious spender was and why he wanted so many monster corpses. Alchemists and forgers struggled to buy materials, as Yi Lin's prices were too high. Nobody could understand why someone would pay so much just to recycle monster corpses. Clearly, it was a massive loss for anyone else. The staffer guiding monster recycling showed Yi Lin the latest batch they'd gathered. After checking, Yi Lin paid the fee and dismissed the staffer. The moment the door closed behind him, he activated his devouring skill. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Money really did make everything easier. Killing monsters alone was slow and tedious, but this was smooth and efficient. As soon as he devoured all the monster corpses, notifications started flooding in. Nutrients, lifespan, experience points, and boosts to strength, agility, and spirit. Everything skyrocketing at once. Half an hour later, the entire warehouse was cleared. Yi Lin's level had jumped to 32. Just remember, he had been level 25 barely 2 weeks ago when he first entered the Gate of Apocalypse. No sooner had he left the warehouse than he realized he was being followed. The hidden mercenaries had spotted him. Short dark hair, a gray hoodie over a black combat suit. They were convinced this was their target. They quietly tailed him into a dark alley that led to an empty underground parking lot. After making sure no one else was around, Yi Lin clicked his tongue, annoyed. Even after changing his face, he was still being tailed. It made no sense at all. Turning with a sneer, he called out to the job changers, asking if they weren't tired of being so bad at following him. With their cover blown, the 2 mercenaries revealed themselves. One asked rhetorically if Yi Lin was the one posting missions to collect monster corpses. Someone was clearly paying top dollar for his work. As they charged, the swordsman aimed for Yi Lin's legs, while the other slashed toward his throat with a cold, precise glint. The blonde was clearly an assassin, probably around level 30. Sighing, Yi Lin caught the assassin's arm and effortlessly dodged the swordsman's counter. He offered to double the payment if they stopped attacking, but they refused without hesitation. The assassin freed himself and reappeared behind Yi Lin. Dagger aimed at his throat again. He was incredulous. Yi Lin was still haggling when he was about to die. Shouldn't his money belong to them after they killed him? The swordsman told his partner to stop wasting words and joined in the attack. Yi Lin sized them up, levels about the same as his own. After dealing with him, they had to hurry to Ching Ching's newly opened 79th secret realm. Just as the blades glinted inches from his body, Yi Lin cast the forbidden spell, Eyes of Eternal Freeze. In an instant their bodies froze solid, leaving only their heads exposed. Only then did they understand the monster they had provoked. Yi Lin strolled up casually, curious to find out who had sent them. The two stayed silent, but Yi Lin wasn't having it. With a flick of his finger, he sliced off the swordsman's left ear. Blood spraying. Still, the man refused to talk. Then, Yi Lin turned to the assassin, who panicked and spilled everything. The pair had been hired by the Life Skills Job Changer Alliance. Professionals who were upset that Yi Lin's quest had disrupted the market. Yi Lin pressed for names. He learned it was high-level blacksmith Yin Xiang and two top alchemists, Yuning and Zhou Heibing. He also jotted down the info about Ching Ching's 79th secret realm, warning them that whoever hesitated first might not survive. The blonde quickly spoke up, explaining the 79th secret realm was a new spatial rift, appearing just 2 days ago, 30 kilometers north of the city. That was all they knew. Yi Lin, satisfied, walked off, while the swordsman begged to be unfrozen, fearing death in the ice. Yi Lin just chuckled, wishing them luck surviving until the ice melted. Night fell, stars twinkling overhead, as Yi Lin arrived at the spot, 30 kilometers north of the city. The entrance to the 79th secret realm was a massive black vortex, pulsating with a dark, powerful aura. By now, a crowd of job seekers had gathered. Speculating about what lay inside, the first team had gone in 2 days ago and not returned, making everyone cautious. They wanted someone else to go first, afraid the secret realm might be a dead zone, dangerous for leveling up or gaining strength. Sure, more secret realms would appear in the future, but everyone had just one life. Each hoped someone else would test the waters first. As the crowd debated, the black vortex suddenly turned transparent. Through it, a dazzling light projected an object. The light dimmed slightly, revealing a slender scepter hovering at its center. Its body shimmered with colored radiance, topped with a transparent crystal gem, engraved with ancient runes radiating an ominous aura. To the crowd, seeing the scepter as a potential divine artifact, reason went out the window. They surged forward like a swarm, greed in their eyes, ready to fight anyone to claim it. Everyone entered, leaving chaos behind. Yi Lin approached the vortex, eyes narrowing slightly. He had a gut feeling this was probably a trap. If true divine artifacts were here, real powerhouses would have arrived long ago. As Yi Lin hesitated, a pleasant voice reached him from behind. You noticed it too, didn't you? Something about this secret realm didn't feel right. Yi Lin quickly noticed the speaker, Xiao Xiao, disguised as a guy. He called her out, and she was shocked to be seen through so fast. She wondered if her disguise was really that obvious. Yi Lin didn't hold back, noting no real guy would wear so much lip balm, and her figure should have been better concealed. Her cheeks flushed as she realized why people had been staring. Yi Lin shook his head, turning to leave. She begged him to wait. What else is there? He asked. She explained that this secret realm was likely a trap set by demons for human job changers. She suggested they team up to enter together. Demons were strong, but if Yi Lin could devour a few, how much would he level up? He feigned disinterest, pointing out the risk was too high. Seeing his act, Xiao Xiao promised to pay him for teaming up. Yi Lin refused, claiming his upbringing didn't allow such work. But when she offered an epic-level piece of equipment instead, he appeared beside her in a flash, grinning. He struck a deal on the spot, not even asking her name yet. Xiao Xiao, stunned by his sudden attitude, introduced herself and asked about his profession to tailor the equipment. Yi Lin was shocked. She could choose his gear? Clearly, she was wealthy. He said he was an ice-type mage but could use any equipment. Perfectly, she had just the thing. She pulled a small box from her spatial ring and opened it. Inside was a crystal-clear bracelet set with blue gems radiating a faint chill. Ice crystal heart. An epic bracelet boosting spirit by 60%, refinable, with the absolute zero skill. Expanding a domain around the wearer, amplifying ice skills, 100%. Yi Lin was impressed. This was a domain skill. He even considered looting her spatial ring. But thinking about her vast resources, extensive knowledge, and naive personality, clearly a spoiled girl raised in isolation, he realized killing her could attract the wrath of someone he wasn't ready to face. Xiao Xiao snapped Ye Lin out of his thoughts, asking if their deal was really set. She needed to explore the secret realm quickly and get back home, or else her mom would ground her. Ye Lin couldn't help but wonder if she'd snuck out just to check out an unknown secret realm. But she wasn't fazed by her situation. Sneaking out? No problem. She could handle herself. From their short encounter, Xiao Xiao had a strong feeling Ye Lin was powerful. She asked his level and name, and Ye Lin introduced himself as Ye Mushuang, a level 45 job changer. Xiao Xiao blinked. He looked about 20, yet already level 45. Was he a prodigy still compared to her? Turning 17 this year, and already at level 37, Ye Lin wasn't even close. Seriously, who wants to be compared with her? Ye Lin played along, feigning amazement and cheering her on, letting her bask in her own sense of greatness. With her level, she must have aced the final exam, right? Xiao Xiao shook her head. She hadn't even taken it. Her dad said it would be a waste of time. Fair enough. Even the top scorer only gets a legendary piece of equipment. And for those with strong family backing, skipping exams made sense. Ye Lin agreed. They would team up to enter the secret realm. Pleased, Xiao Xiao handed over the bracelet and urged him to enter the rift immediately. From now on, they were a team. The scene shifted to a vast stretch of black earth, like an abandoned battlefield inside the secret realm. The soil was dark red, as if stained with old blood. Only a handful of stars flickered in the sky, casting an eerie glow. Jagged mountains of varying shapes loomed in the distance, and occasional roars echoed from deep within. Xiao Xiao's intuition was right. Real demons were in this place, and the stench confirmed it, familiar and threatening. Ye Lin asked if she dealt with demons often. She nodded slightly and whispered that she usually did so under her parents' supervision. This time, however, she planned to face them alone. She wondered where the other job changers had gone. Were they scattered randomly? Suddenly, a giant claw loomed over her. Before it could strike, Ye Lin grabbed her and dodged just in time. The paw slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, putting some distance between themselves and the beast. Ye Lin cast his Ice Blade spell, instantly freezing the massive demon into a crystal-like sculpture. Xiao Xiao stared in awe. "Why is your Ice Blade so strong?" Ye Lin shrugged. "I'm an Ice-type mage. Of course my ice spells are powerful." But then he did something that puzzled her. He stashed the demon's corpse inside his Sumeru ring. When she asked why, Ye Lin dramatically burst into tears, explaining he was an orphan. "These monster corpses are worth a lot of money," he lamented. "I have no other way to make money. It's hard. Job change fees alone are 100,000 yuan, not to mention equipment, skill books, and materials. I have no family, no support, no one to back me up. Life's hard, and I don't believe in fate." He rambled on so dramatically that Xiao Xiao had to beg him to stop. She apologized for even asking. "Don't worry. You can have all the demon corpses we hunt. They're worth far more than monster corpses anyway. I don't want them. But you have to help me record a video of me fighting them. I need to prove to my family I can hunt demons on my own." Ye Lin thanked her, calling her generous. As for the video, he'd capture everything in 4K. Inwardly, he noted that Xiao Xiao wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Judging by their journey, either she had been intentionally leading him, or she could sense the demon's traces in the realm. Along the way, they encountered a group of job changers gathered around a campfire. The group ignored them. Though one guessed they were there to steal kills, while another judged them as not very strong. Ye Lin suggested leaving. Their gazes felt unfriendly. Xiao Xiao told him to ignore them, venturing deeper into the mountains through a narrow gorge. The air grew heavier and colder. They leapt forward, and Xiao Xiao whispered they were very close. Ye Lin nodded and followed her lead. Ahead, they faced a giant demon, nearly 3 meters tall. Startled, the demon revealed its black-scaled body, abyssal eyes, and protruding fangs. Its aura suggested it was around level 40. Ye Lin asked if she was sure she could handle it. Even at the same level, demons were far stronger than ordinary monsters. A level 40 demon could easily overpower a dozen level 40 monsters, enhanced, evolved versions. Xiao Xiao dashed forward calmly, telling Ye Lin not to worry and to start recording. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as she waved her hand. Her 10 jade fingers moved, subtly drawing the surrounding air as it quivered slightly. Yi Lin zoomed in with his phone and saw almost invisible threads extending from her fingertips, occasionally shimmering in the flashlight. The threads coiled around the demon like agile snakes. The demon sensed the threat and roared, its dark scales hardening. But the threads, sharp as blades, ignored the armor and pierced through, dark blood seeping out instantly. Yi Lin was stunned. He couldn't guess her profession, but her combat skills were clearly impressive. Those nearly invisible threads were perfect for sneak attacks, enough to decapitate a level 50 job changer if they weren't careful. Xiao Xiao trusted her star puppet strings. Once ensnared, no one could break free. Furious, the demon tilted back, opening its blood-red maw and gathering dark energy. Despite Yi Lin's warning, it launched the attack straight at her. Had it hit, she would have been severely injured, possibly killed. Luckily, she reacted quickly. The countless fine threads interwove into a semi-transparent shield. A deafening boom shook the area as the energy slammed into the shield, kicking up a massive dust cloud. When the dust settled, Xiao Xiao had been pushed back dozens of meters. The silk shield had protected her. She was unharmed, though her breathing was ragged and her shirt torn. The demon had broken free from the threads and charged toward her, declaring it would eat her alive. Xiao Xiao's face darkened. She admitted she had underestimated it. She unleashed her full power, sprouting butterfly-like wings. Her hands surged with invisible threads again, aiming to entangle the demon. The demon, wary from earlier, refused to be caught and fled, leaving the star puppet strings behind. Xiao Xiao gave chase, determined not to let it escape. Yi Lin warned her not to chase after the demon. It could be a trap, but Xiao Xiao ignored him completely. With no other choice, Yi Lin activated his fleeting dance and followed the demon. Using its knowledge of the terrain, weaved around all the invisible threads. But suddenly, it froze mid-step, stepping right into what seemed like a trap. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao thought it had simply run out of stamina and slowed down. She shouted, ready to finish it off. But instead of fear, the demon let out a chilling laugh and warned that she was the one who should prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, the empty battlefield transformed. Over 20 demons now filled the space, tall and imposing like iron towers. Xiao Xiao's face froze in shock. She had never imagined a secret realm near a small city like Qingcheng could house so many demons. Yet determination flickered across her features as she whispered an apology to Yi Lin. She promised to take responsibility for dragging him into this mess. When the fight began, she would use her star puppet strings to hold off the demons so Yi Lin could escape. Asked if she was sure, she nodded confidently. She had a plan to get out. Yi Lin said nothing and began to move away. The demon, seeing him, barked orders. No human would leave this secret realm alive. Almost immediately, several demons lunged at Yi Lin at once. He dodged an attack aimed straight for his back, moving faster than they could track. Dark flames rained down toward him, but Yi Lin used fleeting dance to evade again. Behind the cover of the thick fog he created, he silently slipped behind a rock. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's expression grew serious. Seeing Yi Lin had escaped, she retracted her star puppet strings and began to make her own move. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Lin was still watching from behind a nearby rock, recording to see how she would handle the escape. Xiao Xiao ran at full speed, and when 2 demons blocked her path, she shredded them with her star puppet strings. The rest gave chase, but it was clear they couldn't catch her. Confident she was safe for the moment, she promised to settle the score later. But the scaled demon had a different plan. It condensed a dark energy orb in its palm and hurled it at her. The orb twisted through the air in a strange, eerie trajectory, homing in on her relentlessly. She tried to shake it off, but the sphere clung to her like a leech. Next, she attempted to intercept it with her fine threads, but they failed too. The orb hit with perfect precision, shocking her. Seeing she couldn't dodge, Yi Lin decided it was time to step in. The scene shifted. Xiao Xiao was now trapped at the center of a spherical cage, the heavenly demon cage. She stared in disbelief. The demon had gone to extreme lengths just to capture her. The cage was a human capturing device, forged only by demons of imperial blood. Once inside, escaping without surpassing the creator's strength was impossible in the short term. She wondered if this secret realm was tied to demons of imperial lineage. The demon noted her high status in the Xia kingdom and her ability to use the star puppet strings, a divine artifact. Capturing her would bring a reward far beyond the cost of a single heavenly demon cage. Xiao Xiao resisted, but she had no choice. The demon reached toward the cage, demanding her star puppet strings. Suddenly his claws froze, and then his entire arm locked up. terrifying him completely. He demanded the culprit reveal themselves. Xiao immediately realized it was Ye Lin. She spun toward him, asking why he hadn't escaped. Ye Lin casually tossed back her phone, saying he had finished recording. He only kept the earlier parts. Xiao was incredulous. He hadn't run away. He'd stayed to film. Ye Lin simply shrugged. After all, he'd been paid to do it. She insisted again that he should have run. Who in their right mind keeps filming in this situation? Nearby, the demon clutched his frozen arm and shouted for the others to kill Ye Lin. They lunged at him like a pack of wolves. But suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Ye Lin, expanding into an extremely cold domain. The Ice Crystal Heart skill, Absolute Zero. Inside, all ice-type attacks were amplified twofold. Instantly, massive ice spikes erupted outward, crashing down on the 20 or so demons. 2 demons tried to flank him, but Ye Lin froze them instantly, turning them into ice sculptures. Another demon sneaked up from behind. Ye Lin conjured an ice blade in his left hand, spun, and sliced the demon cleanly in half. Xiao pleaded, telling him to stop fighting and run. He could die if he kept going. Ye Lin smirked. If I die, you can drag me out and bury me. I'm not about to get chewed up by these monsters. Still, she begged him to run. Suddenly, an energy bullet pierced Ye Lin's chest. A red vortex appeared in front of him, and though he raised an ice wall to block it, the impact threw him across the ground. Xiao shouted his name in panic. Ye Lin coughed, looking exhausted, but otherwise fine. The dark-scaled demon stared in disbelief. How was he still alive? Ye Lin rose, clutching his chest with a smile. The demons had had their fun. Now it was his turn. The dark-scaled demon mocked him, claiming this was Ye Lin's last gasp. Could he really defeat all of them? Ye Lin planted his feet, ready as the demons charged. Ye Lin took a deep breath, clasping his hands tightly, and unleashed the forbidden spell. Ice shot up violently from the ground as the eternal ice seal awakened, spreading a cold, jagged fury around him. He stayed perfectly still as the demons sneered, mocking his aim and trying to shake him with their taunts. But Ye Lin's eyes told a different story. To him, they were nothing but fools, and their end was already written. Then, in a single instant, every shard of ice erupted together, forming a towering pillar that crashed down with a deafening boom, obliterating every demon in its path into dust. Xiao stood frozen, unable to utter a word, watching the sheer devastation. She couldn't believe it. Ye Lin had just wiped out more than 20 demons in one move. The scale of that power was terrifying, undeniable. Coughing as he staggered forward, Ye Lin told her, "I said this would be a sure win." She quickly asked if he was all right. He gave a weak thumbs up and let out a groan. Seconds later, he collapsed. The forbidden spell's backlash had hit him full force. Xiao caught him mid-fall, panic rising in her voice as she asked again if he was okay. At that very moment, Ye Lin sensed something dark closing in. A shadowy figure, scales black as night, appeared behind them, swinging a massive hand toward the pair. "Watch out!" he shouted to Xiao, shoving her out of the way just before he slammed into a huge rock with bone-jarring force, denting it deeply. Xiao screamed his name, clenching her fists as rage and fear burned together, tears streaking her face as she cursed through them. Then, as if responding to her anger, her vibrant, butterfly-like wings sprouted again, shimmering in the light, and her star puppet strings appeared. In the blink of an eye, she was behind the dark-scaled demon, her strings wrapping around him tight once more. This time, she wasted no moment. She tore through him piece by piece, and only after finishing did she rush back to Ye Lin. "Pull yourself together," she said, opening her space pouch. "I've got medicine from a top-tier alchemist. It'll definitely save you." Ye Lin waved her off, insisting she leave before more demons arrived. But she refused without a second thought. She popped a pill into his mouth, begging him not to die on her. One by one, she kept feeding him pills until his mouth was full, no more able to swallow. Then, thinking she'd lost him, she broke down sobbing, vowing through her tears to grow stronger, avenge him, and get him out of the secret realm. She wrapped her arms tightly around his body, crying uncontrollably. And then, a sudden violent cough from him made her freeze, realization hitting her. We're gonna suffocate each other if you don't let go." Ye Lin wheezed weakly, joking despite it all. Xiao's relief was obvious, tears still wet on her cheeks. But Ye Lin just shrugged, saying maybe the god of death hadn't claimed him, or maybe the medicine was kicking in. She shook her head firmly. "Don't be afraid. I'll find the best cleric in Daxia for you once we're out." When Ye Lin asked what she was doing, She just used her star puppet strings to wrap him snugly in a makeshift sleeping cocoon. No matter what, she was determined to get him out of the secret realm alive. Together, they began moving across the rocky terrain, eyes scanning for the exit. The scene shifted to a massive statue head with a glowing portal beneath it. This was the exit, heavily guarded by demons to prevent any human from leaving, and those stepping inside? Their fate was sealed the moment they crossed that threshold. From her hiding spot behind a huge rock, Xie Xiao saw the piles of human corpses the demons had left and froze in shock. She cursed under her breath, realizing that the secret realm was a trap designed to hunt humans. Every human who entered was being slaughtered. Yi Lin told her to set him down and escape alone. That way she could save herself and bring back reinforcements, but she refused instantly. "You're not a burden. We're a team. I won't leave you behind." Unfortunately, a demon spotted them at that moment and raised the alarm. In an instant, Yi Lin and Xie Yaoxiao were surrounded. Seen by the demons as nothing more than a weary human and a crippled fighter, Xie Yaoxiao unleashed her star puppet strings, ready to tear them apart. Yi Lin, on the other hand, asked to be freed, insisting he could handle himself. Without a word, she let him go. She charged at 3 demons, her strings whipping in all directions. "Watch closely," she told Yi Lin. She was about to take them down on her own. A violent shockwave ripped through the ground, throwing debris everywhere as the demons were struck down. Yi Lin turned toward the pile of fallen job changers. Tragic as it was, it worked in his favor. He could devour them to level up. Activating his endless devouring skill, a colorful surge of energy burst out, enveloping the corpses. Notifications flashed. He'd devoured a level 22 and a level 25 job changer, gaining experience, moisture, fat, and even 250 extra years of lifespan. His strength jumped by 8 points, agility by 6, and his spirit increased slightly. His level shot up by 2 in one go. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao found herself cornered with the demons teasing and taunting, planning to torture her before the kill. But she stood firm. "You're despicable," she spat. "I'd rather die on my own terms than let you touch me." Suddenly, snow began to fall across the battlefield. The demons froze, confused, trying to make sense of the sudden change. They didn't notice Yi Lin hovering a short distance above. Yet they could feel a surge of raw power. With a wave of his hand, Yi Lin sacrificed an organ and cast a forbidden frost spell, echoing the eyes of eternal freeze. The icy avalanche tore through the terrain, freezing every demon in place. Xie Xiao finally had a window to escape. One half-frozen demon muttered in disbelief about such a terrifying presence appearing near Qingqing, a small human county town. Another screamed orders to sound the alarm and report to Lord Norris immediately. A red flare shot into the sky. Yi Lin realized the demons were calling for reinforcements. Escape was impossible. They had to move out of the area first. Xiao Xiao noted that the demons were blocking the entrance, and suspected more humans were trapped in the secret realm besides them. Yi Lin agreed. He looked around, noticing just how packed this secret realm was with demons. It was a perfect place to level up, but leaving it? That thought didn't sit well with him. Later, under the cover of night in a dense forest, Yi Lin and Xie Xiao sat by a small fire, roasting meat. Yi Lin took a bite and smiled. "This is really good," he said. Xiao Xiao leaned back a little, clearly impressed. "I really admire your recovery," she said. "You were badly hurt, and now you're fine." Yi Lin chuckled, explaining that it was thanks to her medicine and, amusingly, the 4-eyed demon pig they'd roasted that had healed him. She tilted her head, grinning. "So does that mean I could become a chef?" Yi Lin laughed and replied, "Once we get out, I can open a restaurant." Her eyes lit up. "Finally, someone actually praises my cooking." Suddenly, both of them stiffened, hearing faint noises nearby. Yi Lin frowned, wondering if someone else was in the forest. Xiao Xiao calmly pointed out that she'd already found plenty of human tracks when hunting the demon pig. Yi Lin pushed himself to his feet. "Let's go check it out," he said. Elsewhere, an injured man grimaced as he spoke. The secret realm. It was nothing but a massive trap. How could any artifact exist here with nothing but vicious demons around? He continued, noting that even near Qingqing, high-level monsters were rare. So why would a secret realm suddenly spill so many demons? He feared they might be part of some sinister plot. The pressing concern now was finding a way out. Another man clutched his head. "The exit is crawling with demons," he said. "Going there? That's just death waiting. A figure in red robes stepped forward. At this point, he said calmly, there's only one way we can break through. The others immediately recognized him. Wu Hao, they said. You're the strongest among us right now. Please, tell us your plan. If you can get us out, we'll remember your courage forever. Wu Hao, a level 48 extreme flame swordsman, looked serious. His plan was harsh, he admitted. Those seriously injured? They couldn't escape and would slow everyone down. If they acted as bait at the entrance, the rest might make it through. He asked who agreed and who objected. 2 injured men immediately protested. Using us as bait? That's just sending us to die. It's too cruel. A woman chimed in, her voice shaking. My husband is badly hurt. I won't leave him behind. Wu Hao turned, his expression hard. Anyone else against this plan? When no one answered, a red arc of light flashed across the air. The 2 injured men were cut down instantly, blood spilling as they collapsed in agony. The woman screamed, Wu Hao, you're hurting people for no reason. Her words were full of outrage. Wu Hao calmly licked the blood off his blade. Now we have 2 more bait pieces, he said, looking around. Anyone still opposed? Seeing no objections, he nodded. Then we move forward as planned. He added coldly that the injured's mouths should be sealed first, so they couldn't warn the enemy. At that moment, Jia Xiao stepped forward. I object, she said firmly. Our enemies are demons. How can you act so cruelly against all reason? Yi Lin echoed her words, narrowing his eyes, questioning if that was meant as an insult. Yi Lin looked at her, a small smirk forming. You're cursing wrong. Let me show you how it's done. He unleashed a flurry of sharp, cutting insults, so skillful that a bystander couldn't help but comment on the sheer momentum of his words. Wu Hao growled, seeing 2 more people daring to defy him. He swung his blade straight at Yi Lin. I'll smash your teeth one by one, he hissed, and cut out your tongue. Suddenly, Wu Hao froze. His body wouldn't move. Xiao Xiao had used her star puppet strings to bind him. Wu Hao's face twisted with fury, insisting she was playing tricks. I'll deal with you once I break free, he shouted. Nearby, a curious onlooker asked what kind of weapon the star puppet strings even were. Wu Hao thrashed, every move only hurting him more. He screamed in pain until Zia Xiao finally released him. Yi Lin stepped closer. Now you're just another injured casualty, he said calmly. And I plan to use you as bait first. Wu Hao weakly protested, and Jia Xiao added, if it weren't for the demons, you'd be dead already. The other survivors approached, addressing Yi Lin and Zhai Xiao as experts. They begged to be taken along, promising great rewards once they got out. Zhai Xiao reassured them. Don't worry, as long as we work together, we'll make it out of this secret realm. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm curious. How do you plan to get all these people out? Jia Xiao smiled. I have a strategy, she said. I've studied the art of war. Yi Lin looked at her, confused. She crouched and drew a rough map in the dirt with a stick. Look, she said. This is where we are. She pointed out the exit. At least 15 demons are guarding it. Probably even more now. We'll split into 2 groups, she explained. Team A and Team B. The fighters will battle to give the wounded a chance to escape. Mages and the injured go to Team B, she continued. Team A draws the demons' attention, so we need people with high speed. Who's joining Team A? Yi Lin nodded. I'm an ice mage, but I'm not slow. I'll join Team A. A man stepped forward. Me too. A woman injured but with a speed-up skill added. I'll go too, as long as my husband can get out. Her husband shook his head. Fool. If we die together. I won't let you go alone. She called out to him. Another chimed in. If we're leaving, we leave together. And join Team A. Xiao nodded approvingly. Good, she said. Since no one else wants Team A, 6 people are enough. Let's stick to the plan. Everyone agreed in the distance. Wu Hao muttered to himself, thinking that the girl still didn't grasp the true darkness of human hearts. When the time comes, he thought, I won't care if they live or die. Just wait and watch. The scene shifted to a massive cave-like area. Ahead loomed a dark opening. Yi Lin peeked from behind a wall. As I thought, he murmured. Even more demons. He glanced at Xiao. What do we do now? She replied. Team B is already in position. We have to give it everything. In a moment, we'll rush out together and delay the demons as much as we can. She froze for a moment, noticing Yi Lin stepping into the open. What are you doing? She asked. He just shrugged. Maybe we don't need 6 people to pull them away. He was enough on his own. We'll find a chance at the exit. Before Zhao Yuxiao could stop him, Ye Lin sprinted forward. She yelled, "Come back! If you die now, all my efforts are for nothing." The demons noticed the movement and immediately turned their attention toward him. The cavern stretched wide, filled with scattered figures and dominated by a massive statue looming in the shadows. Xiao Xiao could only watch from behind, as Ye Lin signaled her silently. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." He unleashed his ice blade technique. Sharp, icy constructs rained down like blades, shattering 2 ice sculpture demons instantly. The other demons realized this was the ice expert they feared. Even a dozen of them hadn't been able to stop him before. Ye Lin leapt into the air, shouting, "This time, it's you demons who won't escape, not me." Ye Lin activated the forbidden spell. The eternal stem element, golden energy swirled in his palm, coalescing into a brilliant spear. With a swift motion, Ye Lin hurled it, obliterating 2 demons in an instant. The remaining demons quickly closed in. One growled, warning the others that Ye Lin wasn't someone to underestimate. He could even wield forbidden spells. Behind a massive rock, Xiao Yuxiao and the others watched intently as the clash echoed through the cavern. One of the men muttered that now was the perfect moment to strike and wipe out the demons, but Xiao Yuxiao's brow furrowed. Something felt off. Amid the chaos, Ye Lin stood calm, surveying the battlefield. "These demons are too weak," he said quietly. A towering demon wielding a massive axe charged at him, roaring that Ye Lin was nothing but an ant. Ye Lin paused for a moment, letting his gaze sharpen as he sized up the threat. Then he launched into the air, ice erupting from beneath him as the demon slammed its axe into the ground. The other demons reacted instantly. One barked orders to hold the exit, while a few pursued Ye Lin directly. He glanced back with a smirk. "Come on, chase me." Sprinting deeper into the cavern, he drew several demons away. From a nearby passage, Zhao Yuxiao and the others realized his distraction had worked. Most of the demons were chasing him, but a few still guarded the exit. Xiao Xiao knew there was no choice but to move. Another suggested waiting for reinforcements, but seeing the opportunity slipping, they couldn't afford to hesitate. As they surged forward, a demon noticed them. "More humans!" it shouted. "Don't let anyone escape!" Xiao Xiao leapt ahead, her colorful butterfly wings propelling her as she tore through the first 2 demons. Elsewhere, Wu Hao watched as Ye Lin confronted several demons at once. Hiding behind a rock, Wu Hao chuckled. "Those 2 idiots really drew all the demons away." He turned to his group. "Leave the wounded behind and get moving," he ordered. One man hesitated. "Weren't we supposed to bring everyone out together?" Wu Hao snapped. "Are you stupid? Do you want to live or die?" The man fell silent, while another shook his head, insisting he wasn't that foolish. The woman among them told him to stop overthinking and focus on surviving. Wu Hao barked, "Follow me if you want to live." They raced across the rocky terrain as an explosion erupted nearby. Xiao Xiao spotted movement. "Team B is rushing up to help," she called out. But then she realized they weren't heading toward her. They were moving straight for the secret realm's exit. Wu Hao's doing. And worse, he had left the severely injured behind. She clenched her fists, silently hoping this troublemaker would get his comeuppance soon. Wu Hao grinned. "Thanks to those fools, we can leave safely," he said. "Hope the world has more like them. Makes life easier for people like me." Suddenly, a massive stone pillar crashed down, sealing the exit. The group froze, shocked. Wu Hao scowled.
"What now?"
Another voice asked why a stone door was blocking the exit. Maybe they'd triggered a trap. Wu Hao cursed. "Backup plan from the demons. Probably doesn't matter. We'll just break it down together." They struck the wall with all their might, but only chunks of debris flew off. It didn't budge. Wu Hao stared, incredulous. How can all of us hitting it at once not even crack a wall? Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao realized they had walked right into the demon's trap. Another muttered that it was well-deserved, calling them cowards. Someone shouted a warning about reinforcements. Zhao Xiao saw a dozen demons heading toward them. "They're coming back!" she yelled. A red-skinned demon charged, screaming at them. "You damned humans!" he roared, that all of them would go to hell. The demons quickly surrounded the group. Wu Hao barked. "We're surrounded. Fight them!" The red-skinned demon leader lunged, declaring, "All of you will die." A blast of red energy tore across the ground, sending sparks flying. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. That demon leader's too terrifying. We should fall back, at least for now. In a rocky ravine, Ye Lin leaned against the cliffside, noting a large stone slab blocking a nearby path. He noticed movement and lifted his gaze, alert. Xiao Xiao called out, "Ye Lin, why are you there? Are you hurt?" He looked at them calmly, questioning why they hadn't escaped. "Did the demons set a backup plan?" he asked. Xiao Xiao explained that the demons had trapped the entrance and wiped out Team B. Another added that some had abandoned the wounded, so they only had themselves to blame. Hearing this, Ye Lin finally got frustrated. "Fine, that's my mistake," he admitted. "Follow me, we're going back. I'll show these demons what we're capable of." Soon after, Ye Lin made his way back to the secret realm's exit, where several demons had been lying in wait. Originally, he had planned to send the others out before dealing with the demons, but now there was no choice. He had to fight head-on. He called out, "You demon bastards! Prepare to die!" The demon leader smirked. "You want to die? Fine, I'll grant that wish." A surge of blue, ice-like energy crashed down from above, splitting the air. Ye Lin leapt from a high rock, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. He charged the demon leader mid-air, ice shards scattering as their clash shook the space around them. An explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the rocky terrain. The demon leader stared in disbelief. "You were badly injured before. How did you recover so fast?" Ye Lin raised his hand, smirking. "Some things are just beyond your tiny brain," he replied. A surge of dark red energy burst outward, swallowing every demon corpse in sight, leaving the battlefield eerily empty. The demon leader froze, eyes wide, stunned by what he had just witnessed. What kind of strange, terrifying move was this? Ye Lin stood firm, his devouring skill fully active. As he consumed every corpse around him, the demon leader, still struggling to understand the bizarre power Ye Lin just displayed, gaped in absolute disbelief. Honestly, Ye Lin was even more ruthless than he imagined. To devour his own kind like this, it was beyond twisted. Ye Lin cracked a wild, crazed grin. "Don't worry about that," he said to the red brute. "Soon it'll be your turn. I can't wait to see what perks I get after devouring you." In that instant, Ye Lin looked like a starved, insane beast, fully aware that this might be his only chance to feast on so many demons outside the secret realm. He sacrificed an organ to trigger his burning reincarnation. At the same time, he pushed his limits even further, preparing to summon a world-shattering storm of lightning. Suddenly, thick, dark clouds churned above Norris, swirling violently as lightning crashed down from the storm's eye. Norris barked orders to his cannon fodder demons, demanding they defend him against Ye Lin together. Like mindless shields, the demons surrounded their leader, taking the full force of the terrifying lightning. The impact caused a massive explosion, filling the air with dust, debris, and charred demon corpses. As the dust finally settled, Norris believed Ye Lin wouldn't last long after all. He was relying on forbidden spells. Ye Lin didn't argue. Instead, he warned that they were about to experience a world of pain. Encircled by karmic flames, Ye Lin unleashed a relentless barrage of forbidden ice and fire spells, engulfing every demon in a storm of agony. Each ice spell was immediately followed by a fire spell, keeping the demons in constant torment. Forbidden techniques like the Eye of Eternal Freeze, Fire God's Breath, Heaven Burning Fire, Sorrow of Cold, and a dozen more rained down like meteors, annihilating lower-level demons and seriously wounding the high-level ones. By the time the onslaught ended, the demon numbers were drastically reduced. Corpses littered the ground, leaving only a handful of high-level demons standing. Except for Norris, who couldn't comprehend any of this, the rest decided to flee, abandoning their leader. They hadn't signed up for this. They were supposed to be torturing and slaughtering, not getting slaughtered by a single terrifying human. But how could Ye Lin let such juicy experience slip away? He raised his hand, declaring none would escape. Crimson flames erupted from his body in a sudden, overwhelming surge. As his level rose, the burning reincarnation's forbidden power flared once more, instantly doubling his strength, agility, and spirit, like activating a cheat code. He used this to amplify his endless devouring skill. With a pull like a black hole, every demon in sight, except for the low-level demon Lord Norris, was sucked into him. Norris struggled futilely, caught in the unstoppable force. His face twisted in confusion and helplessness, the only thought circling in his mind, who exactly was this human? After leveling up yet again, Ye Lin slowly opened his eyes, noting that he had devoured 185 ordinary monsters. Among them were 32 low-level and 4 high-level demons, granting him water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and even a trace of extremely rare dragon blood. His lifespan surged by 13,250 years, experience points by 44,280, strength by 485, agility by 338, and spirit by 286. Only Norris remained. The demon lord charged with his axe raised, boasting that one day his great demon emperor would enslave all of humanity. Yi Lin decided it was time to drop all pretenses. Effortlessly, he caught the edge of Norris's massive axe mid-swing, shattering the brute's confidence in an instant. But just as it seemed Norris might recover, Xiao Xiao and her team arrived at that exact moment. They were stunned, seeing that Yi Lin had already wiped out all the demons and monsters, except for Norris. This was the worst possible timing. The slightest slip could reveal Yi Lin's true identity. Yi Lin immediately loosened his grip on the axe, taking the full impact and crashing into a rock below. Xiao Xiao, seeing this, rushed to his side and ordered the others to push forward. She planted herself protectively in front of him, ready to face Norris. Yi Lin coughed repeatedly, pretending to be in pain, before apologizing to her. He had tried his best, but Norris was too strong. Yi Lin claimed that Norris had absorbed the power of all other demons to become even more powerful. His performance was Oscar-worthy. Norris was left dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Was this human serious? Xiao Xiao, naive as always, fully bought Yi Lin's story and even praised him for handling things so far. "Leave the rest to me," she said confidently. Norris snapped out of his shock, furiously cursing Yi Lin as a despicable human, a maniac who devours his own warriors and corpses, and now he had the nerve to lie about it. Xiao Xiao dismissed his words as nonsense. Determined, she lunged mid-air with her star puppet strings, instantly entangling Norris in a deadly grip. Norris cursed and thrashed, struggling against the tightening strings. He freed one arm and decided that if he was going down, Yi Lin would go with him. Ignoring the pain, Norris forced his way in front of Yi Lin and swung his axe in a decisive strike. Within reach, Yi Lin calmly extended a fingertip. He told the brute to back off, then unleashed a strike that tore a massive hole through Norris's chest. With nearly half his chest and abdomen gone, Norris dropped his axe and collapsed. In his final moments, he seethed, furious at a fate he had never imagined. Yi Lin watched silently, reminding himself to keep his identity hidden. Though Norris had reason to be angry, it didn't matter. He was an enemy through and through. Xiao Xiao rushed to his side, anxious. Yi Lin reassured her he would survive, but warned they had to get out of the secret realm immediately. She nodded, ready to move. Unseen, Yi Lin used his devouring skill to consume Norris's corpse before they reached the exit. By now the others had likely already left. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao warned Yi Lin that her father was probably just outside the secret realm's exit. She added that they had to act like strangers who just happened to meet. Otherwise, Yi Lin would be killed instantly. Yi Lin found it absurd and asked if her father was some kind of monster. Xiao Xiao kept her tone serious, warning that knowing too much wouldn't help him. This only made Yi Lin even more curious. "It doesn't matter who your father is," he said, grinning. "He'll come looking for you again anyway. So I need to know now. Besides, we've survived life and death together. That makes us best friends, doesn't it?" Xiao Xiao blinked, surprised. "Wait, do you really mean you'll come find me later?" Yi Lin swore up to the heavens, but Xiao Xiao interrupted him. "You don't need to swear. The truth is, my father is Xia Hong, head of the Xia family, one of the 5 great families of Great Xie." Yi Lin froze. He had no clue what she was talking about. "Wait. You mean the late Mr. Zhuge Qianxing from Qingcheng?" Jia Xiaofiao finished for him. Yi Lin nodded. "Yeah, the famous astrologer." She gave a slight nod. "The 5 great families are the oldest, most powerful clans in all of Great Jia. Zhuge Qianxing was from the Zhuge clan, one of them, and since he died recently, the 5 great families are all investigating his death," she added. Yi Lin frowned, wondering if the Xie family might have been behind the chaos at his teacher's funeral. If so, it made sense why even Wang Lichuan, the president of the Job Changer Guild, had gone into hiding. Suddenly nervous, Jia Xiao asked Yi Lin if he still planned to come find her now that he knew her identity. Yi Lin smiled. "Of course. Who cares about the 5 great families? Once I set my mind on something, I always see it through." Jia Xiao XVO visibly relaxed, then headed out. Since Yi Lin had said it so confidently, she would wait for him. "And don't forget," she added, "my name is Xiao Xiao." Yi Lin grinned. It's a promise. Meanwhile, at the secret realm's entrance, everything was exactly as Xiao Xiao had said. Her father, Jia Hong, was there, accompanied by the city lord of Qingcheng Huang. Xiao Xiao shouts forward first, Yi Lin a few steps behind. Huang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful the young lady was safe. Xiao ran to her father excitedly, but Xia Hong didn't look pleased that she'd run off on her own. Even though she was safe, it was clear she had grown bold. She held up her phone to her father. I know I was wrong, but just look at the video. Me holding my own against the demons. Xia Hong casually crushed the phone, surprising her. This is the bare minimum, he said. Your family spent so much to raise you. If you can't do this much, you're nothing but trash. He added that she had disappointed him and that when they returned, she would enter the Dragon Pool secret realm to reflect on her actions. Disheartened, Xiao nodded. I understand. I'll reflect properly. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm began collapsing. Xia Hong paid no attention. Who's this Yi Lin? He asked. Xiao explained he was an ice element mage she had met inside the secret realm. He killed a few demons, that's all, she added. Xia Hong asked if they were close, but Xiao replied flatly that they weren't. He asked again. She maintained her stance. Soon after, the group left. Meanwhile, Yi Lin watched them go, suspicious. Could Xie Hong have been the mastermind behind the scenes? His aura was oppressive, and his men wore masks similar to those who had attacked his teacher's funeral. Yi Lin dismissed the thought and turned to leave. He had no interest in dealing with that right now. Besides, he'd been out for too long. Time to get back. Fast. Unexpectedly, light, almost silent footsteps approached from behind. Before he could react, an arrow pierced his left shoulder. The attacker was one of Xia Hong's masked men, slightly amused that Yi Lin had survived the shot. Yi Lin, though in pain, wasn't surprised. He knew they never intended to let him go. The masked man notched another arrow. Nice reflexes, he said. Too bad you shouldn't have gotten this close to the young madam. Yi Lin removed the first arrow and stared back, considering his next move. He wore an illusion mask, keeping his identity hidden. Should he play dead? But if the next arrow hit his head, it would be over for real. An arrow whizzed past inches from him. Yi Lin condensed an ice blade and sliced off its tip, stopping it dead. Almost immediately, another arrow struck him square in the chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed, feigning death. Yi Lin silently hoped that playing dead would make the attacker leave, letting him slip away quietly. But the masked man wasn't buying it. He stepped closer. Reincarnate well in your next life, he sneered. Yi Lin rolled aside just in time to avoid another arrow. This idiot won't even let me play dead, he muttered. Just finished the job already. The masked man, stunned to realize Yi Lin wasn't dead and wasn't just an ice mage, was suddenly hit by a raging thunder-forbidden spell. The lightning bolt struck directly, burning his entire body to ashes. He died on the spot, and Yi Lin quickly activated his endless devouring to consume the remains. Yi Lin had tried to show mercy, but the man had forced him into this. He was informed that he had devoured a level 58 job changer, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and trace elements. His lifespan increased by 35 years, experience points by 580, strength by 9, agility by 5, and spirit by 4. It seemed the dead fool should have been hoping for a better reincarnation instead. 5 minutes later, another masked man, one of Xia Hong's most trusted aides, appeared and inspected the battlefield. Crouching, he noticed fluctuations in ice magic. Clearly, Yi Lin had acted. Lightning and spatial magic surged as well, leading him to deduce more than one person was involved. He radioed in through a covert earpiece. Hang Ghost was dead. His preliminary investigation suggested 3 people were responsible. The operator gave an order. The rat-faced masked man acknowledged and prepared to search Qingqing and surrounding areas thoroughly. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa surrounded by lush trees. At the dark iron gates, Yi Lin, back in his original appearance, asked if Master Yin Shang was home. No answer came. He called out again, but still, silence. With his newfound strength, Yi Lin grabbed the gate and yanked it off effortlessly, lifting it high as he entered the courtyard. Since no one's answering, no need for politeness, he muttered. At that exact moment, Yin Shang, a senior blacksmith, rushed out. Who are you? He demanded. He yelled for Yi Lin to put the gate down. Yi Lin coldly asked if he was Yin Shang. When Yin Shang confirmed, Yi Lin hurled the iron gate at him. Yin Shang hit the ground hard, half his face bruised. Furious, he shouted at his guards to deal with Yi Lin. A dozen charged, but the overwhelming pressure Yi Lin suddenly released made them hesitate. He told them to give up, then cast the forbidden spell, Eternal Freeze, pinning them to the ground, unable to move. Yin Shang asked who exactly Yi Lin was and what he had done to deserve this. Yi Lin didn't waste time with explanations. He just told him to call his other two brothers, Yu Ningfa and Zhou Heaping, if he didn't want to end up dead. That's when it hit Yin Shang like a lightning bolt. He finally realized exactly who Yi Lin was, the very same guy who had been snapping up monster corpses at outrageous prices at the Job Change Guild. It wasn't long before Yu Ningfa and Zhou Heaping arrived, looking every bit like ordinary old men. They glanced around at the mess and asked, more curious than concerned, what had happened to their friend and his villa's iron gate. Why the urgency? They didn't even acknowledge Yi Lin at first, until Yin Shang mentioned someone was here to see them. Who? They asked. That's when Yi Lin calmly revealed himself. He was the very person they had hired assassins to take out. Yu Ningfa and Zhou Heaping's eyes went wide, horror flashing across their faces. They immediately turned on Yin Shang, calling him a fool, a total bastard. They had treated him like a brother, and now he'd come back to betray them. Yin Shang fired back, incredulous. What are you guys acting so high and mighty for? You wanted Yi Lin dead in the first place? And now that he's showing up at your door, you expect him to deal with it all by himself? Are you joking? Yi Lin, clearly fed up with the bickering, finally snapped. Enough. Stop arguing. I'm not here for revenge. I've got business with you. The three old men froze for a moment, trying to process what he just said. Then, under their stunned gaze, Yi Lin pulled out an epic-level rainbow bow and told them to reforge it. The rainbow bow wasn't shabby at all. Its strength hit 1200, and it came with the vision skill. Any archer holding it would see their static vision double and dynamic vision triple. The three tried to argue that epic gear was far beyond their abilities. Yin Shang admitted he was just a high-level blacksmith. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Epic-level items demanded at least a master blacksmith, and even they couldn't do it alone. Yi Lin knew that, but these three were from the Life Skills Job Changer Alliance. Put their heads together, and they could figure out a way. Yi Lin started to leave, but Yin Shang hesitated. His two friends were alchemists, not blacksmiths. How could they possibly pull this off? Then lightning split the sky, striking the decorative fish pond right in the courtyard as Yi Lin shot them a sharp, intimidating look, making it clear. Can you do it or not? The three immediately gulped and nodded frantically. Yes, we can. Satisfied, Yi Lin left. He told them bluntly, succeed in reforging it, and your lives are spared. Fail, and well, imagine the consequences. He'd be wandering for a while, so call him when it's done. The three exchanged anxious glances, realizing their very survival rested on whether Yin Shang could pull this off with the rainbow bow. Cut to Yin Shang's workshop. The three spent a full day and night hammering and forging. The alchemists could only help manage the flames, while Yin Shang worked tirelessly at the anvil. After a grueling couple of days, the rainbow bow was finally reforged. They wasted no time and summoned Yi Lin, presenting the holy silver bow, still at epic level. Its strength reached 1000 and still had room to improve. The Destroy Delusion skill meant that any arrow fired within 10 meters doubled its power and ignored defenses under divine artifact level. Yi Lin inspected the bow and nodded in approval. Double damage at close range, bypassing defenses, and now viable for melee combat. The holy silver bow truly looked epic. Zhou Heaping asked Yi Lin if they were free to leave now. Yi Lin kept his word. He left them alone, silently hoping never to see them again. If they messed up, they already knew the consequences. Next, Yi Lin headed to the Ji family mansion. Announcing his return, he found Ji Lingyu and his father puzzled to see him standing outside his own room. Lingyu had assumed Yi Lin had been practicing inside all along. So when did he even leave the mansion? Then Yi Lin remembered the clone he'd left behind. He made a flimsy excuse about needing fresh air and steered the conversation toward President Ji. He explained that Qingqing was chaotic, with too many people wanting him dead, and he needed to hire a bodyguard. President Ji agreed, and Lingyu assured him it was no problem, he'd handle it. Yi Lin thanked them and left the arrangements to his friend. Lingyu reassured him everything would be taken care of by the next day. Inside, Yi Lin planned to assume a new identity as a bodyguard. That way, he could move freely and coordinate with his clones safely. The next day at Jishi Group, Ling Yu gathered the 7 finalists who had passed through multiple layers of screening. He announced that the group needed a top-tier bodyguard immediately and that they should pay attention. All 7 had passed the standard selection rounds, but the person they were protecting was someone who had caused major chaos in Qingqing. Ye Lin, blending into the crowd, thought the illusionary face really helped keep his identity hidden. Even he didn't know he'd become someone infamous in Qingqing. Ling Yu continued, explaining that they would compete, and the winner would get the job. If you're ready, begin. Right then, Ye Lin stepped forward, exuding confidence. I'm in a hurry, he said, challenging everyone. Then, how about all of you take me on at once? His words drew irritated glares from the other 6 candidates. Feeling insulted, Ling Yu observed Ye Lin and noted his arrogance, so much like his boss, even carrying a bit of that cockiness. The bald guy in the group warned Ye Lin not to get too full of himself, especially around someone like him. He was well known in Qingqing. Ye Lin ignored him, drawing his newly forged epic rainbow bow. Perfect time to test this out, he said coolly. The guy with glasses immediately told the team not to underestimate Ye Lin. He was clearly an archer. They needed to close the distance before he could fire. If anyone had a shield or knight, they should step up to block the arrows. In an instant, Ye Lin's hand had already drawn the bow. He aimed straight at the glasses guy and let an arrow fly. You talk too much, he said. The arrow's speed made the guy panic, but someone intercepted it just in time. It was the bald guy holding up a shield to stop the attack. The force was so intense it sent him skidding back. Stunned, he shouted to the others, "The arrow's power is terrifying. He can't block many of these, act fast." The 6 surged forward, intent on taking out the arrogant archer before fighting each other. The bald guy led the charge, signaling the rest to follow. Meanwhile, Ye Lin tested the bow's effectiveness up close, moving fluidly and keeping them on edge. The arrow shot forward like it had been fired from a cannon, slamming clean through the bald guy's shield and straight into his lower abdomen without so much as a struggle. He froze, teeth gritted, eyes wide. This shouldn't have been possible. His shield was top tier. Nothing should have pierced it, especially not a simple arrow. The force slammed him back across the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust as he skidded across the ground. The others jumped out of the way, shaken, but they managed to close in thinking this was their opening. Foolishly, they lunged forward together. Ye Lin gripped the rainbow bow tight, and in a flash, with movements so quick they were barely visible, he cut them down one by one. The group spat, blood, faces frozen in shock. Glasses Man lowered his head, surrendering. They were just here for a bodyguard job, and their lives mattered more than pride. The battlefield fell silent, only the groans and whimpers of pain filling the air as they struggled to move. Ling Yu stepped forward, impressed. Incredible, he said, clearly convinced he'd found the right guy before even asking for a name. Ye Lin introduced himself as a level 45 job changer, an S-ranked refined hunter. His strength was undeniable. The Jisser group would provide all the equipment he needed, and the annual salary? 60 million. Ling Yu gestured for Ye Lin to follow. He'd take him through the paperwork, and his boss would be more than pleased when they met. Outwardly, Ye Lin nodded politely, thanking Ling Yu. Inside, though, he couldn't help smirking. Honestly, who wouldn't be satisfied with themselves after that? The scene shifted. A few orcs struggled to carry a massive beast, birds scattering wildly at the noise. Behind them, a fearsome army of monsters pressed forward. On a cliff just outside Qingcheng, Si Hong and his masked guards watched the chaos unfold. He asked the masked leader if his daughter had returned safely. When told she had, another guard hesitated, questioning if this plan was truly wise. Qingqing can't handle this many monsters, he said. Si Hong shot back, asking if Chen Long was questioning him. Ling Ye was in Qingqing, and this was the only way to flush him out. Chen Long quickly clarified. He wasn't doubting, just concerned about innocent people. Si Hong chuckled. It's just one city, he said. When the gates of apocalypse open, any sacrifice is worth it. A sly grin crossed his face. If the ancient artifact truly appears, it will fall to the Jia family alone. Meanwhile, in the Yinxiang courtyard, 2 investigation bureau agents combed through the aftermath, baffled. No clues, no trace of the entire Yinxiang family. They'd vanished completely. Officer Huang remembered Yinxiang was forging a bow before disappearing. Skeptical, his colleague was instructed to investigate all class-transferred users in Qingcheng with a long bow. Their search led them straight to the Ji family villa. At the entrance, Officer Huang asked again if his deputy was sure. The confirmation came. The suspect had applied as a bodyguard for the Ji group, and the person to protect was Ye Lin. Huang's stomach tightened. From Kenshin's case onward, it seemed every strange incident somehow tied back to this one enigmatic person. The moment they stepped inside, they headed straight for the courtyard in search of Yi Lin. Feigning ignorance, Yi Lin asked what their business had to do with him. Officer Huang flashed a warrant. Yi Lin was a suspect in Yinxiang's murder, and he was asked to come to the bureau for questioning. Yi Lin cut in, asking what proof they had. Huang reassured him. This time, the evidence was solid. The 8 Desolations' holy silver bow on Yi Lin's bodyguard was undeniable proof. A voice echoed from the courtyard pool, questioning if the men in black were from the bureau. Yi Lin's eyes sharpened. Officer Huang replied, demanding the voice show itself. A masked figure appeared atop the pool, warning that a massive horde of demonic beasts was heading for Qingqing. The city's defenses weren't enough, but civilians could still be evacuated. Officer Huang's eyes went wide. Could it be true? Where did this man come from? There weren't any king-level demons nearby. How could beasts gather in such numbers to threaten the city? Suddenly, the sky shimmered oddly, and the masked man began to fade. He added that he wouldn't have warned them without his lord's orders. Then he vanished, leaving a silent farewell. Yi Lin took stock and told Officer Huang it seemed the warning was real. Officer Huang left quickly, reminding Yi Lin not to leave the city. He'd return for him later. Yi Lin stared up at the darkening sky, his face grim. He wondered if the approaching horde could signal the city's end. It looked just like the ruined Qingqing he'd seen in the Gates of Apocalypse. Was this the city's future? That masked figure had clearly been Jaha Hong's agent. He'd drawn tens of thousands of demons just to force Yi Lin out. Yi Lin judged him utterly ruthless. Soon, citywide alerts blared. All class-transferred users under 18 who had awakened were to assemble immediately at the teleportation array. Users 18 and older, level 10 or above, were told to gather at the city walls without delay. It wasn't a drill. A woman grabbed her child from Yi Lin and ran, sobbing, wishing Master Zhuge Qianxing were still there. Yi Lin's chest tightened. He wondered if all of this had already been predicted by his teacher. What was he supposed to do now? Then he remembered the 3 small pouches Zhuge Qianxing had left him. It was time to open one. Yi Lin opened the pouch, and inside was a letter. It simply said he should follow his heart and do as he saw fit. Yi Lin blinked, taken aback, speechless. His teacher's insight ran deeper than he had imagined. He slipped on a dark mask, eyes glinting with deadly intent, and declared to anyone watching that since they wanted to see Ling Ye, he wouldn't disappoint them. Far away, strange sounds rolled through thickening clouds, punctuated by the urgent, steady beat of drums. Orders rang out sharply. A squad was sent to position 37 in the east sector. Obey every command during wartime. Those over 40 or with brothers would lead the charge. Advance and retreat as ordered. Lives hung in the balance, and deserters would be executed on the spot. Outside the city walls, the monstrous horde surged forward, unstoppable. Yi Lin's eyes widened in horror as he took it in. Now he understood why humans built cities behind walls. Nearby, City Lord Huang asked his aide if that great expert had responded. The answer, no. He checked other cities too. Any reinforcement requests? Again, nothing. Every message had vanished, swallowed like stones in the sea. Yi Lin noticed Huang's unease instantly. Bitterly, Huang muttered that, to the powerful human lives were nothing more than numbers. He lifted into the air, facing his soldiers, and shouted to inspire them, calling on them as his fellow citizens. Qingqing is our home, he bellowed. And the walls won't hold against this horde. He added with conviction that only they could form a line of defense with their own flesh and blood, to protect their families and allow safe retreat. Hu Wang's eyes were resolute. If the city stands, we stand. If it falls, we fall. We fight to the death. No retreat. The soldiers echoed the vow, their chants ringing out. Fight to the death. Never retreat. Their voices carried far beyond the walls. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the sky as Ling Ye arrived, aura flaring wildly. Some job changers froze, shocked to see the infamous Ling Ye, fully aware of how terrifying his forbidden curses were, even more devastating than Yi Lin's own powers. The battle had clearly been raging for some time. Job changers wondered why Ling Ye hadn't appeared sooner. They realized that since Ling Ye had been entrusted by Master Zhuge Qianxing, the famed astrologist was still looking out for Qingqing from beyond the grave. They might yet be saved. On the front lines, Ling Ye rallied the warriors, urging them to fight together and drive back the demonic swarm with everything they had. Qingqing's fate rested in their hands. He unleashed a karmic flame, engulfing an entire swamp of demonic beasts in a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Xie Hong and his men watched silently. The masked leader reported Ling Ye's appearance. Xie Hong asked for confirmation. He's skilled in fire magic, can summon karmic flames, and Kenshin died by his hand, the leader affirmed. Xie Hong smirked, clearly pleased. He ordered the masked men to advance. They surged forward, moving through the carnage of dead beasts and job changers. The job changers wondered, who were these masked men? Another trump card from Master Zhuge Qianxing. They didn't know. But the sheer presence of the masked figures radiated raw power. Moments later, they realized the masked men weren't fighting the beasts. They were just plowing through the swarm with sheer strength. City Lord Huang couldn't help but wonder how so many experts had appeared at once and what they were aiming to do. Nearby, Yi Lin watched as the full masked team revealed themselves, clearly targeting his clone. Ling Ye, who was ready to play along. Surrounded, the masked leader taunted Ling Ye. "You're fast, but now you don't run." "Why is that?" Ling Yi smirked. "Do you honestly think you can catch me?" His plan might have failed, but fate had other ideas. He then shouted, admitting he had failed Master Zhuge Qianxing. The masked men realized too late that Ling Ye was about to self-destruct. They lunged to stop him, but it was impossible. A massive explosion tore through the battlefield, sending smoke and dust high into the air. When it cleared, a huge crater marked the spot where he had stood. The masked men stared, incredulous. Ling Ye had truly sacrificed himself. He had no fear of death. One masked man asked their leader what to do next. On the city wall, Yi Lin's face was grim. A level 43 cursed sorcerer's full self-destruct hadn't even scratched these masked men. How terrifying were they? Yet the explosion should have covered up Ling Ye's act, providing some closure. Suddenly, a voice caught Yi Lin's attention. He recognized it instantly. Zhuge Ni. She declared she would bury all the masked men alongside Ling Ye. Zhuge Ni's sudden appearance stunned some job changers. Yi Lin, meanwhile, couldn't understand why she hadn't gone to the teleportation array with the others. What was she doing here? Then Zhuge Ni produced a time orb, deepening his confusion. Solemnly, she vowed that, inheriting her father's final wish, she would live and die with Qingcheng. A blinding beam of light erupted, stirring a vortex of wind and clouds. Harnessing the power of the heavenly stars, she commanded it with authority. Hu Wang's eyes went wide. He recognized it as the great astral array, the eternal star suppression. Like the city lord, everyone gazed upward as stars rained from the sky, accompanied by dazzling light and a strange resonant sound. Seconds later, every enemy, human or beast within a meter radius, was trapped in solid stone. The masked men realized why no one dared cause trouble in Qingcheng while Zhuge Qianxing lived. Even in death, his presence was terrifying. How had such a monstrous man died? If they hadn't seen the body, they'd swear he faked it. Cursing, they struggled against the unmovable stone. Huang seized the moment to charge forward, ordering his men to follow. At his command, every job changer surged forward, smashing whatever stone statues lay in their path. Huang led with efficiency, while nearby, Zhuge Ni coughed up fresh blood, her power exertion taking its toll. Her body shook violently, pushed past its limits, and blue cracks began spidering across her skin. Still, she gritted her teeth and tried to hold on. Yi Lin's worry spiked. This kind of power pushing her like this was far beyond what her body could safely handle. Down below, every job changer hammered at the stone statues, and with each strike, a pang of regret hit them. Zhuge Qingcheng hadn't lived long enough, and it stung. Yet there was gratitude too, knowing now his daughter had taken up his mantle. Nearby, the masked leader wasn't about to sit and wait for death. He barked orders at his men, demanding they fight back, or they'd all die where they stood. The masked men shifted into the forms of the 12 zodiac beasts, merging their strength to break free. A warm golden light suddenly wrapped around their bodies, linking them together like a living chain. Within a heartbeat, the stone bindings shattered, and they were free. The masked leader glared up at the meddling Zhuge Ni, conjured a dark blue arrow, and sent it straight toward her. Zhuge Ni didn't even flinch in her mind. She thought she might finally see her father again, but the arrow never reached her. Yi Lin moved instead, stepping in and offering a hand. Groggy, Zhuge Ni mistook him for her father coming to rescue her. He gently laid her down, thinking to himself that no matter his personal feelings, he couldn't just watch her die. Yi Lin tapped into a forbidden technique, powering himself up, determined to be the one to end this plot. He readied his rainbow bow, activating his class talent, the ultimate sublimation. The arrow of boosted power morphed into the god-slaying arrow of heavenly punishment. The arrow streaked through the air, a forbidden curse in motion. This god-slaying arrow required the caster to sacrifice their lineage, stripping them of future potency, all to embody the great Tao and deliver celestial punishment. Each shot unleashed a force 10 times the caster's power, capable of slaying gods and immortals in one strike. It flew straight at the masked leader who met the attack head-on. A violent impact shook the battlefield, smoke rising in a massive cloud. And somehow the masked leader remained unharmed. He immediately suspected another expert hidden somewhere on the field. After all, surviving that strike wasn't something just anyone could do. At that moment, a masked man bolted forward, eager to confront this hidden fighter alone. The leader called after him, ordering him to capture the expert alive, or face complaints from their lord later. Meanwhile, shrouded by the thick white smoke, Yi Lin donned a mask and seized the divine artifact. He couldn't help but marvel, thinking about the kind of existence his teacher must have had when alive. The artifact crackled as it came to life, alerting him that it had reacted. He realized it had a bloodline restriction. Yi Lin apologized silently to Zhuge Ni. He'd need a drop of her blood to save Qingcheng. He also hoped the spirits above wouldn't hold it against him. As soon as a drop of Zhuge Ni's blood touched the artifact, it flared to life, casting a brilliant azure starlight that seemed endless. A massive dome of light rose, engulfing Qingcheng and pushing outward. Everyone nearby, except the masked man named Qinlong who got thrown aside, was obliterated, including demonic beasts and the other masked men. The rest of the masked men froze, realizing the fight was over and retreating to save themselves. The azure dome blazed so brightly it could be seen from miles away. Even the forest around it reflected the invisible barrier's presence. Yi Lin stepped down to the ground, still impressed, and a little shaken by the artifact's power. He made sure every monster had been wiped out. Huang and his men stared, wide-eyed, taking in the aftermath. When they realized every demonic beast was gone, Huang shouted, claiming victory. The warriors on the battlefield joined in, cheering and honoring the late Zhuge Qianqing for saving them once again. Yi Lin returned the artifact to Zhuge Ni, planning to let her take the credit for this incredible feat. He made it clear, none of this had anything to do with him. A faint cough caught his attention. He turned and saw Qinlong, surprisingly still alive. Even more shocking, Qinlong thanked Yi Lin for saving so many innocents in Qingcheng. Yi Lin reminded him that Qinlong himself had drawn all the monsters there, and now he was thanking him? Was he insane? Qinlong simply shrugged, saying Yi Lin wouldn't understand. He had no choice in the matter. Yi Lin's eyes narrowed, a cold thought forming. He told Qinlong he could spare his life, but he would owe a favor. Pale and intrigued, Qinlong asked what favor Yi Lin wanted. Meanwhile, back at Xiehong, a masked man reported that the artifact left by Zhuge Qingqing was overwhelmingly powerful, forcing them to retreat. Xiehong just nodded, already having seen it all. Right then, Qinlong appeared from the forest and the masked leader announced his return. Qinlong, carrying a tattered sack, knelt before his lord and dropped it at his feet. He explained that the job changer attacking from below the city had been killed by him, but his investigation found no connection to the incident. Xiehong let out a faint chuckle, then suddenly lifted a hand toward Qinlong. An invisible force yanked Qinlong toward him, grabbing him by the neck in seconds. Xiehong scolded him, asking when Qinlong had learned to lie. He had personally raised him. Breathing became a struggle, but Qinlong gritted his teeth and insisted he dared not. The other masked men immediately knelt, pleading with their leader to spare Qinlong for now. They reasoned that they needed every man they could get at this moment. Xiehong paused for a moment, then finally released Qinlong from his grip. He warned him quietly not to blame him for being ruthless if there was a next time. Qinlong nodded in thanks. Xiehong told the others to head back first, emphasizing that this situation needed careful handling, especially now that the divine organization was involved. Qinlong couldn't help but ask if the Gate of Apocalypse had even drawn the attention of divine messengers. Xiehong let out a resigned sigh and repeated his order. Go back first. He'd send word if anything else needed to be done. Following their lord's command, the group vanished without a trace, all except Qinlong who lingered behind. Suddenly Xiehong coughed up fresh blood. Qinlong froze, pointing it out cautiously. Xiehong waved him off, telling him to shut up and just help him get back safely. Meanwhile, under the bright crescent moon, the scene shifted to Xiehong's private quarters. Qinlong urged his lord to rest while he went to find the medicine saint immediately. Unexpectedly, Xiehong stopped him, insisting that no one must know how seriously injured he was. Qinlong asked who had attacked him, and Xiehong revealed it was an envoy from the divine organization. Coughing violently, Xiehong added that this wasn't a score that would be settled easily. Once he recovered, He promised it would be time for a complete reckoning. He looked down at his palm, smeared with his own blood. Outside, dawn broke over Qingqing, and the city guards began the grim task of clearing the battlefield, collecting the corpses of the monsters. They worked quickly, loading the bodies onto trucks. Nearby, Yi Lin quietly lent a hand, and at that moment his level ticked up to 50. He couldn't hide his excitement. His third professional talent had unlocked. From now on, every 10 levels a forbidden spellcaster gained, they would create a self-crafted forbidden spell. Curious, Yi Lin examined the details. Whatever effect he wanted from a forbidden spell, he could theoretically make it happen. He first tried a forbidden resurrection spell, but when he attempted to sacrifice hemorrhoids to revive someone, it failed, rejected outright. However, a suitable forbidden spell was generated automatically. Resurrection of the Dead. It allowed a forbidden spellcaster to sacrifice half their life force to bring a deceased person back as an undead. This undead retained all former abilities but had no self-awareness, matched the summoner's level, and could be resurrected infinitely. Yi Lin's mind raced. The power to raise the dead, his first thought went straight to Zhuge Qianqing. This meant he could summon his teacher as an undead. Still, summoning a level 50 Zhuge Qianqing undead would be tricky. How would Zhuge Ni react? Yi Lin decided against it for now. The undead might not even match the clones in usefulness. Better to wait. Besides, after such a hectic day, he was tired. Best to go home and rest. A couple of days later, Qingqing was still buzzing from surviving the monster tide. On top of the celebration, it was also the time for the city's brightest talents to officially enroll in their universities. Thousands had gathered to bid them farewell. A select few, like Zhuge Ni, earned spots at the Supreme Academy. The second-tier talents went to schools like Daxia Academy. Surprisingly, among them were Yi Lin and his clone bodyguard, Yi Mushuang. With his identity as a bodyguard, Yi Lin could attend university alongside his clone, saving himself a lot of hassle. At that moment, Zhuge Ni approached unexpectedly, then casually brushed him aside. She wasn't interested in Yi Lin, her focus was his bodyguard. After confirming that Yi Mushuang was truly his protector, she noted that he had saved her during the beast invasion. Yi Mushuang denied it, claiming she was mistaken. But Zhuge Ni pointed out that his life force was marked on the astrological compass. He couldn't lie about it. This caught both Yi Lin and his clone off guard. As Yi Lin wondered how his trace had ended up on the divine artifact, he told Zhuge Ni not to worry. He rescued cats and dogs whenever he saw them. She thanked him, but added that she didn't like owing favors. Zhuge Ni handed Yi Mushuang her contact info, telling him to reach out at the Supreme Academy if he ever needed help. Yi Mushuang took the card, unimpressed, saying he would definitely visit. Inwardly, he knew it wouldn't be to see her. Zhuge Ni departed gracefully, as arrogant and proud as ever. Yi Lin could hardly have cared less. Soon after, City Lord Huang offered a few words of encouragement, declaring that these young talents were heading for the stars and the seas. Their era had begun. With that, the teleportation array activated, and all students were instructed to use it to reach their respective universities.